Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic read.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate? No, there are not. Very good. If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised, and I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1. Administrative Review Tribunal Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Scarr, you're in continuation.
Thank you, President. And I'd like to summarise some of the arguments that I made in relation to my first contribution in this debate, and they are these. First, this bill is only necessary because of the process, the abbreviated, shambolic process, which was adopted by the Albanese Labor government in terms of consideration of this legislation. And indeed, as Deputy Chair of the legislation of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee, we were originally given a deadline in July of this year to report on this bill, and it was brought forward by 2 months. It was brought forward by 2 months, and I only had the opportunity for about one clear day to look at the government members' report on the Administrative Review Tribunal bill. Completely unsatisfactory. Completely unsatisfactory. And I don't blame the chair of that committee, Senator Nita Green, who does a very good job as chair of that committee. I don't blame the other members, the government members of that committee, for that abbreviated process. This was executive action. This was executive action. The attorney decided to bring forward the report of the bill, on the bill, by more than 2 months. Completely unsatisfactory when you're dealing with a piece of legislation which had more than 500 pages. And now we're reaping what was sown by that shambolic process. Amendment bills trying to fix the mistakes that were included in the Administrative Review Tribunal Act. And I want to quote again from the Law Council of Australia. So not my words, the Law Council of Australia's words in relation to the shambolic process. And I included this quote on page 43 of the committee report. I quote, "Whilst the Law Council is pleased to have obtained an extension to 2 February 2024 to lodge its submission, it remains very concerned that the committee's truncated inquiry period will undermine or diminish the democratic and proper scrutiny of the bills. The Law Council's concerns are exacerbated by the sheer level of scrutiny required, given that the bills comprise more than 550 pages, excluding more than 500 pages of explanatory materials." End quote. And now, Mr Deputy President, what we are seeing is the need to fix the Act, that was passed by this Senate with that abbreviated scrutiny process. And at least one of those provisions which has to be fixed is time critical. absolutely time critical. This shouldn't have had to have been fixed. This should have been picked up, and that is in particular item 2 of Schedule 4 of the amendment of the Administrative Review Tribunal Act, where a provision has to be inserted such that the decision maker, especially with respect to matters involving child support, doesn't have to continually lodge documents after documents after documents in order to comply with the Administrative Review Tribunal Act, and is having to redact documents because they potentially pose a threat to the safety of people going through that process. Completely unacceptable that that should occur in the context of this legislation. From my perspective, as I reiterated in my additional comments on this bill, whilst I acknowledge the need for this bill, I do not acknowledge or accept that there was any need, any real policy need, for the Administrative Appeals Tribunal to be abolished, holus bolus, and replaced by the Administrative Review Tribunal. It's led to costs, it's led to dysfunction, it's led to mistakes, and the AAT could have been the subject of some positive reforms without it being abolished. There was a vindictive streak running through the soul of this piece of legislation, a vindictive streak that was reflected in terms of the compensation paid to those tribunal members who weren't reappointed.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Well, at least, Senator Scarr, it hasn't been guillotined. Yeah. Thank you, Deputy President. We hope that the new Administrative Review Tribunal would be a significant improvement over its predecessor, the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. The old Administrative Appeals Tribunal was a failure, top-heavy with Labor lawyers, making it a Labor lawyer fest, with appointments made based on a reward system for leftist-aligned lawyers, and there are plenty of them. Lawyers doing the bidding of their Labor masters, pushing poor Labor policies, enshrining woke and harmful leftist ideals. And the Liberal Nationals stacked appointments to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, favouring lawyers sympathetic to the LNP. So much for justice under the Uni-Party. This stacking was a recipe for disaster and a significant reason why Labor's jumbled and catastrophic immigration policy continues to fail Australians, continues to hurt Australians catastrophically. Look at the number of people homeless, sleeping under bridges, in caravans, in their cars, in tents. If a non-citizen's visa has expired or has been breached, to slow down the deportation process, the decision to deport could be delayed through appealing to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. That's fact, and it was done many times, ensuring there was a high chance that bleeding heart lefties would delay or overturn the decision. Few Australians know that there are currently more than 75,000 illegals in Australia right now. More than 75,000 foreigners living here in Australia on cancelled or expired visas, taking up homes that could be used by those people currently homeless. And these illegals' whereabouts? Unknown. And the government doesn't care. And with limited resources to locate these illegals for deportation. It's welcome that the current membership of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal will be declared vacant, and vacancies will be filled on a merit-based system. My concern is that the Administrative Review Tribunal membership will still be loaded with Labor government favourites, and the workload will still create long waiting periods to receive appropriate reconsideration of major decisions. It would be better to remove the review process for immigration decisions from the Administrative Review Tribunal and consider the reintroduction of a refugee or immigration review tribunal to ensure that the Administrative Review Tribunal does not become bogged down with immigration appeals as it is currently. Instead of a delay mechanism for illegals to exploit, abuse and avoid at Australians' expense, we need to deport illegals. Deport more than 75,000 lawbreakers and free up housing for Australians, working families currently sleeping in their cars or in tents or under bridges. Australian families deserve a roof over their head and beds for their children.
Minister, please sum up the debate.
Thanks, Deputy President. The Administrative Review Tribunal Bill 2024 supports the establishment of the new Administrative Review Tribunal created by the Administrative Review Tribunal Act 2024. The ART Act commenced on the 14th of October last year. The Miscellaneous Measures Bill completes the establishment of the tribunal by making technical amendments to 54 Commonwealth Acts, including the ART Act, to support the efficient conduct of tribunal review and ensure the legislation operates as intended. The bill makes minor amendments to the ART Act and other laws aimed at improving the fairness and efficiency of its operations. Importantly, these changes remove administrative burdens from officials across the Australian Government, resulting in improved services for the Australian people. We will move amendments to provide that no part of the bill commences retrospectively to prevent uncertainty and complexity, ensure that no applicants in immigration detention have less time to apply for a tribunal review than they did previously, and provide certainty regarding the timeframes for applying to the tribunal for review of decisions regarding foreign geographical indications for wine goods. The government amendments also defer provisions that attracted criticisms in the course of the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee inquiry into the bill. The government remains of the view that these amendments would have been helpful to the tribunal and to its applicants by providing additional clarity regarding when an application is validly made. They would not have changed the law. However, recognising the concerns raised by stakeholders, the government will defer these amendments to enable them to be further considered and progressed at a later time. The bill reflects the ongoing commitment of this government to reforming Australia's system of administrative review. It simplifies the processes for applicants and promotes a more efficient, accessible and cohesive tribunal, and I commend it to the Senate.
I put the question that the bill now be read a second time. Those for the question say aye. Against no, the ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to deal with miscellaneous and consequential matters arising from the enactment of the Administrative Review Tribunal Act 2024 and for other purposes.
Honourable Senators, I understand there are amendments, so therefore we are resolved into committee. Honourable Senators, is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question before the committee is that the bill stand as printed. Minister.
I table two supplementary explanatory memoranda relating to the government amendments that have been circulated to this bill.
Thank you. Senator Scarr, you want to kick us off?
Thank you, Deputy President. I'd like to kick off by looking at the performance of the Administrative Review Tribunal, noting the Minister's reference to the desire under this amendment to actually improve the case management processes and deal with some technical issues. I want to start by actually looking at the caseload, and this is based on the most recent statistics for the new Administrative Review Tribunal as at 31 December 2024. When the Coalition left office, the Tribunal had 67,720 cases on hand. At 31 December last year, the Administrative Review Tribunal, the new tribunal introduced by the Albanese Labor government, had 93,756 cases on hand. So the AAT, when the Coalition left government, had 67,000 cases in front of it. The new ART, introduced by the Albanese Labor government, had 93,756 cases before it as at 31 December 2024. What went wrong?
Minister.
Thanks, Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr, for the question. We obviously believed there was a strong case for reform of the ART. We'd seen under the previous government, which had been in power for 10 years, the politicisation of the AAT at the time. That's something that we didn't believe was serving the nation and in the best interest, which is why we announced this significant review, and obviously the Attorney-General worked consultatively as we went forward to implement the new tribunal. There's been a significant and sustained surge in applications for review of student visa refusal decisions. That is obviously due to a significant increase in the rates of processing of student visa applications by the Department of Home Affairs. The rates of refusal of these applications are linked to changes in student visa policy, which contributed to an increase in applications for review of these refusals by the Tribunal. In 2024, there were 22,158 student visa refusal applications lodged in the Tribunal. This represents a significant increase compared to pre-COVID-19 application rates. For example, in 2018 there were 6,000. In 2019 there were 6,848, and an even greater increase compared to post-COVID rates of 2,374 applications in 22 and 3,893 in 2023. So as you can see, there's been a significant jump in those cases. The Tribunal has enhanced powers and procedures to ensure that matters are resolved quickly and fairly, more powers for registrars, and a demand-driven funding model which supports the appointment of additional members when needed, meaning that matters such as student visa refusals decisions can be resolved more efficiently. The Government is currently conducting a recruitment process for general members targeting migration and protection skills, which will help the Tribunal address this surge.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy President. And I should note, I acknowledge that this isn't the Minister's area of ministerial responsibility, and I certainly wouldn't like to lay at his feet the issues which are arising at the ART under the reforms that were driven by the attorney. However, the fact remains, you've spoken about the student visa issue, and I appreciate the issues arising there, again because of Labor government policy is increasing the caseload, but the difference we're looking at cases is between 93,756 as at 31 December 2024 and 67,720 as at the time when the Coalition left office. So we're looking at a change of 26,000 additional cases. It's quite extraordinary, the caseload. You did mention, Minister, that one of the aims of introduction of the Administrative Review Tribunal was to deal with matters as quickly and efficiently and fairly as possible. In terms of efficiency, when the Coalition left office, median time to finalise a case was 30 weeks. Now the median time to finalise a case is 48 weeks. Again, Minister, I ask you, what has gone wrong?
Minister.
Thanks, Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr. And I disagree with your assessment on that. I don't think pinpointing a period of time will actually be helpful to having a proper discussion on this. But as I mentioned before, there has been a significant increase in the number of student visa refusal applications. So in 2024 alone, there were 22,158. So a vast increase of when the previous government was in power of just 2,375 applications. So as you can see from that one instance alone, there has been a significant increase in the workload of the new ART. We're confident that it is the right move to improve outcomes in this country, and these measures in this bill today will only add to that.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, I'll move on to another indicator with respect to dealing with whether or not the new ART is dealing quickly and fairly with cases that are coming before it, which was one of the aspirations of the attorney when he introduced this reform. If we look into the migration and protection caseloads in particular, when the Coalition left office, the median time to finalise a refugee matter was 113 weeks. The median time to finalise a protection matter under the Administrative Review Tribunal has now blown out to 232 weeks. Again, Minister, I ask you, what went wrong? Why has the timeline doubled? Minister.
Well, I disagree again with your assessment on this, Senator Scarr. The work that the Tribunal is doing is important. The Liberals left the ART critically underfunded, and we're still getting through the backlog that you left us. There's old cases that we inherited, and indeed thousands of these cases that we're dealing with are more than 5 years old. So we're confident that these measures and that we are implementing will make a difference. They are an important reform, And I would point out that I think the only two people in the country defending the old AAT are yourself and the former Attorney-General.
Senator Scarr.
Well, Minister, I take that comment you made about only myself and the former Attorney-General defending the old AAT. I should note, in my defence, I've actually referred to facts. I've actually referred to the key performance indicators which have been contained in the Administrative Appeals Tribunal's annual reports year after year in terms of satisfaction rates amongst participants, those who actually come before the AAT, their advisors appearing before the AAT, and also with respect to rates of successful appeal. So I've actually based my defence of the previous AAT on the basis of facts, on the basis of objective empirical data, as opposed to sweeping rhetoric about this or that politicisation. I've actually looked at the facts, and it's actually the facts which I'm referring to in this interrogation with respect to the performance of the Administrative Review Tribunal, which, as you said, Minister, in your opening statement, was intended to quickly and fairly deal with cases coming before it. So in my first question, I referred to the fact that the cases on hand have blown out from 67,000 to 93,000, and apparently that's our fault because we're dealing with backlog, but the backlog is now blown out by 26,000, so I don't quite follow that. I'll give you another statistic. This is in relation to the migration part of the AAT's jurisdiction. On 13 October, the AAT had 31,310 cases on hand. A little over 2 months later, the caseload has blown out to 38,495. And that's only in a little more than 2 months the caseload has blown out. Again, why is there this extraordinary increase in case numbers on hand?
Minister.
Thanks, Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr. And again, I don't think it's accurate to pinpoint 2 points in time in analysing these matters. What we know from when the AAT was in operation, they prioritised the easy cases and often left the hard cases to rot. We are now doing those old hard cases, and they are taking longer to resolve as a result. So that's leading to a longer average time to finalisation because of the dereliction of the previous government in actually dealing with some of those harder cases.
Senator Scarr.
Well, Minister, with due respect, through you, Deputy President, I'm not sure how it's unfair to pick 2 points in time to analyse the performance of a new tribunal. I would have thought it's fair and reasonable. The first point in time is when you got rid of the previous tribunal, and the next point in time is the current caseload. I can't think of a more fair way to actually assess the performance of a new tribunal than to consider what the position was before you introduced the tribunal, which you said, which the government said, the attorney said, would increase speed and efficiency and fairness, and now we're comparing it to the current position in terms of caseload. I'm not sure there could be any more reasonable way of actually assessing the performance of the tribunal. But I'll try with another statistic, and this is in relation to the protection caseload. As at 31 October under the new tribunal, there were 41,476 cases on hand. Under the new tribunal, that number again had blown out to 43,605 cases on hand. That's an increase of more than 2,000 protection cases in just over 2 months. Again, what has gone wrong?
Minister.
Thanks, Deputy President, and thanks, Senator Scarr. A significant number of the cases on hand now are more than 5 years old. We are not responsible for those, but that's what we're dealing with, and that highlights, as I mentioned earlier, what we inherited when we came to government.
Well, Minister,
Senator Scarr.
Through you, Deputy President, I'm just looking at the facts, and the facts say that there's been a blowout of 2,000 protection cases in just over 2 months. So that's what the facts are telling us. I refer to what the Attorney-General said on the record as a justification for his decision to abolish the AAT. The Albanese government inherited an AAT that is not on a sustainable financial footing, that is beset by delays and an extraordinarily large and growing backlog of applications, and that is operating multiple and ageing electronic case management systems, end quote. The sad truth, though, is that under Mr Dreyfus's watch, under the Attorney's watch, Expenditure has blown out to the point that your budget papers reflect $1 billion spend on the ART. $1 billion is being spent on the ART, and we're getting this blowout in case numbers. All that's been achieved is a massive increase in the caseload of more than 26,000 cases and an enormous blowout in wait times from 30 to 48 weeks. And these processes are important. These processes are important, and it is important, as you said previously, that matters are dealt with quickly and fairly. The ART you have established and are attempting to fix now with this legislation has been an expensive failure, hasn't it?
Minister.
Thanks, Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr, and I completely reject your assertion there. As I mentioned earlier, we know that there's only two people in the country defending the old AAT, and that's yourself and the Attorney-General. I understand what it's like being the loyal servant of the party that you are, but the reality is that what we inherited with the AAT when we came to government was a complete mess. It had been used as a stacking exercise for the Liberals and National parties. We wanted to reform that. We think it's important reform, and it's in the long-term interest of the country.
Senator Scarr.
Well, Minister Wass, I appreciate your flattery, and I am a loyal servant of my party. Can I say again, the defence that was mounted in relation to the AAT was based on the statistics, the KPIs, the key performance indicators, which anyone listening to this debate can look at by going to the annual reports of the AAT, and they indicate that consistently the AAT met its key performance indicators with respect to successful appeal rates and also with respect to user satisfaction. That's the satisfaction of the Australians actually appearing before the AAT, and even more importantly, and perhaps even more persuasively, of their representatives, of the lawyers and representatives who advocated on behalf of those Australians. When the ART legislation passed the Senate, roughly half of all ART members had been appointed by the current government. Now the AAT has been abolished and replaced by the ART, all of the new tribunal members have been appointed by the current government. So there can be no more excuse about this politicisation, etc. All the members on the existing ART have now been appointed by this government. The only difference we're now seeing in terms of performance is a massive increase in blowout and wait times in exchange for much more money. $1 billion. $1 billion has been invested into this new ART. Why should Australians pay $1 billion for a tribunal that performs worse than its predecessor on the basis of objective data, when the only real difference is that the members were appointed by the Albanese Labor government?
Minister.
Thanks, Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr, and I'd obviously disagree with your assessment. What I've talked through this morning as we've been dealing with the legislation is the significant number of increases that we've seen in regards to student visa refusal applications, which were up at 22,158 last year, a 20,000 increase on where it was in 2022, and almost 18 or 20,000 increase on where it was in 2023. We also identified that under the previous government, they prioritised the easy cases and left those hard cases that the new tribunal is now having to deal with. So you have a sorry record. I also respect that you acknowledge you did stack the previous AAT with political appointees as well. At least that is a bit of honesty on your part. But this is an important reform, one that we think will serve the long-term interests of the country.
Senator Scarr.
Well, I'm not sure, Deputy President, if there's a doppelganger giving a speech in another place who said the words that the minister attributed to me, but I don't think I did acknowledge that the previous government had stacked the AAT. Quite the contrary. If it were stacked, it was stacked with members who actually performed quite well in relation to the KPIs. Objective KPIs, which I'm actually referring to in the course of this debate. Minister, I do want to go to some of the particulars of the bill, and I do acknowledge that this bill doesn't fall within your bailiwick as a minister, so you may well need to get some advice from those members of the department and advisors who are there to assist you and who are no doubt hanging on my first question. So if I can take you to Schedule 4, item 2, and from my perspective, as I understand it, this item is dealing with a very serious unintended consequence arising from the introduction of the Administrative Review Tribunal Bill. Can I ask you the reason for that proposed amendment?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr. So this is in regards to ensuring practice directions can modify timeframes for providing documents. So item 2 amends section 25 of the ART Act to clarify that practice directions can specify an alternative timeframe for decision makers to provide the tribunal with additional documents. This amendment ensures the tribunal retains control over timeframes for production of documents and allowing for more tailored approaches to different categories of decisions. Section 36 of the ART Act provides that the President is required to consult the Tribunal Advisory Committee when making practice directions to ensure the practice directions are appropriate. This amendment does not affect the Tribunal's power to order faster production of materials allowed for in Section 28 of the ART Act if a party could experience hardship by delay.
Senator Scarr.
Well, Minister, that's a very anodyne explanation of the operation of the bill. I want to drill down a bit further, though, as to the practical reason in terms of the operation, in particular, of Services Australia, which necessitated this amendment to be made, and this amendment is required as a matter of urgency. What were the practical ramifications of the bill prior to its amendment in relation to the operation of Services Australia dealing with, for example, child support matters?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. This amendment ensures the Tribunal retains control over timeframes for the reduction of documents and allows for more tailored approaches to different categories of decisions. For example, in long-running matters, it may be preferable to specify a single date for disclosure of materials.
Please wait for the call. Senator Scarr.
Thank you. Minister, let me be more direct. I raised concerns and I was hopeful that I was going to get an answer which explained the shambles, the dangerous shambles that the rushing through of this legislation has caused, in particular in relation to the sensitive matter of child support cases and the work of Services Australia. And if the employees of Services Australia, the public servants in that department, are listening to this debate, can I say to you, when I considered this legislation, when it came through the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee, I had no inkling that it was going to have this unintended consequence on you. And you do have my sympathies. Minister, because of the way that Section 25 of the original ART bill was drafted, is it not correct that Services Australia is now required to manually review each customer file that is before the tribunal every 28 days to ensure that it complies with the existing Section 25? Isn't that the practical consequence of the ART bill having been rushed through?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr. I can only reiterate what I said before about the importance of this amendment, which ensures the Tribunal retains control over timeframes for the production of documents and allows for more tailored approaches to different categories of decisions. You'd obviously have the opportunity to put questions to Services Australia at estimates.
Senator Scarr.
Well, hopefully we will have that opportunity, Minister. We definitely look forward to that opportunity, unless the government calls an election before then. I want to, again, we're hearing anodyne answers in relation to the need for this amendment to be made. And the Minister has referred us to estimates to ask questions in relation to Services Australia. But the fact of the matter is, this amendment bill is now in committee. We can't wait to estimates. The senators are going to have to vote on this bill. Now is the time to be given answers. So again, I'll try and provide some assistance to the minister. I can understand why the minister doesn't want to go into this territory, because it's terribly embarrassing. But it's more than embarrassing. It has actually put Australians, particularly in child support cases, potentially in harm's way. And let me explain. One of the issues that's been raised with us by multiple service sources across government, so this isn't the opposition making this stuff up, this has actually been raised with us by those members, public servants in government, who have been trying to deal with this issue because of this rushed legislation. The new requirement, as this Act currently stands, which you're seeking now to amend, this new requirement adds an incredibly intensive process of reviewing thousands of documents, applying redactions to protect from family and domestic violence risk people in vulnerable positions. And then those documents have to be sent out to the parties because they're matters before the ART. And the Section 25, didn't adequately deal with this issue when it was rushed through. In about 40% of child support cases where there is no family and domestic violence indicator on the file, there is now a need to seek a non-disclosure order. So the department, the public servants trying to do their job faithfully, and they have my respect and they have my sympathy. In 40% of cases where there's been no indication of family violence on a child support file, because it's gone in front of the ART, and because this legislation was inappropriately drafted in a rush, in those 40% of cases they're now having to go and get an order that they don't have to disclose that material, even though in those 40% of cases there's no indication of family violence. It's an absolute appalling administrative burden that the department has to bear. And that is because of the inherent risk of either parent reacting adversely to the content of those documents and triggering a family and domestic violence incident. There's a very real concern that Services Australia staff, who will inevitably be dealing with a significant volume in a compressed time frame, will miss something or make an error. And that's why it's been raised with the opposition. That's why it's been raised with the opposition, and inadvertently trigger a domestic violence event. An absolute nightmare scenario for those public servants faithfully trying to deal with this legislation that was rushed through. The reality is that one of the unintended consequences that was created by your ART legislation being rushed through this place is an increase in family and domestic violence risk, which the public servants in Services Australia are trying to mitigate under the provisions of this misconstrued provision before it's amended. And we're trying to fix that through this bill. That's true, isn't it, Minister? That is a key reason. That is a key reason why this amendment is being put before this Senate for debate. That is one of the key reasons. The impact on the staff in Services Australia with respect to child support cases. Could you admit that, please?
Minister.
Thanks, Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr. I'm not downplaying the importance of the amendment, Senator Scarr. It is an important one.
Senator Scarr.
Well, I agree with you on that, Minister, and again, I note that it's a great shame that the committee processes of this Senate weren't given enough time to interrogate down in relation to these issues. And the Law Council of Australia, in its submission to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Tribunal in relation to this legislation, actually commented on the fact, as I said in my second reading speech contribution, commented on the fact that if legislation is going to be passed that's going to have such an impact on Australians in this country, it needs to go through rigorous scrutiny processes. So issues like this are picked up. Minister, is the government aware of any other cases or any particular cases where this new requirement has been linked to a tragic incident of family or domestic violence?
Minister.
No, not aware.
Senator Scarr.
Well, hopefully that is the case. Minister, when did the government first become aware that Section 25 of the Administrative Review Tribunal Act was associated with an increased risk of family and domestic violence incidents in child support matters and creating this administrative burden upon the public servants in Services Australia, as I've previously outlined. When did the government become aware of that issue?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr. I'll try and get some advice on that, Senator Scarr, but obviously it is something that we've acted quickly on in terms of trying to fix as part of these amendments.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you. It stands to reason that presumably the government was aware there was a problem when you issued the drafting instructions for item 2 in Schedule 4 of the bill. So if I could add a supplementary question to the question which you're going to seek advice on, it is, when were those drafting instructions issued? And if you, even an estimate to the nearest month would be helpful.
Minister.
Thanks. I'll try and come back to you as soon as we can.
Senator Scarr.
Minister, I participated with colleagues on the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee review of this bill, and in this respect I pay my compliments to the chair of that committee, Senator Nita Green from my home state of Queensland, and all the other senators on that committee who work diligently together to scrutinise legislation coming before this place to try and improve it for the benefit of all Australians in the common good. But I must say this particular issue with respect to the impact of the existing Section 25 upon Services Australia in relation to sensitive child support cases and the risk and the work they have to go through to mitigate the risk of family and domestic violence arising from inappropriate disclosure of documents under the existing Section 25, that risk was never raised. That issue was never raised. It was never countenanced. The reason for the amendment being partly founded upon that risk was never presented by the department. Why wasn't that issue ventilated before the committee through the submission of the Attorney General's Department or otherwise?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. It's obviously not something that I was aware of, Senator Scarr. I'll try and take some advice and try and come back to you on that.
Senator Scarr.
Well, I would appreciate that, Minister, because genuinely, in good faith, I say to you, I was absolutely gobsmacked when I heard about this issue of Services Australia staff having to redact hundreds and hundreds of pages of documents in order to prevent potential issues of family and domestic violence because of inappropriate disclosure under the Administrative Review Tribunal Act that was introduced. I was absolutely gobsmacked when that came to my attention. So I think it should be of concern to all senators, as to when the government became aware of that particular issue, because that then leads to the next question as to why wasn't this matter brought forward earlier? Why wasn't this matter brought forward as a matter of priority so the public servants within Services Australia didn't have to continue to deal with this issue?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr. Well, I think it's fair to say it is a priority, Senator Scarr. It's the legislation that we're dealing with today, and the amendment will actually fix that issue, and the only person delaying it at the moment is yourself.
Senator Scarr.
Well, Minister, one can, and again, maybe these are the talking points you're given, and I shouldn't attribute it to your door, but it is passing ironic that we're dealing with a matter that arose out of a failure of the executive, the Albanese Labor government, to allow proper scrutiny in relation to a very complicated piece of legislation, namely the Administrative Review Tribunal Bill. It is passing ironic that we're actually trying to fix that mess up now, and again, a minister sitting on the government benches for the Albanese Labor government can't resist the urge to voice disdain for the scrutiny processes of this Senate chamber. But again, might be on the talking points. We'll move on to operation of Part 12 of Schedule 2 to the bill. Minister, could you please explain the operation of Part 12 of Schedule 2 of the bill?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr. We'll try and get some more specific information about Part 12, but Schedule 2 makes consequential amendments to 46 acts in 14 portfolios. The amendments include simple terminology changes, such as appealing outdated references to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal and the Administrative Appeals Tribunal Act 1975, and replacing them with references to the Administrative Review Tribunal and Administrative Review Tribunal Act 2024. Schedule 2 also makes amendments to harmonise and simplify legislative provisions and make technical corrections. These include amendments that prevent decision makers from altering decisions that are before the Guidance and Appeals Panel, except in accordance with Section 31 of the ART Act, repeal specific provisions relating to the timeframes to apply for a review of deemed decisions, ensuring that the standard ART Act provisions apply, ensure provisions account for the new Guidance and Appeals Panel, provide immunities to tribunal members exercising functions in relation to post-entry warrants and delayed notification search warrants, remove time limits for applying for internal review or tribunal review of ab study or assistance for isolated children's debt, decisions to facilitate access to these reviews in response to the need of applicants, clearly set out the application's requirements for seeking review of reviewable migration and reviewable protection decisions under the Migration Act, explain the consequences of an application not being properly made, and require the Minister participate in Guidance and Appeals Panel reviews reviewable migration and protection decisions. And the bill also makes technical amendments to the Migration Act, clearly set out the requirements for making a properly made application for review for migration and protection decisions, remove duplication provisions governing certain notices of decision, and require the Minister to participate in Guidance and Appeals Panel proceedings on an issue of significance to administrative decision making.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you. Well, again, Minister, especially as a fellow senator from Queensland, I'll put on the record that I note this is not your portfolio area of responsibility, and that was probably a noble response to my question. I'll get more particular, though, with respect to the provisions. Section 347 of the Migration Act, which was put in place by the original tranches of the ART legislation, currently says, so this is the law as it currently stands, that an application for review of a decision by the ART must be made within 7 days if an applicant is in immigration detention, or otherwise within 28 days. So 7 days if an applicant is in immigration detention, or otherwise within 28 days. As introduced, this bill changes that requirement to explicitly specify that the application, prescribed information and prescribed documents must be provided and a prescribed fee paid within that relevant time frame. Is that correct?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. The Act also provides that an application for review must be made within, for applicants in immigration detention, 7 days, and for all other decisions, 28 days. So effectively that's yes.
Senator Scarr.
So, Minister, why is that clarification necessary?
Minister?
Thanks, Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr. My understanding is it's to put beyond doubt the existing provisions of the law.
Senator Scarr.
Okay, well, Minister, I note that's your understanding, but hopefully if you obtain any further information from advisors just to confirm that, that is in fact correct, that would be helpful. Again, noting that this isn't your portfolio responsibility area. Moving on to Section 348 of the Migration Act, this was put in place by the original tranches of ART legislation, and it currently says that the ART must review a migration or protection decision if the application is properly made. As introduced, this bill now amends that provision to expressly state that the ART must not review an application that is not properly made, and it describes the circumstances in which the application is not properly made. Minister, is that a fair summary of the operation of that section?
Minister?
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr. So the bill makes technical amendments to Section 347, 348 of the Migration Act to clarify what it means for an application to be properly made. That is, it must meet the existing requirements set out in Sections 347 and 347A and be made within time. The amendment also makes explicit that the Tribunal cannot review an application that is not properly made. These amendments make sure that the Act operates as intended and as it always has, and that applicants clearly understand the requirements for a valid application. That is why they are important.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy Minister. I know that's the bill as initially introduced, but the amendments the government's introducing on sheet GF 100 are designed to return the discretion that has long existed in the tribunal, where if there's a minor defect or error in an application, such as an error on date of birth, the failure to include a particular document, that the tribunal will still be able to consider those applications. And by putting that sheet of amendments through to the bill as originally drafted, it's retaining the discretion that the High Court said was important to allow the tribunal to accept applications even if there is a technical defect in the documentation. That's the effect of the amendments, isn't it?
Minister.
Sorry, Acting Deputy President. Sorry, Senator Shoebridge, I just wanted to get some clarity around the point you're making.
Senator Shoebridge.
Yeah, Minister, I know you're reading from the explanatory memorandum as the bill is initially drafted. As a result of the concerns that were raised in the course of the review by the Legal and Constitutional Committee, a number of amendments have been brought, including in sheet GF 100. One part of those amendments is to reinstate, is to remove some of the initial provisions in the bill. By doing that, the government has listened to and responded to the concerns that have been raised by NGOs and other, particularly the Law Council, who I know Senator Scarr repeatedly has referenced in this debate as an important stakeholder. But the Law Council has urged the government to put those amendments forward. And I know the government has listened to those concerns. And what that will do is reinstate the discretion that the tribunal has to receive applications, even if there is a technical defect. A document may not be attached, a particular may be an error, but will reinstate the tribunal's discretion in accordance with the submissions from the Law Council, pretty much every other legal body and many other advocates.
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Shoebridge, for the confirmation. My understanding is that is correct. So the government will be moving amendments to remove the items of the bill relating to this, and that will enable the government to consider this matter further.
Senator Scarr.
So, Minister, if I can just obtain some clarity with respect to that issue and what Senator Shoebridge outlined in terms of the technical operation of the amendment would conform with my understanding, but is it the case that the government was proposing particular amendments to those provisions through the initial iteration of the Administrative Review Tribunal Amendment Bill, but you've now decided to reverse that provision, and the amendment which the government is proposing is actually going to strip those provisions out of the amendment bill? That's the effect, as I read it, of GF 100. So, to use a very complicated legal term, why did the government flip-flop?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr, and I would put it down to a government that does a proper job on consultation, goes through a thorough process, as the Attorney-General does on all his legislation, and listens to stakeholders, which is obviously really important. So that is what we've done in this interest.
Senator Scarr.
And obviously a result of that thorough process the Attorney has adopted is we're here debating crucial amendments to the Administrative Review Tribunal Act, which was rushed through this Senate with inadequate scrutiny. And that's why we're here today, actually having that debate. Minister, as I understand it, not only have you removed the requirements, your amendments in item 4 of sheet GF 100, but you've now actually extended the time frame for individuals in immigration detention to apply for a review. Is that correct? And if so, why?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. And what I might do is it might be helpful if I move Government Amendments 1 to 7 on sheet GF 100 by leave together, and then I'll provide some answers to those. So what these amendments make several minor amendments to the bill to support the efficient conduct of tribunal review, update outdated references and ensure the legislation operates as intended. Amendments to the Migration Act 1958 extend the time frame for persons who are in immigration detention to apply the tribunal for a review of migration and protection decisions from 7 days to 14 days. This would ensure that no applicants in immigration detention have less time to apply than they did in the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. The amendments also remove items 115 to 119 in Schedule 2 of the bill. These items would have amended the Migration Act 1958 to clarify the existing law regarding what constitutes properly made application to the tribunal for review of migration and protection decisions and what the consequences of not making a properly made application are. The items are being deferred to give the government additional time to consider the approach to amending the Migration Act in relation to the requirements for making applications to the tribunal. There are also amendments to the Wine Australia Act 2013, which aim to preserve the long-standing arrangements for review and provide certainty for producers. Finally, the amendments update the commencement date of the bill to provide that it commences after the royal assent.
So the Minister has moved by leave amendments on sheet GF 101 to 7. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Scarr.
Minister, I'm confused, and perhaps I should be asking questions of both Senator Shoebridge and yourself as the Minister, but Senator Shoebridge, in his contribution to debate, talked about the withdrawal of those amendments, and yet now, Minister, you're talking about deferral of those amendments. Which is it? Is it a withdrawal or a deferral?
Minister.
Obviously, I'm the person in here answering for the government, Senator Scarr.
Senator Scarr.
Okay, so, Minister, as the person answering for the government, is it a withdrawal or a deferral?
Minister.
I've already answered that question.
Senator Scarr.
I feel as if I'm in a Kafkaesque novel. For the benefit of the chamber and for those listening, could you please, for the benefit of the chamber and those listening, I doubt it, for the benefit of those listening, could you please provide some clarity, some confirmation? Is the government withdrawing those proposed amendments or deferring them?
Thank Acting Deputy President, what I said is that the items are being deferred to give the government additional time to consider the approach to amending the Migration Act in relation to the requirements for making applications to the Tribunal.
Senator Scarr.
Well, I'll just... I
Happy
anticipate...
to move up the other end of the chamber if you would like, Senator Scarr.
I anticipate my colleague will have a question, and I'm quite happy to defer to him.
Senator Shoebridge, are you seeking the call? Senator Shoebridge.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Deputy. I might first of all just put on the record the Greens' position on these amendments. The Greens will be supporting these amendments. We're supporting the amendments to increase the period for which people who are in immigration detention have to challenge adverse migration determinations in the tribunal from 7 to 14 days, because this has been a long-standing demand from organisations like the Law Council, pretty much every legal body in the country, NGOs and refugee advocacy organisations now for well over a decade. As you would know, Acting Deputy, people in immigration detention have very limited access to legal assistance. Indeed, the Coalition initially removed legal assistance for people in immigration detention. There have been measures put in by this Parliament last year to actually make it even harder for people in immigration detention to even communicate with the outside, potentially mobile phone bans and other bans. And indeed, the very process of being in immigration detention, not because you've committed an offence, but because there's an issue with your migration status, puts people at extreme disadvantage when they're seeking to make an application to challenge a decision. Even with these amendments, moving from 7 to 14 days in which to do the application, people in migration detention still face an arbitrary timeframe, which is half of that for standard applications in the ART. And even with these changes, which are positive, there is still no broad discretion in the tribunal to extend the timeframe. So people in immigration detention will still be treated more harshly than people outside of immigration detention. However, the move from 7 to 14 days recognises the long-standing demands from the Law Council and others, recognises the need for a measure of justice in this space, and we're advised from organisations like ASRC and others that it will have a meaningful and positive change, and we support it. And indeed, we appreciate the active engagement with the government, with my party and those organisations to have this change. The amendments that will remove those original provisions in the bill that were in response to a High Court decision that actually interpreted long-standing legislation that was originally put in Parliament by the Coalition about when and how an application is made, and it's Coalition legislation that the High Court reviewed. The High Court found that where there was language that on the face of it looked mandatory about the provisions that need to be contained in an application, that notwithstanding on the face of it the language was mandatory, that once an application had been brought to a tribunal, even if it didn't contain each and every one of those elements, there was a discretion in the tribunal to still consider the application, to do justice, basically. And that was an interpretation, as I said, of the Coalition's initial drafted legislation. The bill as originally presented sought to overturn that, well, to address that High Court decision and make it expressly mandatory and remove a discretion in the tribunal to even consider an application if it had some procedural or documentary defect. Again, I want to commend the government for listening to the unanimous position from NGOs, from legal organisations, from groups like the Law Council, who said that was unfair and inappropriate, and it wasn't the right response to the High Court decision. And these amendments will strip those provisions out of the bill, and the Greens will be supporting those amendments because they they provide a small measure of justice in the space. I am a bit. It is not clear what the government means by saying they're under review. So I would be interested if there is a review process of those parts of the Act. If the government could indicate what the nature of the review is, who they're speaking with, if there's a time frame, will there be a formal discussion paper? Because you can see from what happened in the Legal and Constitutional Committee's review of this, it's really important to engage with stakeholders. It's important to be transparent about this, because otherwise you could make an unintentional error like the original draft bill did.
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Shoebridge, for that contribution. So, correct, the result of the amendments is that the provisions do not remain in the bill. We will consider them further, whether you call it a deferral or otherwise. The amendments will be, that we've been referring to, will not form part of the bill if the government amendments are supported. That would obviously be a matter for the Attorney-General in terms of how he handles that in the future.
Senator Scarr.
So, Minister, is it therefore correct to say, and taking on board Senator Shoebridge's legitimate questions in relation to what process the government's going to adopt with respect to those amendments that are being stripped out of this bill and which you say have now been deferred? Deferred to me indicates that there's going to be some further work undertaken, and then at some later stage the amendments would be reintroduced, i.e. they're deferred. They're not considered today, they're considered sometime in the future. So can you give us any indication as to what's going to happen between today and when those amendments are going to be reintroduced, the proposed timetable, the consultation that is going to occur with stakeholders? Do you have any transparency or visibility with respect to that process?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr. All I can say is the government intends to consider the amendments at a later date following further consultation with stakeholders.
Senator Scarr.
Minister, in terms of the deferral process and the work which the government is going to undertake, we note, and I noted previously in this debate, that the timeframe for finalising protection decisions has already doubled. It's doubled since the coalition left office. What impact would reintroducing the amendments or not introducing the amendments have with respect to that management of that caseload? So has there been any work undertaken with respect to the impact on caseload of those amendments being deferred?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Obviously, I think I'd be confident that that would be a matter that the Attorney-General would consider as part of his further consultation on that issue.
Senator Scarr.
Similarly, Minister, has any work been undertaken with respect to the impact on caseload of the extension of time provided for applications to be made? So presumably, if you extend the time for an application to be made, that means more people are going to take advantage of that opportunity to lodge cases. Has any analysis been undertaken in that regard?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I'll just take some advice. Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr. I've been advised that it's not anticipated to see an increase in the work of the Tribunal as a result if it were to increase to 14 days.
Senator Scarr.
And what's that anticipation based on?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. My understanding is consultation with the Tribunal.
Senator Scarr.
And what reasons did the Tribunal give in the course of that consultation to evidence that anticipation that there'd be no increase in caseload? What evidence, objective facts, did the Tribunal provide to the government to found that conclusion?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Scarr. It's not a level of detail that I have available to me today, which I'm sure you'd understand. but again, I'm confident you'll have the opportunity to ask questions in Senate estimates.
Senator Scarr.
Well, we would actually have appreciated the opportunity to consider those issues whilst the bill was going through the scrutiny processes of this chamber and before it was actually passed, but be that as it may. Minister, I asked a few questions earlier in relation to that very delicate issue around Section 25 and when the government became aware that the staff of Services Australia, because of the misconceived original drafting of Section 25, when did the government become aware that staff at Services Australia were having to redact hundreds and hundreds of documents in order to avoid potential incidents of family violence? Have you got that information?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr. In the time available, the Department advises that the issue was brought to the Department's attention around July or August. The government responded by addressing the issue in this bill, and it was introduced shortly after that. So I believe this bill was introduced in August last year.
Senator Scarr.
Well, Minister, is it now February 2025?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. And again, I'd remind you, Senator Scarr, that the only person delaying this bill so far is yourself.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Minister, one of the reasons to have this legislation passed today, indeed if we can before 1:30, is actually to address that workload and try and have that smooth operation so that the information can be provided in a timely fashion, those rights are respected, and Services Australia can focus on the work at hand. That's why we want to pass this by 1:30, isn't it?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. That's absolutely the case, Senator Shoebridge.
Senator Scarr.
And certainly the Coalition supports the passage of this legislation. But I would say, through you, Acting Deputy President, to Senator Shoebridge, I am aghast, absolutely aghast, that this issue came to the attention of the government in July or August last year, and we are now here in February in the context where, when it suits the government's priorities, they're prepared to move legislation on the basis of extraordinarily limited scrutiny. We're now forced to consider this issue after a delay of over 6 months. Quite extraordinary, and the issue was not brought to the attention of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee, on which both I and Senator Shoebridge sit. And no one would have been aware of this issue but for the fact that members, public servants, serving the public within Services Australia brought this matter to the attention of the opposition. That's how aghast they were by the situation. And the government has just given these anodyne summaries of the provisions and hasn't given any insight with respect to the seriousness of these provisions during the course of this legislative process. And that is just appalling, an appalling state of affairs. I would like to move on to another issue dealing with registrars and registries, I should say, the location of registries. From the Coalition's perspective, the Administrative Review Tribunal provides important review and appeal processes for the Australian people in registries, or it should provide access to those processes to all Australians across the whole of Australia. And yet the fact of the matter is that the Administrative Review Tribunal Bill, when it was initially presented by the Attorney, did not provide for a basic obligation for there to be an Administrative Review Tribunal registry in each capital of, or in each state or territory of Australia. Why was that the case, Minister? Why did the original legislation not provide that there should be a registry in every capital city of every state and every territory of this country? Why did the Act omit such an obvious obligation?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr. And I'd go to your first points, which were basically political points. And it's hard to keep up with Senator Scarr when it comes to consistency, because on one hand he's saying that he wants, there hasn't been a proper process regarding this bill and he wanted it slowed down. And now he's saying we haven't done it quick enough. So I can't actually work out the points he's making. I'd also point out that your record in government, Senator Scarr, was around robo-debt. And the way you treated the public servants when it came to robo-debt was exposed during the Royal Commission and is actually the next bill that we'll hopefully be dealing with today. So that is your record in terms of how you actually responded and treated public servants when you were in government. In regards to a registrar in each state and territory, the ART Act allows the CEO and principal registrar to appoint registrars depending on the needs of the tribunal. The ART already has one or more registrars in each jurisdiction. It is also focused on delivering a broader range of services and information in each jurisdiction and to provide people who do not live within reasonable travelling distance of a registry. Including more detailed requirements in the legislation may unnecessarily limit the principal registrar's ability to manage the administrative affairs of the tribunal and restrict their capacity to fulfil these responsibilities under the legislation, including by limiting how the tribunal flexibly responds to surges in caseloads through registry services.
Senator Scarr.
Well, let's deal with the issue of registries. From my perspective as a Queensland senator, it is not about what the view of the CEO of the ART has with respect to where registries should be located. It is about the Australian people having access to the Administrative Review Tribunal. It's about the Australian people because there are decisions impacting millions of Australians with respect to social security payments, veterans matters, with respect to immigration matters, a whole raft of matters, taxation matters, child support matters, NDIS matters, a whole raft of matters which go on appeal to the Administrative Review Tribunal. It shouldn't be a question of what the CEO considers with respect to where the registry should be located. Every single Australian in every state and every territory should have reasonable access to government services. And that includes access to the Administrative Review Tribunal registries. So that means if you're a veteran in Tasmania and you've got a Veterans Affairs issue that you want to take on appeal to the ART, you should be able to access a registry in Tasmania. And indeed, that was a point that was first alluded to by Senator McKim in relation to, as a senator for Tasmania, the fact that the original bill did not contain a requirement that there be a registry so that people impacted by veterans' decisions, NDIS decisions, child support decisions could have reasonable access to a registry in their home jurisdiction. That isn't a matter for the Chief Executive Officer of the Administrative Review Tribunal. That's a matter for this Senate. It's a matter for this Senate to make sure we pass legislation that provides access to such a basic service as a right of appeal with respect to government decisions which are made, which have great significance upon their lives. Every single Australian should have access to a registry of the Administrative Review Tribunal because every single Australian deserves access to a process whereby they can have decisions which are made, which have a huge impact on the lives of themselves and their families. Every single Australian deserves access to that review process. And if you don't have a registry, within driving distance or within reasonable distance of which you can have access to make sure you can lodge the paperwork, get some guidance, you've got an avenue where you can go and have your appeal heard, then you're going to be deprived the full opportunity of having that access to that tribunal. It shouldn't matter whether or not you live in Hobart, Sydney or Brisbane or Darwin or Canberra or wherever. You should have access to a registry of the Administrative Review Tribunal. So, Minister, can you please explain to me on what possible basis could the Chief Executive Officer of the ART make a decision that there shouldn't be a registry in every state and every territory of Australia? On what possible basis could that decision be made?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President, and thanks, Senator Scarr. And now we're on to wasting time around issues that actually don't exist at the moment, because there is, and what Senator Scarr didn't acknowledge is that there's currently a registry in every state and in the ACT around the country. In addition, the Tribunal has a senior member based in Darwin, and the government expects to increase that will increase as more members are employed and undertake that work. Including more detailed requirements in the legislation is not necessary and may introduce unnecessary flexibility. And what's become clear is that, unlike the opposition, we respect the independence of the tribunal and allow them to operate accordingly.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. To speed matters up, I'll treat this contribution as the Greens' contribution to the opposition's amendment in the form of sheet 3164, which is an amendment to effectively reinstate the status quo under, I think, section 64 of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal Act, which required the AAT to have a registry in each state as well as one in the Australian Capital Territory and the Northern Territory. And that's the amendment that I think Senator Scarr is speaking at least obliquely to in this contribution, the absence of that provision in the ART bill. I do want to thank Senator McKim, my colleague Senator McKim, for raising this issue. He has been an ongoing champion of ensuring that Tasmania is not forgotten and that there is guaranteed to be a registry in Tasmania. I'll leave it up to Senator McKim and Senator Whish-Wilson to argue about whether it should be in Launceston or Hobart. Perhaps they'll agree on Campbelltown, Senator Whish-Wilson. I don't know, but we Greens strong... Bicheno, he says, Senator Whish-Wilson says, but we are a strong proponent of ensuring that there's a registry in each state and territory across the country to ensure there is that guaranteed access to what is a critical Commonwealth tribunal, and for that reason we'll be supporting the amendment.
Is that more of a comment, Senator Shoebridge, as opposed to a question to the Minister? Minister, are you... Yeah. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I do acknowledge Senator Shoebridge for that contribution, and as I acknowledged when I originally raised the issue, acknowledge Senator McKim's concern that a registry be maintained in the state of Tasmania. And from my reading of the legislation and also from the answers which have been given by the Minister, who correctly, I should say, referred to the fact that under the current Administrative Review Tribunal Act, it's up to the CEO. It's up to the CEO as to whether or not a registry remains, for example, in Tasmania. The CEO could change their mind and say, oh, I've decided for efficiency purposes I'm going to close the registry in Tasmania. And that's completely unacceptable. Completely unacceptable that the Chief Executive Officer of the Administrative Review Tribunal should have that discretion to close a registry in any of our states or territories. It is incredibly important that those registries are maintained in every state and every territory across Australia. So I note that the opposition is moving, and I do move Amendment 3164.
Senator Scarr, if we can just hold off moving your amendment, because Senator Chisholm has already moved Amendment 1 to 7 on sheet GF 100, so we'd need to deal with that first.
Okay. So I'm happy for us to proceed with the previous amendment that you refer to, but I would ask that we deal with one of the items separately in relation to that amendment, namely item 4. If we could deal with item 4 separately.
Senator Scarr, just for the ease of the chamber, you're happy for sections 1 to 3 and 5 to 7 to be moved together and section 4 put separately?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. So the motion before the chamber at the moment is the amendments be to agree to, and we'll do section 4 first. So we'll do sections 1 to 3 and sections 5 to 7 first. So all in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Yeah. Oh. So the division's cancelled? Sorry, Senator Shoebridge?
I thought the coalition was supporting this.
Yeah, so we're happy to cancel the division.
Okay, cool.
So cancel the division. Right, okay. Cancel the division. So we'll try that again. Right. So the question before the chamber is the amendments be agreed to on sheet GF 100, sections 1 to 3 and sections 5 to 7. All in favour say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. So the question before the chair is that the amendment be agreed to on sheet GF 100, section 4. All in favour say aye. Against no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bell for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. Order. The question before the committee is from sheet GF 100 and is amendment number 4. And the question is that that amendment be agreed to. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Yes. Honourable Senators, there being 38 ayes and 30 noes, is resolved into the affirmative. As it is 1:30 p.m, the committee will report to the Senate. Honourable Senators, the committee reports progress. We will now move to 2-minute statements. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy President. Deputy President, a dear friend of mine is having a 50th birthday this year, and that is the independent state of Papua New Guinea. On 16 September 1975, Papua New Guinea obtained independence. I was fortunate enough, Acting Deputy President, to celebrate the Silver Jubilee of PNG's independence in 2000 whilst living and working in Papua New Guinea in Port Moresby. So the 50th anniversary, the 50th birthday of my Wontoks in PNG should be a cause for great celebration. I note that the PNG Federation of Queensland Inc. has a number of significant events in progress, including a PNG Cultural Day, which will be held in Brisbane on 6 September 2025, and a PNG Independence Day Ball to be held on 13 September 2025. And I encourage everyone who has some sort of connection with Papua New Guinea to attend events to celebrate the independence of Papua New Guinea, because it is a great feat. It's a great feat that PNG has achieved 50 years of independence. And I do look forward to meeting many of my Wontoks from the PNG Federation of Queensland Inc., the Queensland PNG Rugby League Inc., and also QPNG Gold Netball also. And can I say to each and every one of those members of our PNG diaspora, you are the human bridge. You are the human bridge between Australia and Papua New Guinea, and in fact, I should call you the One-Tok Bridge. Not the human bridge, but the One-Tok Bridge, which maintains that precious connection between the people of Australia and the people of the independent state of Papua New Guinea.
Thank you. Senator Walsh.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, Labor invented Medicare and we are keeping it strong. Medicare is in Labor's DNA and cutting Medicare is in Mr Dutton's DNA. Labor is not just defending and extending Medicare, we're building Medicare's future with our historic investments in bulk billing. We've tripled the bulk billing incentive, creating an additional 6 million bulk billed GP visits in the last year, 6 million free visits to the doctor. We are building Medicare's future with our 87 new Medicare urgent care clinics, where 1.1 million patients have gotten the urgent care that they need absolutely free. Our huge investment in women's health is building Medicare's future, delivering lower costs, more choice and better health outcomes for women. This is what Labor governments achieve, and this is what is at risk under Mr Dutton. Mr Dutton, the man who froze Medicare rebates for 6 long years. Mr Dutton, who cut $50 billion from our public hospitals. Mr Dutton voted the worst health minister on record. Mr Dutton, who tried to introduce a GP tax. Mr Dutton, who secretly launched the now infamous Medicare Privatisation Task Force. Mr Dutton, who said there were too many free Medicare services. His words. I know you don't like them, but they were his words. Mr Dutton, who wants to cut $350 billion from the budget, but won't tell us from where until after the election. Australians know where he is going to cut that funding. It is going to be in our Medicare system that Mr Dutton cuts that funding. Australians can count on Labor to build Medicare's future.
Senator Walsh, thank you. Before I call you, Senator Waters, I'm going to say this once and once only. Unless you want to be interrupted in your... If you cannot control yourself for 2 minutes, could you please leave the room? 2 minutes is not a big ask to ask any of you to stop interjecting. Senator Waters.
Thanks. North Queensland is right now in the grip of yet another devastating flood crisis. Just as clean-up from the initial downpour had begun, more rain swamped the region in the last couple of days. We breed them tough in NQ, but this is a really challenging time. Ingham and areas around Townsville are inundated. From thousands of homes, there's still about 800 without power, 20 schools remain closed, hundreds of residents have been evacuated, and tragically 2 people have lost their lives and another is missing. My heart is with those families and with the entire North Queensland community facing this latest flood crisis. On behalf of the Australian Greens, I say a heartfelt thank you to the incredible SES personnel and all of those working on the clean-up and the bridge rebuilds. And I pay tribute to all the locals showing the true Queensland spirit by helping each other in times of need. These floods are a scary indication of the extreme weather events that are becoming more frequent and more damaging as the climate crisis is turbocharged by the big party's addiction to coal and gas. Australians are already paying the price of these fossil fuel disasters. The recovery and rebuilding efforts cost an estimated $13 billion each year, and that's not to mention the human toll and the emotional cost that they wreak. Meanwhile, fossil fuel corporations continue to reap major profits, get mega subsidies, pay little tax and continue turbocharging climate destruction. We know that coal and gas are the major cause of the climate crisis and both big parties are backing more. Labor's approved 32 coal and gas projects and Mr Dutton wants expensive nuclear that would prop up coal and gas in the interim. The Greens want to stop new coal, oil and gas and make big corporations pay their fair share so that we can support climate-affected communities as we transition off fossil fuels.
Senator Sharma.
Thanks, Deputy President. Well, a few weeks back I was privileged to go and visit the Goulburn Regional Hockey Centre with Joe van der Plat, the Liberal candidate for Eden Monaro, as well as the Prime Minister and the Treasurer. Joe knows the importance of hockey to Goulburn. It's a very popular sport there, and it's also a regional hub for competitions for younger teams, children's teams and adult teams as well. And Joe has been campaigning for an upgrade to the second hockey pitch at the Goulburn Regional Hockey Centre. And whilst we were there, the Leader of the Opposition announced that a Liberal government would invest $1.5 million to upgrade that pitch, redo the surface. Now, when I spent some time with Joe in small businesses in Goulburn, we also heard a common message about how small businesses there are struggling. Obviously, we've seen record insolvencies across the small business sector in Australia over these past 12 months, especially pronounced in the construction sector and the hospitality and retail sectors. And we heard from some small business owners who are struggling with record input costs, whether that's cost of electricity, whether it's the cost of raw materials, whether it's the cost of food if they're a hospitality business, whether it's the costs of labour, whether it's inflexible industrial relations changes which have made it harder to hire casual workers, or whether it's the cost of insurance. There's no doubt that the small business sector is doing it tough, and the community of Goulburn, and indeed the whole seat of Eden Monaro, needs someone who will fight for them and fight to get Australia back on track. And Jo's exactly that sort of person. She is born and bred local, went to school in Cooma, still lives in Cooma, has a legal practice in Cooma, was the president of the New South Wales Law Society for some time, very well credentialed, and I'm so pleased that she has put her name forward to serve her community, to fight for an upgraded hockey centre in Goulburn, to fight for small businesses across that electorate who are doing it so tough right now.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you. I'm so proud to be part of a government that is delivering for women. The announcement of $500 million on the weekend for women's health is a game changer. For so many of us, we've spent our lives talking to our mothers, sisters, daughters, friends about the challenging conditions that we have faced. Issues of menstruation, contraception, childbirth, pelvic pain and menopause. This women's package is going to make such a significant difference. We're going to see the first PBS listing for new oral contraceptive pills in more than 30 years. We're going to see more choice, lower costs and better access to long-term contraceptives. We're going to see larger Medicare payments and more bulk billing for IUDs and birth control implants. And more endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. There will also be more Medicare support for women experiencing menopause, with a new Medicare rebate for menopause health assessments. This is something that so many of my friends and I have spoken about over many years. Actually finding people who can understand what it is you're dealing with and help you with the solutions. It's not just about dealing with the symptoms. It's not just about constantly being told that you should just put up with it because you're a woman of a certain age. This is about having a genuine impact on women's lives. So I'm absolutely delighted at this funding package, delighted to be part of a government that really cares, that has listened through, in no small part, the Senate inquiry conducted by my colleague, Senator Marielle Smith, and the work that she has done, the tireless work that many of my colleagues in this chamber and also in the other place have done to bring to fruition funding that is going to provide accessible, quality healthcare for women.
Senator Grogan. Senator Lambie.
Well, after the rubbish last week about the government were consulting with the crossbench, which they were not, by the way, and now we are told that the dodgy deal on electoral reform is all but done. It's the only time you will see the major parties working together and vote together, and it's not to protect you Australians, it is to feather their own nests. That's all the major parties care about is themselves. These electoral reforms have one purpose and one purpose only, and that is to lock in the power of the major parties. It does nothing about the entities that both major parties use to funnel dark money into their parties. They like the traditional two-party system and they like majorities. then they can do whatever they want when they want without scrutiny, debate or transparency. But the element that really, really gets to me is that they're increasing the amount the Australian taxpayer is going to be paying per vote. I'm not sure that a lot of Australians know about this, but if a candidate gets more than 4% of first preferences, then the taxpayer pays them or per vote $3. This will increase to $5 a vote. This public funding is supposed to reduce reliance on donors, but if these reforms go through, this amounts to nearly $250,000 in public funding to the major parties each cycle. As Four Corners revealed last week, 82% of Australians are suffering from financial stress. Families are struggling to put food on the table, struggling to keep a roof over their heads, but all the major parties care about is putting more cash into their own electoral coffers. This government and Senator Farrell say they want to build a better democracy, but what they are really doing is reacting to a decline in their primary vote. They don't care about a better democracy. All they care about is maintaining the power of the two-party system. The last election saw the lowest vote for the two parties since World War II. That's why they're desperate to get this electoral reform through, because with more Australians voting for independents and micro-party candidates, like our own network, we need more transparency in donations, but this isn't about transparency. It's about the major parties locking in their advantage so they can dominate this place for as long as possible. And the Liberals, you are voting for this too, and you should be absolutely ashamed of yourselves today. Ashamed, absolutely shameful.
Your time has expired. Senator Brockman.
The contempt of this Labor government for my home state of Western Australia knows no bounds. I actually thought they couldn't get any worse in the contempt they show for Western Australia. I thought, you know, the mooted nature-positive laws with the floated idea of a 60-kilometre-an-hour speed limit through the Pilbara. I mean, the dragging out of approvals of major projects affecting the mining industry. The funding of the Environmental Defender's Office, again attacking our great mining industry. I didn't think it could get any worse. Of course, then there was the closing down of the live export sheep industry in my home state of WA. The contempt shown for sheep farmers in my home state, causing a decline in the size of the flock already of 25%, with all industry projections pointing to a crash of more than half the sheep disappearing from WA in just a few years. And I didn't think that contempt could get any worse. And then, over the summer, I saw this. A 3-quarter-page ad in The Age, phase out of the live sheep exports by sea transition assistance. Now, Senator O'Sullivan, you're from Western Australia. Where is The Age published, Senator O'Sullivan? I think it's published in Melbourne. This policy affects only sheep farmers in my home state of Western Australia, and yet this government has contempt for the West Australian sheep industry to publish a 3-quarter-page ad, and I believe it wasn't just in The Age, it was in the Sydney Morning Herald as well. Shame, shame, Labor.
Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Early learning has many benefits for children, for parents, for our communities and for the economy. But in regional and rural areas in Australia, we know that accessing early learning has at times been just too hard for particular communities, and that challenge has been there for too long. And I know I'm not alone in sharing this view. The member for Grey, Mr Ramsey, has said, "All I'm asking is that the government make it top of their aim to address the childcare deserts before we lavish more on the rest of Australia." Mr Tony Passon, the member for Barker, has said, "I want to see the minister responsible for this important portfolio area focusing some of her attention on addressing the childcare deserts." And Mr James Stephens, the member for Sturt, has complained that there is nothing to address the childcare deserts that occur, particularly in regional areas and regional electorates. We would like the government to look very closely at that. And I've got good news for you, gents. Labor's $1 billion Building Early Education Fund will build 160 more early learning centres in areas of need, including in the outer suburbs and in regional Australia, rolling out from July 2025, directly to address the issue of childcare deserts. The National Farmers Federation has welcomed the move. Indeed, they've implored the Coalition to match it. But how has this policy been met by those opposite? With the sound of silence. If the Coalition is serious about doing something about childcare deserts in South Australia, then it's time to back in Labor's $1 billion investment to do just that.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. WA will soon be heading to the polls for a state election. We have a strong and passionate community in WA, ready for change and collectively working together to demand a WA government that genuinely represents its people. It brings me immense pride to see the array of versatile, compassionate and committed people who have put their hands up to be Greens candidates, dedicated to changing the landscape of the WA Parliament. For far too long, community-based change in WA has been stymied by a government that is more interested in cozying up to the likes of Woodside than implementing policies that protect and support our community. I cannot tell you the amount of times that I hear from WA constituents who have reached out to their state representatives for assistance with things like disability, housing or health support, only to be handballed or ignored or sent around in circles. Our community deserves a government that really cares about the rental and housing crisis, that won't ask the PM to abolish any progressive environmental laws because it upsets their mates in the fossil fuel industry. The Greens in WA are here and ready to address the needs of the community, the cost of living, housing, education, social justice, our climate, health. We have a real opportunity to elect more Green MPs in WA. And I want to thank everyone in WA, our candidates, our hugely dedicated volunteers and our other supporters for showing up, for taking the time to care about the future of our communities and for taking collective action together. I hope you know how powerful you are.
Senator your time has expired. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Last week, a memorial bench here in Canberra for the late Nathan Booth, a Punthamara and Gubby Gubby man, was vandalised. It was spray painted with the most horrific racism you can imagine, and the plaque that his family had laid was stolen. Nathan's family went through so much just to get the memorial in place. It's hard to imagine the pain of seeing it desecrated like this and what that is causing them. I want to read out some of the words Nathan's sister Deanne shared because I think she puts it perfectly. A memorial is a sacred place. It's meant for reflection, remembrance, and respect. The fact that Nathan's chair has been vandalised, especially when another non-Indigenous memorial in the same area has remained untouched for years, speaks volumes about the level of disregard and racism still present. It's not just a bench. It's a symbol of justice, love, and a legacy that shouldn't be tainted by racial prejudice, ignorance, and hate. Stronger accountability and greater awareness are key to challenging and eliminating these disgraceful racist practices, not just in the ACT, but across Australia. No one should have to fight to protect a memorial, especially one honouring a lost loved one. The fact that this kind of desecration is happening shows that racism is still deeply embedded in parts of our society. And I just wanted to read that and say that so many in the community stand with Deanne and her family, and I think we've seen this week the Senate stands against racism in all forms, and we can all can and must do more to combat it in Australia.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. Well, what a start to 2025 we've had. Flood and fire at two ends of the East Coast. In Victoria, the fire season started before Christmas when the Grampians National Park started burning. And by last weekend, as it got contained, 230,000 hectares had been lost. as well as the physical damage, we saw the normal Christmas holiday rush of tourists gone. That has affected businesses right through the region. From the outset, I want to thank all the volunteers, the volunteer firefighters, their support teams and their families. And at the same time, we've had floods in far north Queensland, battered by tropical lows, towns with metres of rain, and then some, following just when locals thought the worst had passed. Homes lost, shops without food, power out, and unfortunately in this case, lives lost. 2 disasters in 2 states. Both had visits from the Prime Minister and both had commitments from the federal government that all assistance, whatever is required, would come out to support the affected communities. But when it comes to putting the rubber to the road, 2 states are worlds apart. It truly is a tale of 2 different disasters. The Queensland Government moved immediately, assessments made, requests submitted, a range of assistance measures announced for business and primary industries as well as for people. In Victoria, now that the fires are under control, farms and businesses are still waiting to see if assistance will be offered to them. Councils have assistance, but businesses and farms are still waiting for the state government to do the necessary assessments. It must happen. It must happen soon. The federal government stands ready. We will support the federal government.
Your
get it out the door.
time has expired, Senator Davies. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. One of the big problems in fixing Labor's housing crisis is the alarming increase in building costs. Timber costs alone have risen more than 200% since the COVID-19 pandemic. Plumbing materials like copper and PVC have risen about 100% in the same time. Electrical materials have risen almost 200%. Compounding these costs are the various taxes, which make up at least 44% of new homes, and excessive regulation delays approvals. It's like having our foot on the accelerator and the brake pedal at the same time. We need to accelerate construction, but Labor governments are putting too many speed bumps in the way. One of the biggest is the new requirement to make all new homes disability compliant with wider hallways and equipped bathrooms. Building compliant bathrooms can cost up to $20,000 more than a normal bathroom. In the effort to be inclusive, Labor governments are excluding more Australians from home ownership. Australians building homes should be free to have them built to their own requirements, and most of them don't need disability-compliant homes that cost them tens of thousands of dollars more. One Nation today announces a policy for a moratorium on GST being charged on essential building materials for the next 5 years on homes up to the value of $1 million. This will give the building sector much more needed breathing room, improve housing affordability and better allow Australia to catch up with our massive housing shortfall. This policy is part of our plan to slash government waste, put more money in Australians' pockets, pay down debt and invest Australia's future. This plan will cost $1.4 billion over the next 4 years. If you take Labor's housing fund, which is $10 billion, costs plus $40 million in administrative costs and not one house built yet, you better put in the money into the pockets of Australians, get rid of the GST, you'd have a lot more Australians in their own homes.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you. There are 150 billionaires in Australia. There should be 0. Billionaires should not exist. But at the very least, billionaires should be taxed properly. And today, the Greens announced an ambitious plan to do just that, so ordinary people can have a better life. In a wealthy country like ours, everyone should be able to afford a home, food, and world-class health and education. Instead, billionaires are making out like bandits, while everyone else, families, renters, students, young people, migrants, women, retirees, are struggling. Last year, in a full-blown cost-of-living crisis, billionaires like Clive Palmer and Gina Rinehart made $67,000 every hour. That's more than many people in this country make in an entire year. This staggering inequality is sickening. It is obscene. And it doesn't have to be this way. But things won't change if we keep voting for the major parties. Labor and the Liberals will never take on the billionaires because they would be biting the hand that feeds them. Australian billionaires donate millions to the major parties. only the Greens have a plan to turn the table. This election, we have a once-in-a-generation chance to secure a minority government with more Greens in Parliament. Change is possible, but you have to vote for it.
Your time has expired. Order. We'll move to question time and call Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development, Senator McCarthy. The Motor Trades Association of Australia has released data showing Labor's family car and ute tax will impose $2.7 billion cost on car manufacturers in 2029. Why is the government imposing this tax on Australian families in the middle of a cost of living crisis?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. I'll just wait for the Senate to come to order. Order. Senator Ayres and Senator Wong. Order. 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 Senator McCarthy.
Returning to its vomit.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Mackenzie for the question. And I wonder if this is the end of their weekend policy on vehicles.
We've heard that one before.
The Albanese Labor government is working to get more cleaner and cheaper to run cars into the market so they're accessible by all families, President, in Blacktown, Launceston and Cranbourne, and a standard that will save Australians $1,000 a year on average in fuel costs. We all remember the days when there was only one or two hybrids or EVs on the market that were prohibitively expensive for families. And under the Albanese government, we are now seeing over 160 new models available. 160,
I've
President.
seen the ads on TV.
Including Australia's first EV for under $30,000, and they're getting cheaper.
There you go.
They're getting cheaper.
Saving petrol.
Cars
How about
that have never
Saving
been
petrol.
available to Australians before,
Order.
like new Ford Ranger plug-in hybrid.
Minister McCarthy, please resume your seat. Senator Mackenzie.
On a point of direct relevance, Madam President, I asked about the Motor Traders Association modelling that had been released today and was also on the front page of the Australian Financial
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Order. Senator Mackenzie, the Minister is being directly relevant to your question. Minister McCarthy.
On that there, if you need it.
Yeah.
You'd make them work it for free.
Senator Ayres. Order. That's twice within the matter of about 4 minutes I've called you.
Well, President, I mean, we know that under the Liberals and Nationals, the markets would once again be frozen in time, with the best cars on the market going to the other countries. So what MTAA's analysis actually highlights, President, is how ridiculous claims by lobbyists and the opposition were. Their overblown campaigns, not even a year ago, projected brands would have to wear $38 billion in fines, which would be passed through to consumers and push prices
Haven't seen
up.
that yet.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mackenzie, first supplementary.
According to the Motor Trades Association, the average tax on a Toyota will be $2,855, on the average Ford $2,959, and on the average Kia $3,102. Why is the Albanese government forcing up the cost of new cars for everyday Australians in the middle of a cost of living crisis?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, we do have many quotes from experts in the field. In fact, Rohan Martin, the CEO of the National Automotive Leasing and Salary Packaging Association, says from Werribee to Wanneroo, ordinary Australians living in the outer suburbs and actually the people most likely, President, to take advantage of and benefit from the discount to battery EVs and plug-in hybrids and provided through the FBT exemption and novated leasing. We're also seeing strong pickup among workers living in regional centres, including Ballarat and Toowoomba.
How about that? Maybe
Thank
even
you, Minister.
Wodonga.
Senator Mackenzie, second supplementary.
Minister, I'm happy to table a copy of the analysis by the Motor Traders Association if you need. At a time when more Australian families are buying hybrid cars, why in the middle of a cost of living crisis is the government taxing hybrids when these cars play an important role in reducing transport emissions? Why are you taxing hybrids?
Thank you, Senators. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. And it's interesting hearing the questions from Senator McKenzie, given that we had no support from those opposite to improve the cost of living for all Australians, in particular the support around the tax. But no, well, let me tell you again, because it actually matters to the Australians out there that every time we put something forward in this Senate to improve the cost of living for Australians, that side voted no.
Please resume your seat. Senator McKenzie.
On a point of direct relevance, Madam President, the minister in 3 questions now has not gone to the Motor Traders Association data that the minister she's representing has a copy of.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Minister Wong.
President, well, on the point of order, the senator in question, Senator McKenzie, referenced the cost of living crisis in her question. The minister is entirely relevant to respond on that point, and as she is doing.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Senator McKenzie, you did reference cost of living. In fact, I think in all of your questions, but certainly this one. Senator McKenzie, you're not in a debate with me. You've called the point of order. The minister is being directly relevant to your question. Minister McCarthy.
Well, thank you, President. And it is interesting to hear Senator McKenzie. We know that there is division on the other side. There is no conclusion of any of their policies. In fact, they really have no policies except one. But let me see what Paul Fletcher says. If Australia had fuel efficiency standards in line with comparable nations, estimates of the fuel saving per passenger vehicle could be above $500 per year, or nearly $28 billion in total by 2040.
Thank you, Minister. The time has expired. Order across the chamber. Senator Ciccone.
Thanks very much, President. My question, President, is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. The Albanese Labor government has been very focused on unlocking our nation's prosperity and ensuring that all Australians get to share in the benefits of a future that is made here in Australia. How does the passage of a very crucial bill last night mean we're a step closer to delivering a better future for Australian workers, businesses and communities?
Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Ciccone for his question. I thank him for his ongoing support for Australian jobs, like all of those on this side. We are for Australian jobs. And the passage of the government's Future Made in Australia Production Tax Credit and Other Measures Bill last night marks a major step forward in building Australia's economic future, strengthening our industries and securing more well-paid jobs, establishing tax incentives that will mean instead of shipping resources offshore to be processed by other countries, we will add value here at home. And in addition to creating tens of thousands of jobs, blue-collar jobs, we will build Australia's sovereign capability in industries crucial to our future and strengthen our regional economies, whether it's in South Australia, in Whyalla, the Upper Spencer Gulf, in central Queensland, in the Pilbara, Victoria, New South Wales and northern Tasmania. And Labor's bill incentivises green hydrogen production to support industries, transition to cleaner energy and make Australia a renewable energy superpower. So after a wasted decade from those opposite who have never stood up for Aussie jobs, we are taking action to build Australia's industrial future, and all of us will remember those opposite cheering the decline of Australian manufacturing, under Prime Ministers Abbott, Turnbull and Morrison. And of course, they haven't learned. They've been true to form. true to form, opposing the bill. Now, Senator Cash, you quoted CME yesterday. Let's see what CME had to say about our bill. I quote, offering production tax incentives for hydrogen production and critical mineral processing sends a clear message to investors. Australia is serious about seizing the opportunities presented by the global energy transition.
Senator Giacone, first supplementary.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Minister, for that very comprehensive answer. Now, the Albanese government knows that a very strong and resilient economy relies on secure, well-paid jobs and a thriving local industries. How will the government's efforts to strengthen Australian manufacturing, support key industries and attract new investment not only create good jobs but ensure that Australia prospers in a very changing world?
Thank you, Senator Giacone. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. As the Chamber of Minerals and Energy said, offering production tax incentives for hydrogen production and critical mineral processing sends a clear message to investors. Australia is serious about seizing the opportunities presented by the global energy transition. I said that again for you, Senator Cash. You're so fond of quoting some people. Well, I'd invite you to consider this. Now, since we have come to government, we've seen a record 1.1 million jobs created, including 47,000 in manufacturing. 47,000 in manufacturing. We have had a range of policies, incentives in new energy, new projects, new technology, new markets, and our Future Made in Australia agenda is central to that. But you know what, Senator Cash, Mr Dutton, the Liberals want to take Australia backwards, back to the most dire skill crisis in 50 years, back to the back of the pack in the renewables race.
Thank
and
you,
on
Minister.
top of that, $350 billion worth of...
Senator Giacone, second supplementary.
Thank you very much, President, and thanks again, Minister. Now, it's clear that the Albanese government wants our industries and exports to remain competitive on the world stage. What steps, Minister, is the government taking to advocate for Australian industries, secure new trade opportunities and ensure that the Australian-made products and resources can compete globally while delivering lasting economic benefits here at home?
Thank you, Senator Giacone. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Ours is a great trading nation. 1 in 4 Australian jobs depend on free and fair trade. And we on this side, the Albanese Labor government, will always back Australian jobs and Australia's interests, whether it's by strengthening ties with allies and partners, by restoring trade with vital partners, or seeking out new markets and new opportunities, driving deeper economic engagement with Southeast Asia, so that Australian businesses and all Australians can benefit from the fastest growing region in the world. And our calm, constructive and consistent efforts have resulted in the removal, I know you don't like this, Senator Cash, $20 billion worth of trade impediments that existed under you that hurt Australian producers. But what we do know, and what we've seen today and again, is that Mr Dutton and the Liberals are too reckless and too arrogant to be trusted with Australian trade, because they are too reckless and too arrogant, and they play politics with our largest export market.
Senator McDonald.
My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Woodside Energy has applied to extend the life of the Karratha gas plant until 2070, which will guarantee thousands of jobs in Western Australia, generate billions of dollars in economic activity, taxes and royalties, and provide much-needed energy to be used locally and for export. The Western Australian Labor government has approved the project, with Western Australian Labor's Environment Minister saying gas is good. However, Albanese Government Environment Minister Tanya Plibersek has delayed Commonwealth approval for 2 months. Without her approval, this project will not go ahead. Will the Prime Minister show some leadership and ensure that this project is approved as soon as possible to give certainty to Western Australians?
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Minister Wong.
Thank you. And I would say to the Senator, I'm aware of this project. I'm also aware of the investments and production that Woodside is engaged in, and we have engaged very closely in my portfolio with Woodside and with Ms O'Neill and her staff across a range of issues. So I would just make the point first, it's a very important part of not just the Western Australian economy but the national economy, and It is also a company who is engaged very closely with this government, and I put on record my appreciation for that continued constructive engagement. In relation to the project in question, if I leave...
Senator Whish-Wilson, order.
Okay, well...
Senator Whish-Wilson, I've asked you to come to order. Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Whish-Wilson, twice I asked you to come to order and you completely disregarded what I had to say. That is incredibly disrespectful. I've asked you to come to order. That is what I expect. Minister Wong, please continue.
Thank you. The second point I'd make, Senator, is you would have seen the release of the government's future gas strategy, and you would understand the place we believe gas has in the energy mix. In relation to the project, I would make 2 points. The first is that obviously, under the legislation that I think was passed under a Liberal government, this minister or any minister in this role has a set of statutory requirements, statutory approvals that she or he. Senator Whish-Wilson, if I could just, I'm responding to the senator's question. Do you want to get?
Your question's next.
Senator Whish-Wilson, once again, you are being disrespectful. If you can't sit and listen in silence, I'd ask you to leave the chamber. Minister Wong, please continue.
Thank you, President. Which I'm sure, and a set of statutory requirements the minister must engage with. I'm sure, Senator, that Ms Plibersek will do so. I would make the point, since we have come to government, I'm advised that under Ms Plibersek's ministerial tenure, we have environmental approvals have doubled in terms of on-time approval, and has gone from 47% on-time approvals to under the Liberals to 84% under us. So
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering
there has been
Thank you, Minister. Senator, order. Order. I have Senator McDonald on her feet. She's entitled to ask her question in silence. Senator McDonald.
The Environmental Defender's Office is strongly opposing the extension of the Karratha gas plant, despite the significant economic benefit it will have for the people of Western Australia. Why is the Albanese government giving more than $2 million of taxpayer dollars every year to the EDO when their priorities are all about opposing job-creating projects which will benefit Australians?
Order. Order. Senator Scarr and Senator Sterle, I've called for order. That includes the two of you. Minister Wong, please continue.
I have been asked a number of occasions about the EDO, and I've responded that the government's expectation is that the Environmental Defender's Office should exhibit the highest ethical and professional standards. I think I may have spoken to the chamber previously that the Minister for the Environment has written to the CEO of the EDO making those expectations clear. I've indicated to the chamber that in relation to a range of allegations with regard to whether or not the EDO's conduct is in accordance with their grant agreement, that the Minister requested the Secretary undertake a review to consider whether or not the conduct had been, the EDO's conduct was in accordance with the grant agreement, and I've indicated to the chamber that the results of that review are available on the Minister's website.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McDonald, second supplementary.
Isn't it clear from your previous answers that the Albanese government is delaying the approval of the Karratha gas plant in the hope of gaining preferences from the Australian Greens at the next election?
Great question.
Minister Wong?
No.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McKim.
Hey, what's that, Matt? Thanks. Can't hear you. Thank you.
Senator McKim, resume your seat. Once again, I remind senators that Senator McKim and any senator is entitled to have their question heard in silence. Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer. Senator Gallagher. Minister, Australia's billionaires have more than doubled their wealth in the last 6 years, so that the 150 billionaires in this country have now hoarded an eye-watering $584 billion in wealth in the hands of just 150 people. The Greens have a fully costed plan to tax billionaires at 10% of their net wealth, which would raise $50 billion over the next decade. Interestingly, Minister, that is almost exactly what it would cost to fund free GP visits for every Australian. Minister, will Labor work with the Greens to make billionaires pay their fair share of tax so every Australian can visit a GP with no out-of-pocket?
Senator McKim, when I call you to sit, that's what I expect. Perhaps you need to time your question. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President, and I thank Senator McKim for the question. No, Labor doesn't have any plans to adopt the Greens political party's revenue measures that you have outlined, and I take note of the fact that you have said that they are fully costed policies, but the reality is, Senator McKim, is that you can promise whatever you like, but you never have to actually deliver it. And this is a big difference between the Greens political party and a party of government, which has to look at a whole range of competing pressures on the budget and work out how to meet a whole range of needs. We have a comprehensive tax agenda. We are trying to get superannuation tax concessions through this parliament, for example, which would raise revenue on those with superannuation accounts of greater than $3 million. We've been trying to do that. We've been unable to get that through this chamber to this point. But we have a range of measures, whether it be multinational tax reform, it's our tax cuts that we provided that we made better and fairer for all Australians so that they could get a better share of those tax cuts that were designed under those opposite. And we have been investing more than any government in Medicare because we recognise that being able to see a doctor and having that bulk billed is a priority for our government. The work that Minister Butler has been leading, Minister Carney has been leading, has been all about making sure that Medicare, that we stop it from falling off the cliff like it was heading there under those opposite, that we address that and that we reinvest in it so we can provide quality health care at affordable level for all Australians.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McKim, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Minister, with Australia's billionaires each raking in a staggering $67,000 per hour every hour last year, how much wealth is too much for one person to have? How much richer will Australia's billionaires need to get before you make them pay their fair share of tax, or will you keep siding with ultra-wealthy billionaires indefinitely while everyday Australians are getting smashed by the cost of living crisis?
Thank you, Senator McKim. Minister Gallagher.
Thanks very much, President. And I listened to Senator McKim. I think we do have a progressive taxation system in this country, and we do want everyone to pay their fair share of tax, which is why we have been focused on ensuring multinational tax reform passes this parliament to make sure that those companies when they are operating in Australia, is paying their fair share of tax. But I would also say to Senator McKim, we have ensured a tax cut for every taxpayer, energy bill relief for every household. We're getting wages moving again. We're investing in cheaper childcare. We're investing in Medicare, cheaper medicines, free TAFE. These are all things that the Labor government wants to do and invest in our community and make sure that we are taxing people properly and that people do pay their fair share of tax. But I reject some of the propositions put by Senator McKim. We need to do what we can to make sure we're giving everyone a helping hand.
Senator McKim, second supplementary.
Minister, just last week the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "You judge a society not just by how it looks after the most wealthy, the Gina Rineharts of the world, but how it looks after the most vulnerable, end quote. Given Ms Reinhart has added over $10 billion to her wealth since you took office, when will Labor start making her and other billionaires pay their fair share of tax so vulnerable Australians can live with a little more dignity?
Thank you, Senator McKim. Order on my left. Order on my left. Senator Mackenzie and Senator McKim. Order. 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 Senator MacDonald, if you care to look, I am now on my feet. Beg your pardon, Senator Davey. From the start of question time, a number of senators in this place who I've called by name have been incredibly disrespectful and disorderly, to the point that I've had to stand. I expect there to be silence when the question is answered. If you can't remain silent, I invite you to leave the chamber. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I'll just let those two sides of the chamber argue a bit more at each other. But for us, the government, the extreme ends of those debates, for us as a government, we are making decisions in the best interests of all Australians, and we do have a focus on those who are most vulnerable. That is a key job of any government, to make sure that those who need an extra helping hand are getting that extra helping hand, but that there is opportunity for everyone, which is why all of the effort that we've put in the last 2.5 years has been to address areas where that wasn't happening enough and to make sure the budget can meet some of those pressures. So I would say again, if you look across the board, in housing, in healthcare, in education, in tax reform, in energy and the transition to more renewable energy sources, that has all been focusing on making sure that we are addressing those who are most vulnerable in our community, but making sure that everyone benefits from those types of policies.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Pratt.
President, my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Industry and Science, Senator Farrell. I refer to the Albanese government's plan for building Australia's future. On top of delivering immediate cost of living relief, how is the government creating secure and well-paid jobs in Australian manufacturing that will strengthen our economy and deliver a future made in Australia?
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and can I thank Senator Pratt for her question, and like Senator Gosh, a wonderful representative for the great state of Western Australia. Now, well, I'm going to come to some of you. I'm going to come to some of you. Hold on. The Albanese Labor government is tackling the challenges of today while ensuring our prosperity into the future. We've made sure that every taxpayer got a tax cut, every household got energy bill relief. The Australians have access to cheaper childcare, cheaper medicines and a stronger Medicare. Yet we are looking to the future, a future built in Australia, and we are making strong progress. In the last few months, the National Reconstruction Fund, which is rebuilding Australia's industrial base, has invested $400 million in businesses across this country, while our industry growth program is supporting dozens of companies across robotics, next-generation batteries and equipment manufacturing. These are important investments in our national future, but securing well-paid jobs in critical industries across the country. It will ensure that manufacturing stays onshore, helping to diversify and strengthen our economy. We recognise that a domestic steel industry is vital to building a future made in Australia. And that's why I was recently in Whyalla with that terrific Premier Malinauskas, speaking with workers, and he's a wonderful fellow, very fine fellow, speaking with workers and contractors at the Whyalla Steelworks. Steel making is key to the nation's security and prosperity. and the Albanese Labor government will always stand up
Minister Farrell.
for our
The time for
still-making
answering has
workforce.
expired. Senator Pratt, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. It's clear that the Albanese government is backing manufacturing right around the country. So, President, how else is the government creating secure and well-paid jobs in Western Australia, backing regional communities and ensuring a future made in Australia?
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Pratt for her first supplementary question. Yesterday, the Albanese Labor government's production tax credits passed the Senate. And can I congratulate Senator Ayres for the terrific job he did in getting that legislation through. It was a great day for Australia, but Senator Pratt, especially for Western Australia. Consulted and supported by industry, the Albanese Labor government's production tax credits ensure that resources aren't just mined here, but Australia processes locally to maximise their value. It means more resource sector jobs providing secure and well-paid incomes to Western Australian families. Yet there are those in this chamber who voted against it. Shame. And I'm looking at it all over there. And I'm particularly looking at those Western Australian senators, including you, Senator Cash.
Thank you, Minister Farrell.
Senator Smith behind him, and Senator Reynolds, Senator Brockman.
Has expired. Thank you, Minister. Senator Pratt, second supplementary.
Thank you. It's great to hear about the impact that the Albanese Labor government's production tax credits will have on my home state of Western Australia and the support it's received from industry. The Minister has talked about a future made in Australia, but what other support is the government providing for manufacturing workers, and what is standing in the way?
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Minister Farrell, and I remind you to address your response to me. Thank you.
Thank you, President, and I thank you for that admonition. Thanks, Senator Pratt, for second supplementary question. And look, I can answer that question, Senator Pratt, because alongside our plan for a future made in Australia, our $400 million industry growth program is helping Aussie businesses grow, ensuring that we increase our manufacturing capability and, most importantly, make more things here. We've delivered energy bill relief for Australian businesses, a tax cut for every Australian, and higher wages for manufacturing workers. Each and every one of these measures have two things in common. They are supporting Australian manufacturing workers, and two, the Liberal and the National parties tried to block them. It's clear that under the Liberals and the Nationals, Australians would be worse off.
Thank
They're
you, Minister.
opposed
The
to
time
every
for
bit
answering
of
has
relief.
expired. Senator Pratt. Oh, that's it. Thank you. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Housing, Senator Farrell. Minister, new research released today found that 7 out of 10 renters and mortgage holders are now in housing stress, and 1 in 3 lack confidence that they can afford their housing costs over the next 12 months. Yet here we are a couple of months out from the end of Labor's first term, and you still haven't released the promised National Housing and Homelessness Plan. And you won't support my bill to legislate one, despite 72% of people supporting such a plan. Minister, you understand the importance of numbers. With this kind of support, why won't you legislate a plan?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Pocock for his question. And I acknowledge that on many occasions Senator Pocock has asked me questions about the issue of housing and homelessness, and I respect his interest in this topic. But in terms of a plan, as you say, we are still working on that plan. We want to make sure that we get the plan right and that we don't make the wrong decisions in this space. That's why, as a government, we have been consulting all of the stakeholders to come up with the right plan. But we haven't just been sitting on our hands, Senator Pocock. Senator Cash, we haven't been sitting on our hands. No, we haven't been sitting on our hands. We have been doing things. We have been doing things to address the 10 years of neglect by your government, Senator Cash. And can I read out some of the things that we've been doing in this space? Would you like to hear that? Yeah, would you like to hear that? We've made the single biggest Commonwealth investment in social and affording housing in more than a decade. Now, of course, that period takes into account your period in government, Senator Cash, but the biggest single Commonwealth investment in social and affordable housing. Then, under the Housing Australia Future Fund and the National Housing Accord, 40,000 new social and affordable homes will be delivered. This includes...
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator David Pocock, first supplementary.
President, thank you, Minister. Minister, we learnt in a response to a question on notice over the summer that the government's National Housing Supply and Affordability Council, who's been advising on the plan, is not in fact measuring for unmet social and affordable housing need. Minister, does the government believe measuring unmet need is essential to formulating an effective plan to meet that need?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Pocock for his first supplementary question. Look, we understand that housing and homelessness are important issues in the Australian community. And I started to explain in my first answer, Senator Pocock, some of the things that this government is doing in that space. We recognise that it's a problem. We recognise that it's a concern for many, many Australians. But we also recognise, as a government, we've got an obligation to do something about it. Now, I mentioned two of the things, the biggest Commonwealth investment.
Minister Farrell, please resume your seat. Senator Pocock.
Just on relevant, I asked specifically about whether or not we need to measure unmet need to meet unmet need.
Yes, I'm happy to draw the minister back to your question, Senator Pocock. Minister, please continue.
Thank you, President. But I am explaining the way in which we deal with this issue of need in our community. We've doubled the Commonwealth's homelessness funding under the $9.3 billion National Agreement on Social Housing and Homelessness to $400 million every year, each and every year.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, you pointed out that I've asked you about this a few times. In October last year, you said, and I quote, "We are working with the states and territories as we speak. The new Minister, Claire O'Neill, is working very hard to get movement on that project." I'm interested why there's been no movement in 6 months. Surely housing is as important, if not more important, than more money to the major parties to keep independents and minor parties out of the Parliament.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thanks, Senator Pocock, for his second supplementary question. I'm not sure what the link between the keeping independents and Tills out of the Parliament has with the issue of housing, but can I say this? We've got a terrific minister in this space, and they are working with the states and the territories to get the best possible result for the Australian community. If these things were easy to fix, Senator Pocock, somebody else would have already done it, and we wouldn't have issues of housing. Yeah.
Did nothing for a decade.
Yeah, for a decade. That wasted decade when you did nothing.
Thank you, Minister Farrell. The time for answering
has
expired. Thank you. Order. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator McAllister. On Monday, Minister Watt provided a figure for the cost of the net zero transition to the economy at $122 billion. AEMO discounted the $500 billion cost by 7% a year, producing a figure of just $122 billion. This left out substantial elements of the cost, which Frontier Economics puts at over $650 billion. There was no allowance for behind-the-meter power, where you go in and take power out of people's wall batteries and EVs. Minister, what is the cost of this behind-the-meter cost to households and businesses that you have left out of the net zero cost?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much, President. Well, Senator Roberts yet again asks for more detail in response
Senator Cash.
when questioning a publication that is in the public domain. That is in the public.
Order. 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 This is Senator Roberts' question. He's entitled to a response, and the minister is entitled to silence. Minister McAllister, please continue.
Thanks very much, President. Well, I can inform Senator Roberts, as I have in the past, that the government's approach is to rely on the advice of experts, and the experts at AEMO conduct intensely detailed, publicly available, engaged work with a community of experts to cost the transition for our power system to 2050. And I will say that they have provided information publicly again and again and again that the cheapest path to 2050 to meet our electricity system requirements lies in renewables firmed by batteries, by other forms of storage and by gas. I will say, though, Senator Roberts, that the approach we take, which is to listen to the experts and provide significant amounts of detail in the public domain for scrutiny, is quite different to the approach taken by your party. And I have checked the One Nation website, and you've actually done some work, some policy work over the summer. There was 88 words worth of energy policy previously on the One Nation website about energy and prices. It's down now, I understand, to 33 words or thereabouts. It used to say that you were committed to building low-emission coal-fired power plants. You've now moved to a new variation on this, which says that you're going to change the NEM rules to incentivise coal and gas-fired power. But I make this point, to your credit, it's a great deal more detail than those opposite have provided. The people opposite have proposed a risky nuclear system, which they cannot find an expert willing to back, $600 billion's worth on the taxpayer tab, no plan how to pay for it, no plan how to deliver it, and the only certainty that it will drive up costs.
Has expired. Order. Order. Senator Ayres, I've called the chamber to order. That includes you. Senator McKenzie, I think I've called you to order enough times this question time. Senator Roberts, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, rely on experts, eh? Bombshell Freedom of Information documents show that AEMO was directly instructed by your government to take net zero as a forced assumption. Despite your claims, AEMO's process was not independent of Labor's political agenda. It's true, isn't it, that an even cheaper grid could be built if we ditched net zero, but your government told AEMO they could not look at that.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. Well, Senator Roberts misunderstands the process that AEMO goes through. AEMO has been very clear about the process that they undertake to work through the issues associated with replacing and fixing up the mess that was created by those opposite. Because when those opposite left office, the average wholesale energy price was $286 a megawatt hour. And just like we inherited a 6.1% inflation rate, which they don't take responsibility for, they won't take responsibility for the mess that they left either. They know exactly what was going on. Prices were going up, and what did Mr Taylor do at that time? He went off to the Governor-General to make arrangements to hide that price increase from the Australian people before an election. What a disgrace. There is a lot of work to do, a lot of work to resolve the mess that was bequeathed to the Australian people by those opposite.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Roberts, second supplementary.
Minister, you talked about Liberal policy. I want to know about Labor policy. Australia has been installing more and more wind, solar and batteries onto the grid for 20 years, and electricity prices have never been higher. South Australia, the wind and solar capital, has spot prices averaging $200 per megawatt hour for the last quarter. When will you admit the truth that your net zero is pushing Australia into poverty?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister McAllister.
Well, thank you, President. That statement is simply incorrect. The prices that are reflected in the way that Australians experience their bills are not to do with the spot price. They are an average price from all of the prices that are experienced within the national electricity market. And the truth is that renewables remain the cheapest form of new generation. We've got a lot of work to do. These guys managed the electricity system or mismanaged it over a decade. 22 policies, 4 gigawatts of dispatchable generation left the grid, only 1 came on. That actually causes a problem. That requires resolution. When we left office, prices were very, very high. There was no plan. There was no plan at all, and our government is working through the necessary steps to put in place the generation to secure Australia's interests into the future.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is for the Minister representing the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government, Minister McCarthy. Recently, Dr Nicholas Gruen, an independent economist, handed down his report on Macquarie Point Precinct, and the results were damning. Dr Gruen's report found that the Macquarie Point Precinct project has the hallmarks of mismanagement and that the site selection process was hasty and partial. He found that the project will suffer a massive budget blowout, costing more than $1 billion. But given the Albanese government has stumped up $240 million of taxpayers' cash for the project, the federal government has skin in the game. Has the federal government reviewed Dr Gruen's report? Because apparently you do this all on experts. Or is the government comfortable with pouring money into a project that has an unrealistic budget, an unrealistic timeline and no social licence from the people of Tasmania?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Lambie for her question. Well, what we certainly have an interest in, President, is investing in Tasmania, Senator Lambie. Our government is very, very proud to invest in Tasmania, in particular in housing and infrastructure. And we know that the Australian government is investing not just in the urban renewal precinct at Macquarie Point, but in a range of projects announced throughout this term, including most recently the reconstruction of the Clarendon Vale Oval Pavilion, revitalisation of the Flinders Island Airport, upgrades to local roads to support 600 more homes in South Brighton, and redevelopment of the Princess Theatre in Earl Street Arts Centre in Launceston. And clearly, when we made the arrangement with the Tasmanian government, we expect, like we do with all governments, Senator Lambie, for those governments to then take responsibility for what we provide in terms of our funding arrangements with each state and territory jurisdiction.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Lambie, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr Gruen's report, followed by economist Sol Eslake's review of Tasmanian finances. Mr Eslake found that Tasmania's debt will be an estimated $16 billion by 2035, the worst in the country. He found that the state's poor financial position was entirely caused by government policies. Is the federal government going to review Sol Eslake's report so that it doesn't prop up the Tasmanian government's reckless decisions?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister McCarthy.
Well, again, I reject the assertion of reckless decisions in terms of the federal government, Senator Lambie. We clearly want to support the people of Tasmania in every way possible. And I think I've already made clear in my previous response that any funding agreement between the Commonwealth and the Tasmanian government is now for the Tasmanian government to determine the way that funding is spent.
Minister McCarthy, please resume your seat. Senator Lambie.
Thank you. Just a point of order. I just wanted to know whether they're going to review Sol Eslake's report. It's a simple question. Yes or no?
And your question also went to debt, and I think the minister's being relevant to the question, Senator Lambie, but I'll continue to listen carefully. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. And I have no doubt, Senator Lambie, that you have had meetings with the Minister for Infrastructure, whom I'm sure is very ready to be able to have that meeting with you. But can I continue to point out to the Senate that this is a Tasmanian government responsibility?
Senator Lambie, second supplementary.
Wow, Parliament off. Dr Gruen's report recommended renegotiating the timeline with the AFL on parts of the deal. He said it's in the interest of the Tasmanian government and the AFL. The arrogant Rockcliffe government rejected this idea. Is the federal government as reckless as the state Liberal government, or is it willing to support a renegotiation of the Macquarie Point precinct without jeopardising the funding it's already provided?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. The Albanese Labor government is not reckless. We support state and territory jurisdictions in funding, and we certainly do with the Tasmanian people. And I think any further questions on this, I would advise to go to the Minister directly.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services, Senator Gallagher. Australians in regional and rural areas play a crucial role in contributing to our nation's prosperity, including in my home state of Tasmania. From agriculture, mining, energy and tourism, key regional industries to local small businesses, these communities drive jobs, investment and growth across the country. That's right. How will today's announcement by the Albanese Labor government protect access to essential banking services that regional communities rely upon? And how is the national footprint of Australia Post's trusted branch network being harnessed to meet the evolving needs of regional customers and businesses?
Good question.
Thank you, Senator Urquhart. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Urquhart for the question and for all the work she does, particularly for regional communities in the northwest coast of Tasmania and for her home state of Tasmania. It's an important announcement, the one that I know the opposition don't want to hear about this
Minister
because
Gallagher,
they did nothing about regional bank.
Order across the chamber. Senator Colbeck, I'm not quite sure which part of order across the chamber you think doesn't apply to you. Order. Minister Gallagher, please continue.
Thank you. I'm astounded that those opposite don't want to hear what we're doing to make sure that people who live in regional communities can have access to banking services and make sure that their needs are being met, particularly after the hundreds and hundreds of bank closures we saw when they were in government that they oversaw. And perhaps, as Senator Cash referred to earlier about having to sit on their hands, that is really summing up the former government. They did sit on their hands a lot. That's why we've inherited a lot of challenges and problems that we've been methodically working through as the Albanese Labor government. We believe that banks have a responsibility to regional communities and we're holding them to it. And I acknowledge the work of Minister Rowland and the Treasurer and the Assistant Treasurer in all of the discussions that they've had with the banks and with Australia Post to make sure that Bank at Post is able and resourced and supported to do the job where those banking services have been withdrawn. We acknowledge that those communities, like the ones that you represent, Senator Urquhart, and the northwest coast of Tasmania, play a critical role in Australia's economy, and we are standing up for them to make sure that they continue to access the banking services they need. Now, there's a lot of shouting from those opposite. I would have thought they would have welcomed the moratorium on closing of banks. I thought they would have welcomed the agreement to have that trusted Australia Post delivering services to make sure that people get it close to where they live. But no, sitting on their hands, all right, that's all they did.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Urquhart, first supplementary.
Can the Minister confirm the Albanese Labor government has secured a new moratorium on regional bank branch closures from participating banks, including NAB's new commitment and extensions by the Commonwealth Bank and Westpac? And can you confirm this ensures communities across regional Australia will continue to have access to face-to-face banking services for consumers and small businesses with no closures until 2027?
Thank you. Just a moment, Minister. Order. Ministers Wong Watt and McDonald. Order. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Urquhart for the question. Yes, I can confirm that the Albanese government has secured a new moratorium arrangements on regional bank closures from a number of key banks, including a new commitment from NAB and extensions by the Commonwealth Bank and Westpac. This ensures that no closures before 31st of July 2027 in regional communities serviced by those banks. This is a major win for regional Australians who have been advocating strongly, and their government has listened. Their government has listened, and we have acted, and we have reached agreement to make sure that moratorium is in place. We've stepped in. We've not sat on our hands like the former government did, and we have worked with stakeholders to make sure we can get the best outcome for regional communities. This is the best outcome. A moratorium on closures and making sure that Bank at Post is funded and resourced appropriately to do the job that they need to do.
Thank you, Minister. Order. 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 Senator Urquhart, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. In addition to keeping banking services available in the regions, how does this
Minister
announcement—
Urquhart, please resume your seat. Seriously, Senator McKenzie. Order. Order. Senator McKenzie, I intend to remind you of Standing Order 203. I've quite frankly lost count of the number of times I've had to call you to order today. Senator Urquhart.
This announcement builds on the Albanese Labor government's broader work to strengthen financial services and protect consumers. How have the government's reforms, whether it's improving access to financial advice, cracking down on scams or strengthening consumer protections, giving Australians greater confidence to engage with the financial system and plan for their future?
Senator Canavan and Senator Watt. I remind both of you of 203. Seriously, come to order. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President, and I thank Senator Urquhart for that supplementary. The announcement builds on the Albanese government's ongoing work to ensure the banking sector works for all Australians. We're helping farmers and small business owners in regional areas plan for their future by improving affordable financial advice, making it easier to navigate the challenge they face, whether it's managing cash flow or planning for their retirement. We've got scams prevention, again, that's investing in heavily, something that those opposite didn't do. We've now got the moratorium on banks. We are standing up for regional communities. And we know there's a person over that side of the chamber, and he's in the other place. It's in witness protection right now. He's not allowed to stand up for regional communities. Poor old Barnaby. He just wants to be let out.
Minister Gallagher, please resume your seat. Order. 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 Order across the chamber. Order. Once again, Senator Colbeck, I call the chamber to order and you still continue. You are incredibly disrespectful. If you can't listen in silence, leave the chamber. Senator Cash.
Thank you. And if you could ask the minister, when referring to a member of the other place, as they always do to us, to refer to them by their proper title, please.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Order. I'm sure that you are fully aware that it is always my practice to remind senators of that. Thank you. So, Minister Gallagher, I do remind you of that.
Mr Joyce. Yeah. There he is, wanting to stand up and speak up for regional communities, Senator, and he's locked up. Yeah. Free Mr Joyce. Free Mr Joyce.
Thank you.
Let him speak.
Minister. Thank you, Minister. Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong.
Sorry.
It's quite a simple question, actually. How many houses have been built under the Housing Australia Future Fund agenda?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
I would almost take that interjection, Senator. As you know, the government has a $32 billion Homes for Australia plan, which is focused on supply. And as you would also know, that you and others participated in blocking very substantial components of that plan. So obviously, this is we would have liked to have started much of this much earlier, given the housing supply challenge that Australia is facing. Now that job.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Cash.
President, it is a point of order on relevance. The question merely asked for a number.
Yes, and it did talk about the housing. It talked about half in the beginning of the question. Order! You are not in a debate with me. The minister's only begun her response. I will listen carefully, and if I need to draw the minister to the question, I will certainly do that. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I'm advised that the government, as a consequence of these policies, has directly supported more than 10,000 new homes since the election, and through investing in social and affordable housing, it's helping first home buyers get into the market with a deposit of 5% or less. There is more in the pipeline.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Cash.
It is a point of order in relation to relevance. The question was in relation to the Housing Australia Future Fund.
I believe the minister is being relevant to the question. Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
I have responded to the question, but I would say this in relation to the Housing Australia Future Fund. Senator Bragg, it does seem somewhat hypocritical to come into here and complain about the rollout of that fund when you were amongst the the coalition. You are a member of the coalition who have consistently opposed it.
Minister Wong,
consistently opposed it.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Cash.
The point of order is again relevance. It is a figure. How many have built? We can tell you the answer at zero.
Cash,
you just need to say it. Zero.
Senator Cash, if you are seeking a point of order, you address your question to me. I've ruled on the point of order. The minister was responding to Senator Cash. I will now remind the minister to go back to the substantive question rather than talking about the senator. Minister Wong.
Thank you. I again say the government has directly supported more than 10,000 homes since we were elected, on top of the 400,000 that have been built nationwide, enabled by the investments in fee-free TAFE and enabling infrastructure. There is more homes to come.
Minister, I will call you when there's order in the chamber. Senator Cash. Senator Cash.
President, again, it is a point of order on relevance. We are asking for a figure under the Housing Australia Future Fund. We are not asking for the government.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Senator Cash, as you described, it is a narrow question, but the minister is entitled to go to the context of the question. I'm advised by the clerk. I have drawn the minister. Order! I have drawn the minister back to the question, and I would call the minister again.
Thank you, Chair. President, I'm advised that 24,000 homes are in the pipeline through direct Commonwealth investment, including 13,700 under round one of the HAF.
Senator Bragg, first supplementary.
How many have finished?
Order! Senator Bragg, I'm sorry, please resume your seat. Order. Order. Senator Bragg, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. So again, the question is, how many houses has the Housing Australia Future Fund actually completed? I don't think the answer is free TAFE. And in addition to that, given the overall target of 250,000 houses, how is the government going against that target of 250,000 houses a year?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. As I said, Senator, 24,000 homes in the pipeline through direct Commonwealth investment, including 13,700 under round one of the HAF, and the government is working with the states and territories on what is an ambitious target. But, Senator, really, you have no credibility on this. You voted against the Housing Australia Future Fund
Minister
every single time. Now you're complaining about delay.
Please resume your seat. Senator Cash.
Thank you, President. Again, it's a point of order in relation to relevance. Could you direct the minister to answer the question? There is a difference between in the pipeline and
thank you,
built.
Senator Cash. Senator Cash, the minister is being relevant to your question. She is entitled to talk about housing. Minister Wong, please continue. Senator Bragg, second supplementary.
Given that the Prime Minister has now failed to apologise to Australians for Labor's cost of living crisis, including 12 interest rate rises, energy bills rising by $1,000, living standards collapsing and 27,000 businesses going bust, and a record-breaking household recession, will the Prime Minister now at least apologise to the Australian people for his housing crisis?
Order! 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 Order across the chamber. Minister Wong.
I'm asked about the cost of living issue. I'm asked about the cost of living crisis from a bloke who voted against every cost of living measure this government has put in place for working families. From a man who voted against energy relief. From a man who's voted against childcare, tax cuts and all the range of cost of living relief that we have put in place. You know, you lot have been in opposition for nearly 3 years. You've got 3 policies. $10 billion to fund long lunches, $600 billion to fund nuclear reactors and cuts to everything. That's your cost of living response. And I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. In question time on Monday, Minister Wong undertook to provide further information in response to questions asked by Senator Roberts relating to mutual recognition of qualifications. In my capacity as the Minister representing the Minister for Education, I've written to Senator Roberts to provide additional information, and I table my letter for the information of all senators.
Senator Rennick.
In relation to my party status.
Leave granted. Leave's granted.
I inform the Senate that I now sit as a Queensland Senator for the Gerard Rennick People First Party. I also inform the Senate that I should be designated as party whip for the purposes of Standing Order 24A relating to the selections of Bill Committee.
All right, Senator Watt. I now move on to more important things. Before we come to take note of answers, we have an attendance by the Minister. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. I want to start by acknowledging the long-standing interest that Senator Lambie has in the substantive policy question that this order for production of documents relates to. I also want to acknowledge the Senator's long-standing advocacy on questions of transparency. We take our disclosure and transparency obligations seriously, and we comply with our obligations. In this case, I'm advised that the government is not in a position to provide the documents that have been requested. The Minister for Communications has outlined in correspondence to this chamber that the government claims public interest immunity over the requested documents. As disclosed, you would both disclose and preempt the deliberations of Cabinet. There has been a long-standing acknowledgement of the issues that arise from the disclosure of documents that relate to the deliberations of Cabinet, and indeed former Senator Birmingham previously advised the Senate in March 2021 the following. As is well recognised in the Westminster system, it is in the public interest to preserve the confidentiality of Cabinet deliberations to ensure the best possible decisions are made following thorough consideration and informed discussion of relevant proposals within Cabinet. It is not in the public interest to disclose information about the Cabinet's deliberations, as it may impact in the future upon government's ability to receive confidential information and to make appropriately informed decisions impacting upon the Australian community.
Senator Hanson-Young, seeking to take note. Yes.
Mr Deputy President. I feel sorry for Senator McAllister having to read this pretty pathetic explanation from the government as to why they continue to keep the Australian public in the dark as to why, rather than acting on the promises they have made to reform gambling advertising in this country, as was promised to do, they are refusing. And this government made promises. They upset the gambling lobby. They upset some of the big corporates in the sports world. And so now they're crab-walking away from their commitments. This parliament acted collectively to hand down an historic report over 18 months ago, chaired by the late Peter Murphy, that said overwhelmingly if we wanted to stop the harm that gambling is doing to Australian families, we have to stop the promotion of the harmful product. That report, of course, called for a full ban on gambling advertising, just like we've seen Parliament's act on in relation to other dangerous products like tobacco. And of course, at the time that that report was handed down, a unanimous report backed by all sides, the Prime Minister at the time and other members of the government stood up and said they would act on these recommendations, that they would act on recommendations to reduce the harm of gambling advertising and that they would do it in this term of government. We're standing in the chamber today debating this topic on what might be the third last day before the next election. The government has run out of time to act on gambling advertising reform. They have run out of time to deliver on their promise. And now they want to justify keeping the public in the dark about their secret deliberations. I'll tell you what's secret: cosy lunches and dinners and fundraisers with gambling lobbyists. You don't want the public knowing what you're really up to. You don't want the public to know what you've done with your spine. And so you come in here and pretend that for some reason there is a legitimate excuse for public interest immunity. There is no excuse for this. And I would put to this Senate that we should reject this public interest immunity claim. It's bollocks. It's a political excuse, not a real excuse. It's about doing the dirty work of the gambling lobby. It has nothing to do with the public interest. When ministers come into this place and claim public interest immunity, they should do so in the full knowledge and intent of what is in the best public interest. Keeping the public in the dark, telling the community that the promise that you had made no longer applies is not a public interest immunity excuse. It's pathetic. So I urge my fellow senators, we should reject this public immunity claim. It's rubbish. And it is a sad, sad sign of government that whenever the tough questions are asked, instead of answering them, instead of being upfront, you pull out the public interest immunity claim. I tell you what's in the public interest: stopping the harm of gambling advertising. Stopping the harm of gambling advertising and acting in this next 3 days to get something done. We could wipe the Senate agenda for tomorrow and Thursday and get it done. That would be in the public interest. This is not.
Are there any other contributions to the motion to take note of the answer of the explanation by the minister? I intend to put the question. I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no, the ayes have it. Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator McGrath.
Yes, Deputy President. I move to take note of answers to all questions that are asked by coalition senators. And I'd like to start with Labor's war on the family car and Labor's war on the ute. Because what we have in Australia is a real disconnect between the governing class, who are based here in Canberra, and those who live out in the real world. And what Labor is proposing to do is to make it harder, make it a lot harder for families when they want to buy a new car, because they have such a focus on EVs. Now, our position, or my position as an LNP senator from Queensland is, I don't care what type of car you drive. That's up to you. You make that choice, whether it's a hybrid, an EV, or if you like me, you like diesel, that's good. Brilliant. But what the Labor Party is doing is making it harder for families who are suffering under Labor's cost of living crisis, making it even harder for these families if they want to buy a new car because of Labor's ideological focus on anything to do with EV or renewables, because Labor are disconnected, Deputy President, from what's going on in the real world. They're the new establishment, the new elite. They're the governing class. Sit up the front of the plane, they get in the big cars, they go overseas, they sit around the nice polished wood table. They're all very important people. They have thousands of public servants, more of them are going to be appointed, by the way, working for them. They sort of forget what it's like, because this is a Labor Party who promised 97 times they would cut power bills by $275. Yet power bills haven't gone down by $275. They haven't gone down by $10. They haven't gone down by $1. Power bills have gone up on average, my WA colleagues here, have gone up on average of $1,000. So poor Australians are dealing with this government who just want to tax them and make it harder to just get on with life. And this war on cars, this war on utes, I don't understand why the Labor Party don't get it. Because I tell you what, I've spent a fair bit of time on the road, and on the weekend I was in Senator Wong's home state and I was in Port Augusta and Whyalla, and it is really interesting. It's those who drive utes, it's the tradies. They've shifted. Labor's sort of traditional base. The tradies, guess what, Labor? They've shifted. They're getting in their utes and they're driving away from the Labor Party and they're driving towards the coalition because we're on their side. Because if you want to buy a ute, buy a ute. You should not be punished because of the Labor Party's obsession with EVs. And you drive, and when you do roadsides, which we do in the coalition, you're out there early in the morning, and the tradies, the ones, they're out there at 4:35, 5:36 in the morning. Where do you get the toots from? You get the toots from the tradies who are going to their sites, who are going to do the work because they've got up early and they understand that we're on their side and the Labor Party has just left them behind. But what is more disappointing about the answers that we got in question time today was the defence of the Labor by the Labor Party of the Environmental Defender's Office. Now, the minister concerned, I think it was you, Senator Wong, I apologise if it wasn't, said there are allegations in relation to the EDO. Well, they're not allegations. This is actually what, and I've taken my glasses off so I can read it properly, this is what the federal court judge said. It's not allegations, it's what the judge said. Justice Charlesworth said that the EDO's evidence was so lacking in integrity that no weight can be placed on it. Justice Charlesworth, Deputy President, went on to say that the EDA were involved in distorting and misrepresenting evidence and that they manipulated and coached a number of traditional owners. Now, I don't know how that the lawyers who are involved with this matter have not been struck off from the solicitor's role or from the barrister's role in their respective jurisdictions. This is appalling conduct of lawyers, and these lawyers should be struck off And the taxpayers of Australia should stop funding the EDO, and the Labor Party should stand up for what is right and withdraw the funding, because we're going to do that. We're going to make sure that no money goes to the EDO.
Senator Ciccone.
Thanks a lot, Deputy President. Look, it's laughable for the Coalition to come here into the Senate this week and talk to us about the car industry. The very same people, the very same party, the very same coalition that had no regard for our world-class car industry. And we have the good senator from Queensland talk about a war on the family car. It was those opposite that shut down this industry, an industry that my dad worked in, that was very proud to work in, and the thousands of other people that worked in the industry lost their jobs overnight. And let's not forget the former Prime Minister Tony Abbott. One of the decisions that government made, shafting Holden, when they awarded a brand new contract to BMW to replace the Holden Caprices that drove every single politician around the country. And yet they went with a foreign-owned car company, a BMW, over the fantastic world-class Holden Caprices that we exported to the United States, a very lucrative market. They've all gone quiet over there, haven't they, Senator Lambie and others here? Because it was an exclusive contract. You shut down a fantastic industry that supported thousands of people directly and indirectly. The R&D that was behind the car industry. Because guess what? They just wanted to rationalise their spending. They didn't believe in a domestic market where we as a country could build a car industry. The only country in the OECD that does not make cars. But overnight, one after the other, Holden, Ford, Toyota all went. And I still remember as a kid, those cars cost somewhere around the $20,000 to $30,000 mark. And that was very affordable for many people, many families like mine, that were able to afford a car that was made here in Australia and was affordable. And sadly now we're in a marketplace where we are relying exclusively on foreign car companies to export their cars into Australia. And what this government has decided to do is to open up that market, acknowledging that we don't make cars here anymore. But the best thing for us, for consumers, for the very people here in the gallery watching, is to open up that market so any car that people want to get, they should be able to get, and that includes EVs. And what we have seen is that there is now more choice of brand new cars coming into the market. But we've had to do that and apply pressure on the car companies because we've also had to change the standards of our fuel that is sold in this country. No longer should we as a country, a leading developed nation in the world, be able to have fuel that is of a very poor quality and standard. And in doing so, what we now see, like on drive.com and other articles in the Herald Sun and The Age in my home state in Victoria, every week there are new cars that are being discussed about being imported here into Australia, and they are cheaper. They are certainly cheaper because we're now opening that marketplace. We are now allowing these car companies, incentivising those car companies to sell these cars. And they're not all electric, by the way. They are hybrids, and I think hybrids are doing a fantastic job at being that medium between having battery or electric and petrol. And I think you get the best of both worlds. I proudly drive in a hybrid car because I acknowledge the world is now moving on. But I just want to call out the hypocrisy from the other side when they come in here and talk to us about, getting rid of the utes or the family car. They started this. In fact, if it wasn't for the ideological policies back then, we'd have a fantastic, proud marketplace where we would still continue to make Ford, Holden and Toyota cars in this country and continue to export those cars overseas. And it wasn't just the United States too, Senator Brockman. I remember Toyota used to actually export the engines, the cars that we were making here, the Avalons, back to Japan, and they were just amazed about the fantastic V6s. And I know my office might be laughing, but I had one, a gold-coloured Orion V6, which had much more power than Ford and Holden. It put a shame to those Commodore and Falcon drivers. I can tell you that when I was at the red lights, not that I did anything else. But more power, more torque than those cars. And it was something that we were very proud of as Australians, and we should be.
Thank
but
you,
sadly
Senator
we are not.
Ciccone. Senator Brockman.
Senator Ciccone, you opened the door so wide. I mean, I was reading an article the other day about in America, and perhaps this is happening here too. We'll have to ask some of your colleagues that people are starting to sell their their Tesla, because those on the left of politics don't like to be seen driving around in a Tesla anymore. But I'll put that to one side, and I'll remind Senator Ciccone, because he is younger than me, and I hate to admit it, but he is younger than me. But my memory stretches back a little further than yours, Senator Ciccone, and the downfall of the Australian car industry goes straight back to the Dutton car plan, where in their desire to centralise, to control, to force, to unionise, the then Labor government forced car companies, completely separate car companies, Toyota, Holden and Ford, to share bodies, to share engines, to share drivetrains. And so when you went out and bought a Holden Astra, it was exactly the same as a Toyota, exactly the same as a Ford. I mean, that was the downfall of the Australian car industry, and it was 100% at Labor's feet, where they unionised, they controlled, they centralised, they forced massive inefficiencies into the Australian car industry. And what do we have now? We have a Labor government, again, who hate people having choice. I mean, Senator Ciccone says that it's all about giving people choice, but the fact is it's not. The most popular cars in Australia, the D-Max, the Hilux, the Ranger, the most popular cars in Australia, are all being made more expensive under this Labor government's policy. All being made more expensive. And guess what will theoretically become a bit cheaper under this Labor government's policies? The Tesla. They become cheaper under this government's policies. And so, you're not giving Australians a choice. You're not giving Australians the choice of the cars they have demonstrated over a long period of time are the best for this environment, best for workers, best for how people want to live their lives on the weekends. This Labor government wants to suck that out. And we've also seen in the answers to questions today that the betrayal from the Labor Party of the great West Australian gas industry, a 2-month delay on a project extension. Now, this isn't a project approval. This is not a greenfield site. This is a project that already exists. The famous Woodside project that has the sign-off from the state Labor government, 6
years.
And yet this Labor government, this federal Labor government under Minister Plibersek and Prime Minister Albanese, they've got to delay this to after the election. Why? Why do they need to delay it till after the election? This is a really important project for the economic future of Western Australia. This is a really important project for the economic future of not just Western Australia, but Australia. This is a really important project to ensure that we do have gas supplies, not just for ourselves domestically, but also for our major trading partners and allies like Japan. These are not trivial decisions that should be kicked down the grass 2 months because of an election where you want to keep the Greens on side. That's not how we should treat policy development. Again, this is not a greenfields approval. This is a project that has been underway for decades. This is a site that has been used for decades. But got to kick the can down the road another few months to get it past the election so they don't have a problem on their left flank. What an absolute disgrace, and what a revealing statement of the priorities, the values of this Labor government. They don't think about the people of Australia. They don't think about the economic impact on my home state of WA. They only think in terms of their own electoral interests over the next few months. Well, I say let's bring on that election, because I think the Australian people are going to have a very different opinion.
Senator Grogan.
Now, the question we saw in question time today from Senator Bragg was quite spectacular. It's only a short few weeks ago that we see those opposite blocking every single housing bill that we bring into this place, not coming to the party at all on fixing what we know what is a housing crisis in this country. And that is a fact. We have a housing crisis. And that did not just appear overnight. This is something that has been building for well over a decade. And what exactly did those opposite do when they were in government? Oh, that would be approximately nothing. In fact, for a significant part of their time in government, those opposite, the coalition, didn't even have a housing minister. That's how important they thought it was when they were in government. And this is just a trend that we're seeing across the board. Across the board. The things that they actively were against, that they actively crushed when they were in government, they're now standing there and claiming that they're the champions of it. And I would say to anyone, don't listen to a word that they are telling you, because it all appears to be rubbish. Just look at the facts, look at the history, look at what they've actually done in the past, not the rubbish that they are spouting now. So in housing, they have no credibility whatsoever. We know full well that the issue we have is one of supply. From all that time of no build, no commitment to housing, no care in the world for people who are doing it tough, no care in the world for people who are trying to get into the housing market, no policies to help them, no support for people who are renting. The audacity to front up to this chamber and fake the outrage on the housing crisis is beyond belief, beyond belief. We know, in Labor, we know that because whether you're trying to rent or whether you're trying to buy, more homes mean more security for everyone. And to do that, we need to increase supply. So what are we doing? We're training more tradies. We're funding more apprentices. Growing the construction workforce is a critical part of getting houses on the ground. Kickstarting more construction by cutting some of that red tape. Giving incentives to state governments to build homes more quickly. And I can assure you, in South Australia, the South Australian Labor government, under Peter Malinauskas, is doing a spectacular job of working alongside the Labor federal government to get houses on the ground for South Australians. We have got heaps of development. Appropriately designated land is being fast-tracked, and those houses are being built. You can see it across South Australia, because that's two Labor governments in the state and the federal Labor governments making a fundamental difference to people who we know are doing it hard. We're delivering the biggest investment in social housing in more than a decade and helping to reduce homelessness and taking pressure out of that rental market. Strengthening renters' rights across Australia is a critical part of this, because renters are, without a doubt, doing it the toughest. And we've got to make changes. We've got to ensure that renters get more relief and they're better supported. So strengthening their rights, minimal rental standards is critical here, and limits to rent increases and requiring genuine, reasonable grounds for any form of eviction. We've delivered more than 40% increase to rental assistance. That's like the largest increase in more than 30 years, to take that pressure off people who are renting. And we're not there yet, we know that. We know there's more to be done, and we are trying to do it, but constantly getting blocked by the coalition over there and the Greens over there. This is ridiculous. Everyone admits this is a housing crisis, Yet every single great policy that we bring in this place, every single great piece of legislation to build more houses, to make life easier for renters, to lift that pressure, is being blocked. And then the fake outrage that we're seeing from across the chamber, the audacity to come in here and talk about the housing crisis as if you ever cared in your 10 long, horrible years in government.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Well, as a very proud West Australian senator, it is absolutely shocking what those opposite are doing in relation to the gas policy for this nation. Not only are they exploiting and paying the EDOs to do their dirty work for them, and we've seen today in question time alone just how dirty that work is, but I am very proud to say that gas is good. In fact, gas is great. And those opposite speak with terribly forked tongues. You have the Minister for Minerals and Energy in Western Australia saying how good it is, how important it is, but they do not back it up with action. So natural gas is a vital part of the energy mix and the energy transition over time to a net zero or zero energy. And government must not just say on one side of the country that we need gas. Whatever your view on the energy market going forward, whether you support nuclear energy or whether you want a heavier load of renewables, gas is essential. It is still going to be essential for decades and decades to come. So let's just have a look at the hypocrisy of those opposite. Now, it's not just me who thinks gas is good. Reece Whitby, the West Australian Environment Minister, the West Australian Labor Environment Minister, who gave the approval in West Australia last year, after 6 years, mind you, after they had to start the review process over again because a bureaucrat left, after it took them 6 years to approve it. But the West Australian Labor State Minister said that gas is the enabler of renewables, especially in Western Australia. If you want to use renewables, you must have gas. The whole of Western Australia is essentially powered by gas. It runs all of our industries. Any job in Western Australia, tens and tens, if not hundreds of thousands of jobs in mining, manufacturing, mineral processing, they are all powered by gas, and they will continue to be so for decades to come. Now, while gas has poured out of Western Australia, investment and jobs have poured in, not just in the gas sector itself, but into all of the enabling industries that in Western Australia. But the North West Shelf does need to be extended, in fact extended out to 2070, 6 years so far. And as Meg O'Neill has said, the amazing CEO of Woodside, she says, we have the plant. We're not changing the fence line. We're not changing the stuff that's inside the plant. If anything, we're going to be improving the emissions performance. So 6 years for the Labor government in Western Australia to finally come to a conclusion that gas is good and it is necessary. She said it was baffling. And now we come to the Federal Environmental Minister. She's got to get the report on the project from her department by the end of this month. But I bet you anything she ain't going to make a decision on this before the federal election. And why? Because their partners in environmental and economic crimes, the Greens, will absolutely, we've heard them go mad at them. So what do we need to do from here? In fact, I might put it this way. Tanya Plibersek, the Environment Minister, has got a decision to make. We are running out of gas in Western Australia. There's 3 new projects which will feed into the existing infrastructure, will bring in $30 billion of investment, and it will provide Western Australia with the gas security that it needs. And of course, gas is far cleaner than coal, which is why it is so necessary for the transition. But I say this to Tanya Plibersek. You approved the environmental vandalism of the Perth Hills, the destruction of 60,000 trees to make way for a property developer's high-density housing development in the Perth Hills, in the middle of the most fire-prone area of Western Australia.
Thank you, Senator Reynolds. I put the question. Those the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Deputy President. The Macquarie Point Precinct Stadium has caused a lot of division in Tasmania, and for very good reason. And by the way, opposing the stadium does not mean being against Tasmania having its own AFL team. God's sakes, we've well and truly earned the right to have our own team, and it is well overdue. Opposing the Macquarie Point Stadium means opposing the raw deal that has been shoved down the throats of hundreds of thousands of Tasmanians. The AFL will not, on my watch, hold Tasmania to ransom. The Macquarie Port Stadium comes at a massive cost that Tasmanians will be paying off for years. Why should 18 AFL clubs be dictating what Tasmania should and shouldn't have? Or that the Australian taxpayer owe the AFL money? What rubbish. For a stadium the AFL didn't even build, if it can't be built in their realistic time frame. People either believe that taxpayers' money should be spent wisely or they don't. And when it's black and white, there's no excuse to play both sides. Tasmanians won't be wooed by dangling carrot of the AFL team. Tasmania having its own AFL team is an issue of fairness. When Premier Jeremy Rockcliffe or the AFL tells Tasmanians that there's no team without a stadium, I say that's rubbish, poor performance. I've been told by business leaders that this was the worst deal they have ever seen the Tasmanian government do. The Rockcliffe government has brought in a new era of arrogance that I have never seen. It's at a whole new level. The real way to lead a democratic state is to propose something and let the people have their say in what should or shouldn't be. There is no social licence in Tasmania for this stadium. When the stadium wasn't announced, the deal had been decided behind closed doors by a commercial entity, a former premier and a few frothies. Transparency was non-existent and still is. Yet despite clear and valid concerns, the Rockcliffe government has been the most arrogant we have ever seen down there. Perhaps because they are spineless, beholden to the AFL. First, Sol Eslake's independent report on Tasmania's final position clearly said that Tasmania's financials have been driven off a cliff because of deliberate decisions by the Liberal state government. And then we had Dr Gruen's report, independent report on the Macquarie Stadium, saying that the stadium is going to suffer massive budget blowouts, carving out a bigger hole in the state's finances. What the Eslake and Gruen reports have in common is that despite the facts being there in black and white by renowned and respected economic experts, the Rockcliffe Liberal government's mind is set in stone, rejecting the findings of both. Arrogance, just arrogance at its best. The arrogance of that government sets a very dangerous precedent where the government convenes in the interest of themselves instead of Tasmanians. All this has been helped by the state government's partner in crime, the federal government, pouring in $240 million. The Prime Minister is chomping at the bit for this stadium. Last year he told the Tasmanians to get on with it. He said he's poured tens of millions of bucks into this site when he was Infrastructure Minister in 2012. All of that money was spent on setting up a corporation. Those millions were wasted, absolutely wasted. In an era where Tasmania is poorer than ever, our so-called leaders are committed to making our state even poorer. Shame on you. Tasmania's budget update shows an increase in debt of $1.1 billion, taking our total debt to $10 billion in 3 years. Tasmania's Year 12 educational attainment is just 53.1%, the worst of any state or territory. A decade ago, half our population was functionally illiterate, which is probably even more now. More than 2,300 Tasmanians are homeless. More than 8,300 Tasmanians are on elective surgery wait lists. But all these people don't need to worry because in some fantasy land they may someday sit in a seat in a stadium with a roof. Hallelujah! Congratulations! I'm sure that's going to help you out. The reality is where the stadium is, what the stadium has and the timeline for it has been determined by the AFL, by determining AFL club boardrooms across the country, not in Tasmania, and sure as hell not by the Tasmanian people. The gutless Rockcliffe government rolled over and sold Tasmanians out, and you sold us out as cheap as chips. You should be ashamed of yourself, Jeremy. You should be absolutely ashamed of yourself. Well, I say to the AFL clubs out there, all 18 of you, stop bullying us. Stop bullying us and get out of our state, but stop bullying us. Stop hurting your AFL brand, because I tell you, I'm only just beginning. And if you don't think you aren't going to take your AFL brand down, a dirty dark hole, you are mistakenly wrong. Now go away and have a good think about it, because you're going down.
Senator Lambie, I understand you were moving a motion. Take note of the answer.
Thank you.
So I'll put that question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it.
Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? There are none. It is with deep regret that I inform the Senate of the death on the 14th of December 2024 of the Honourable Kevin James Andrews, AM, a former minister and member of the House of Representatives for the Division of Menzies, Victoria, from 1991 to 2022. I call the Minister.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the death of Kevin Andrews.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Farrell.
Thank you, President. I move that the Senate records its sadness at the death on the 14th of December 2024 of the Honourable Kevin James Andrews, AM, the former Minister for Ageing, Employment and Workplace Relations, Immigration and Citizenship, Social Services and Defence, and member for Menzies, and places on record its gratitude for his service to the Parliament and the nation, and tenders its sympathy to his families, to his family in their bereavement. President, before his retirement, Mr Andrews had the honour of holding the parliamentary title Father of the House. He held the seat of Menzies for almost 31 years, from 1991 to 2022, and served as a senior minister in the Howard and the Abbott governments. Yet it was not the length of service that defined Mr Andrews, but his unwavering faith and his personal principles. His integrity and conviction earned the respect of all, regardless of their political persuasion. Mr Andrews was born in the city of Sale in Victoria. He would proudly say that he came from Middle Australia, and with his parents running a small trucking business and a mixed farm in Gippsland. He saw the value of hard work firsthand. His parents worked from the early morning to the late night, and his mother taking on the full running of the business when his father passed away. He inherited a strong work ethic and a belief that you can only rely on yourself to become the person that you want to be. He would leave his family farm to pursue a career in law, completing a Bachelor of Arts and a Bachelor of Laws at the University of Melbourne, having resided at Newman College, and later a Master of Laws at Monash University. Mr Andrews quickly made a name for himself as a barrister and was named the Australian Young Lawyer of the Year for his work in establishing a legal scheme for disaster victims. He would leave the same impression on entering Parliament as the member for Menzies in 1991. Mr Andrews spoke about the transition to politics as a vocation, not as a career. A career is about the individual, a vocation is about the cause. In over 3 decades, he would fight for his cause, a cause built on individual empowerment, family values and faith. The passing of the 1997 Andrews Private Members Bill, which overturned the Northern Territory's euthanasia legislation, was a historical moment as one of the only handful of private members' bills to ever pass the Parliament. Mr Andrews served on multiple portfolios over his 3 decades in Parliament. Appointed as Minister for Ageing in 2001, Mr Andrews worked hard to expand care and the number of beds. In 2003, he entered Cabinet as the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations and Minister assisting the Prime Minister, and would go on to become Minister for Immigration and Citizenship, Minister for Social Services and Minister for Defence. Yet that is not where his contribution ends. Mr Andrews was a prolific author, writing books on politics, marriage, religion, and one of his great loves, cycling. He was an avid cyclist, and despite his relentless schedule, he would prioritise charitable rides, including the annual Polly Pedal event. I might add, on a personal note, he was a regular attender at the Tour Down Under in Adelaide, and I'd often see him there either riding or meeting the great riders who ride in that wonderful event. In 2025, he was posthumously appointed as a member of the Order of Australia for a significant service to the people and the Parliament of Australia, to the Catholic Church and to the community. I extend my sincere condolences to his wife Margaret and his 5 children and his 7 grandchildren. The loss of a loved one is heartbreaking, and while he will be sadly missed, he'll be forever remembered as a man with boundless energy, a profound faith and strongly held personal principles.
Thank you, Minister Farrell. Senator Cash.
Thank you, and I rise on behalf of the opposition to pay tribute to Kevin Andrews, who in his final few years in the other place was known as the father of the House. Kevin was so much more than a colleague to so many of us. He was a friend, a mentor, an absolute gentleman to say the very least, a man of integrity, always thoughtful and wise, always true to his beliefs. He was a great Australian with a passion for and love of our great country. He was a man of faith, a man with a strong sense of duty and service, and, of course, a man of immense human decency. In fact, when I spoke to a number of colleagues after we received the news that he had passed, it was told to me that he was a guiding light for so many of us in this place. And even when I spoke to others on the other side of the chamber, they also agreed. Kevin James Andrews was born on November 9th, 1955 in Sale, Victoria. He was the son of Roy Gerhardt Andrews and Sheila Rosina O'Connor. Kevin was educated at the Rosedale Primary School, St Patrick's College, Sale, and the University of Melbourne, where he resided at Newman College and graduated with the Bachelor of Laws in 1979 and a Bachelor of Arts in 1980. At university, Kevin was the president of the Newman College Students' Club and the National Association of Australian University Colleges. He later completed a Master of Laws degree at Monash University in 1986. In the 1970s and the 1980s, Kevin was a racing commentator, calling various sporting events including athletics, cycling and motorsports. And a little-known fact about him, he actually wrote for a number of publications, including Australian Auto Action. And in fact, for those in the chamber, and I'm sure some of my colleagues behind did have the opportunity to hear Kevin call a race. If you did not have that opportunity to hear Kevin Andrews call a race, you have seriously missed out. It was actually quite extraordinary. And I was just looking online at a number of the articles about Kevin Andrews, and there was one some time ago where he was interviewed and he spoke about his childhood ambition, which was actually not to go into politics, it was actually to call horse racing. And he said, "I grew up in a racing family. My father was secretary of a country race club and for probably the best part of 25 years. We went to the races every Saturday when I was a kid. And from a very early age, I used to go up the back of the grandstand and start practising calling the races and eventually took it up for a while. If I didn't go to the races on Saturday, I would sit down and I'd listen to the radio stations. I'd study the techniques of, in those days, Bill Collins, Bert Bryant, Joe Brown and the likes. And I was very serious about it. And I can assure you, as someone who did have the pleasure of seeing Kevin literally transform from the quiet, humble, astute individual that he was so well known as, into Kevin, you've got to be kidding me, is this actually really him, the racing commentator? He was utterly outstanding. And every so often, this quiet and humble man, and I'd been at a few functions with him, would shock people by transforming in a second into a professional race caller. It was quite spectacular and it could literally stop a room. And in fact, a little known fact is that Kevin did some part-time race calling to help fund his way through university. Kevin was also secretary of the Melbourne University Athletics Club and a director of the Victorian Amateur Athletics Association. At Melbourne University, Kevin actually trained with the legendary athletics coach Franz Stumpf. After graduation, he worked for the Law Institute of Victoria from 1980 to 1983 as a research solicitor and coordinator of continuing legal education. From 1983 to 1985, Kevin served as an associate to Sir James Gobbo, Justice of the Supreme Court of Victoria and subsequently the Governor of Victoria. Kevin then practised as a barrister from 1985 until his election to federal parliament in 1991. He won Liberal Party pre-selection for the seat of Menzies against, at that time, 25 other candidates. That is no mean feat. In fact, some might say anyone could have come through the middle, but he actually wanted it and he got it. And he was elected, as we all know, in the 1991 Menzies election. As we all say in this place, every election, in particular for a House of Representatives member, is one whereby you just don't know. But Kevin was re-elected by his constituents in Menzies 10 times as the federal member for Menzies, and he held the seat, elected in 1991. He held the seat until his retirement just prior to the 2022 election. He spent a total of 30 years, 11 months and 11 days as a Member of Parliament. And one of the things that I remember so well about Kevin Andrews, 30 years, 11 months and 11 days, he relished every single one of them. Kevin was quite proudly and rightly a senior minister in the Howard and Abbott governments, and he held critical portfolios of ageing, employment and workplace relations, immigration and citizenship, social services and defence throughout what is, without a doubt, a significant ministerial career. As Defence Minister, Kevin himself implemented the First Principles Review to establish a single Defence Force structure in Australia. He also authorised, and this is incredibly significant when you look back at our defence history, Kevin Andrews, as Minister for Defence, authorised the replacement of the entire Australian naval fleet. In his valedictory remarks, Kevin appreciated the increasingly precarious world in which we live, and he stated this: "We must stand economically, strategically and militarily with those nations and states, however imperfect, that seek to uphold the dignity and the freedom of the individual against totalitarian regimes." Former Prime Minister Tony Abbott observed after Kevin's passing, one of his finest achievements predated his time as a minister. The 1997 Andrews Private Members Bill that overturned the Northern Territory's euthanasia legislation. Regrettably, his courage and principle was not appreciated by everyone in the local Liberal Party and led to an unsuccessful pre-selection challenge. Kevin was honourably and consistently committed to the sanctity of human life. He understood the critical difference between declining to keep someone alive who would otherwise be dead and deliberately killing someone who would otherwise be alive. The tributes to Kevin, and it's often quite humbling when you see a person who leaves this place and then passes away, and then to go back and actually have a look at what others have said about them. And the tributes to Kevin Andrews, without a doubt, were effusive, they were many. And fittingly for a man of such integrity, they were from both sides of politics. Opposition leader Peter Dutton described Kevin Andrews as a stalwart of the Liberal Party and a man of faith, family, intellect and service. He said this: he was a staunch defender of the family unit and a true Liberal. Former Prime Minister John Howard pointed to Mr Andrews' conviction as a politician, his devout Catholicism, his success as a backbencher in overturning the Northern Territory's euthanasia laws, as well as his service to the Australian people and Parliament, and loyal support to him and the Liberal Party. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said, Kevin Andrews dedicated his life to the things he cared most for: family, faith, community and nation. Bill Shorten said, while we're opposed on many political fronts, I respected that he always fought for his values. What you saw was what you got. He was a gentleman who wore his faith with pride. In his final term, he did excellent work chairing the Joint Committee on the NDIS on a bipartisan basis, as an experienced parliamentarian committed to the best interests of NDIS participants. Kevin himself was a believer, like so many in this place, on our side, in the free market, aspiration and personal responsibility. And in fact, in his maiden speech to the Parliament in 1991, as Australia suffered through Paul Keating's recession we had to have, this is what Kevin said: Australia's present social and economic woes owe much to the dead hand of socialism, which stifles individualism and withers enterprise in this country at its roots. Rampant unionism hinders the vaunted but little recognised and little realised microeconomic reform in this nation, and continues to keep our economy uncompetitive with its wasteful work practices. A plethora of taxes, including a tax on employment itself, punishes everyone and anyone in this country who is full-heartedly enough to invest the capital and to work around the clock. People such as that are the people who employ over half the Australian workforce. That was his maiden speech. And then, in his valedictory speech, some 30-odd years later, he also spoke to his belief in service. 3 decades ago, I gave up a career in law to pursue a vocation. A career is about the individual. A vocation is about a cause. And my cause has been the peace, the welfare and the happiness of the Australian people. From a personal perspective, my view is that Kevin did just that. He did so much, quietly, humbly, to contribute to the peace, welfare and happiness of the Australian people during his time in Parliament. As Senator Farrell has said, though, this is what type of an incredible man he was. Despite his incredibly busy work, and often you'd see Kevin first thing in the morning, out in his lycra, we did have words once, but on his bike before Parliament, he had an incredibly busy work and family life. He still found the time to write 5 books, and they weren't just books, they were considered books. They were well thought out books on marriage, on cycling and on Joe Lyons, one of them titled One People, One Destiny, an early rebuke to identity politics. He literally did work right up until his death, and only weeks before his death he actually published his final book on his local Catholic church. He was quite literally working on the publication of his memoirs right up until the day he died. As is the case with many of us on this side of the chamber who have been here for some time, we knew Kevin well and we counted on his wisdom and his advice. If Kevin spoke in the party room, it didn't matter who you were, what side of politics you came from, you listened. His contributions were always considered and they were respected. He was truly a mentor. And on a personal note, I am very happy to say and very lucky to say he was a mentor to myself. He was always there on the other end of the phone with sage advice and much encouragement. When I was the Attorney-General of Australia and we were dealing with family law, Kevin had worked very closely with others on reforming the family law system. And he would often, at the end of a night, the bells in the Senate would finish, the bells in the House would finish, it'd be a late night, he'd wander around to my office, we'd sit down and he would share with me his wisdom on how we could change the system for the better. Even in the years after he left Parliament, he was just one of those people. He was always at the other end of a phone if you needed to run something past him. Quite literally, he was one of the few people in life where nothing was ever too much for him. And I know many others in this place drew on his knowledge in a similar way. But of course, the one thing whenever you spoke to Kevin, and this was throughout his 30 years in public life, he was supported by the love of his life, his wife Margie. There is little doubt, and so many of the tributes to Kevin said this, and I think Kevin would have been so proud of this, that people said, despite everything he had achieved, at the highest levels of government, his greatest legacy is the family that he and Margie built together. They are the parents of 5 wonderful children and grandparents to 7 grandchildren. No doubt the entire family must be immensely proud of the man Kevin was and the respect and admiration he received from not only his colleagues in Parliament, but also from the people of Australia. It is not surprising a man of such honour, conviction, courage and compassion garnered admiration from those who knew or observed him. On behalf of the Coalition, I offer my heartfelt condolences to Kevin's colleagues, friends, family and community. But our thoughts are especially with his wife Margie, his children Emily, James, Stuart, Catherine and Benjamin, and his grandchildren. May Kevin Andrews rest in peace.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of the National Party in the Senate, I rise to pay tribute to a dedicated statesman, a principled Conservative and a great servant of the Australian people, the Honourable Kevin Andrews. His passing is an immense loss to our nation, to the Liberal Party and to all those who had the privilege of working alongside him through his distinguished career. Born in Sale, Victoria, Kevin Andrews was always proud of his country upbringing, as he should be, despite living in and representing his metropolitan electorate with distinction. Before Parliament, his child ambition was to call horse racing. He was a great friend to the Victorian racing industry his whole life. With his father and secretary of the Country Race Club for nearly 25 years, he grew up around horses and racing. And unfortunately for the racing industry, or may we say fortunately for the Parliament and constituents of Menzies, his father convinced him to go to university and ultimately pursue law. But not before earning some part-time wages, calling races to pay his way through university through the 70s and 80s. I don't know what was going on down in Gippsland racing, but Peter McGorran, the McGorrans were great friends of the racing industry down there. And I know one of the great delights of my life was at an AHA pre-Cup week function in Melbourne, Kevin being the guest race caller, shall we say, on the Monday, and it was absolutely the best call I've heard of my life. Very much a missed calling there. But Kevin dedicated over 3 decades of his life to the Australian Parliament, representing the people of Menzies with integrity, wisdom and an unwavering commitment to his principles.
He was first elected in 1991 and he became one of the longest-serving members of the House of Representatives, leaving an indelible mark on the political and policy landscape of our country. And hearing of his pre-selection story with 25 other competitors, shall we say, I would have loved to have heard that particular race called by somebody. Mr Andrews retired at the 22 general election, and it's a great tragedy that he wasn't able to enjoy a long and fulfilling retirement with his loving family. Kevin Andrews was not only a formidable policymaker, he was also a deeply compassionate individual. He understood that politics is ultimately about people, about strengthening communities, about ensuring every Australian has the opportunity to prosper, about assisting families in whatever way that he could to stay together, and about standing firm for the values that define our nation. His work in supporting civil society, religious freedoms and the social fabric of Australia will be remembered as part of his enduring legacy. Whether advocating for stronger families, workplace reform or a robust national defence strategy, Kevin's approach was always principled, thoughtful and deeply informed. His work on national security was particularly significant, helping to modernise Australia's defence posture and ensuring our armed forces had the resources and strategic frameworks they needed to protect our sovereignty and national interests in a modern environment. Kevin was also a man of great personal kindness. Many of this chamber across the political divide can attest to his generosity of spirit, his willingness to mentor younger parliamentarians and his calm and reasoned approach to the most complex of policy challenges. His dedication to serving not only his constituents but also his colleagues was a mark of his character and the depth of his public service ethos. To his family, his beloved wife Margaret and their children and his grandchildren, on behalf of the National Party I extend my deepest sympathies. The sacrifices made by the families of those of us who serve in this place are often unseen, but they are very profound. Kevin was a devoted husband, a loving father and a man of strong faith, and I hope his family can take comfort in the legacy of service and principled leadership that is left behind. His passing is a moment of great sadness for all who knew him, but his contribution and legacy will endure. May he rest in peace.
Thanks, Senator Mackenzie. Senator Patterson.
President, I rise to associate myself with the outstanding speech of our leader and another outstanding speech by Senator Mackenzie, and add some of my own brief reflections for our former colleague and our friend, Kevin Andrews. Thinking about Kevin, there are three things that really sum him up for me. Firstly, he was a parliamentarian. Secondly, he was a patriot. And third, he was a family man. Thinking about Kevin's role as a parliamentarian and that distinguished and long career, it is often the case, and you hear it in valedictory speeches in this place as well as eulogies for our colleagues who have left us, that some of the best and most impactful work they can do is while they're on the backbench. All of us aspire to have the honour to serve in a ministry one day and to do great things in those portfolios, but often you can have remarkable public policy impact from outside the ministry. Kevin achieved both. As a backbencher in his early parliamentary career, before he was promoted, he secured the successful passage through both Houses of Parliament, one of the only private members' bills to pass the Parliament. It is very common in this place to introduce a private member's bill, but it is much rarer to successfully pass a private member's bill. And whatever your view is on the substance of that issue, and my own views on euthanasia are close to Kevin's, and I support what he did, that is a remarkable achievement for which he should be proud and his family should be very proud, and it came from a place of very sincere and genuine belief. At the other end of his career, when he was again a backbencher, after having served as a minister, he played a very significant role in the passage of significant legislation in the final term of our time in government under the Morrison government, and that was the passage and introduction of a Magnitsky human rights sanction regime. Kevin worked very diligently as the chair of the Human Rights Subcommittee of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, particularly closely with our other former and sadly departed colleague, Senator Kimberley Kitching, in a bipartisan way to build consensus for these reforms and convince the then government that it was necessary, and upon receiving that agreement then worked with our former Minister for Foreign Affairs, Senator Maurice Payne, to successfully legislate that scheme, which is now being utilised by this government. And that is a really great achievement that I think will stand the test of time and be of great value to future governments and future foreign ministers because of the work that Kevin did in that respect. Thinking about Kevin as the patriot, I know that the ministerial post with which he had the greatest honour of serving was the defence portfolio. I think he long aspired to serve in that portfolio. He was very honoured to be called on by Prime Minister Tony Abbott to take up that portfolio, and he immensely enjoyed working with our men and women in uniform. He brought to that role his typical thoughtful, diligent style, but he was also very clear-eyed about the challenges that Australia faced. And I know he would have loved nothing more than have had an opportunity to serve longer in that portfolio. But as Senator Cash outlined, he achieved significant things in that time, and his family should also be proud of that. Just finally, I want to reflect on Kevin as a family man, because although his achievements in public life are significant, I think he would be most proud of his family and the achievement that that represents. To sustain a loving marriage over 31 years of political service is a remarkable thing. To raise children who love and respect you is an extraordinary thing. And he is an example to us all that we should be inspired by and commit to, and honour our own families in the same way that he honoured his. And it is a tragedy, as others have said, that in retirement he did not get to spend more time with them post his parliamentary life. But I know he wasn't someone who neglected his family when he was a parliamentarian. He made sure that his parliamentary and political life didn't detract from his family life, and that is a reminder for all of us to try and emulate in our roles as well. Kevin was a great Victorian, he was a great Liberal, and he was a great Australian, and we will miss him.
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President. Today we pause to honour the life and the legacy of Kevin Andrews, a man whose dedication to public service spanned more than 3 decades and whose principled approach to politics shaped so much of our national conversation, and whose passing represents a significant moment in our parliamentary history. Kevin represented his electorate of Menzies for over 30 years. That in itself is a remarkable achievement and reflects not just the trust of his constituents, but also a clear connection to the community that he served. In this place, he was known for his methodical approach to policy, his careful consideration of complex issues, and his ability to articulate his position with immense clarity. Throughout his distinguished career, Kevin served in some of the most challenging portfolios in government: defence, social services, employment and workplace relations. And in each role, he brought a characteristic thoroughness and an intellectual rigour. Even those who disagreed with his conclusions couldn't fault his dedication to understanding the complexities of each portfolio. Kevin's approach to public life was exemplified by a willingness to take difficult positions based on deeply held principles and to defend those positions with rigorous argument rather than rhetoric. What struck me most about Kevin was his invariable courtesy in debate. In an era where political discourse often generates more heat than light, he maintained a steady commitment to civil dialogue. He demonstrated that it is possible to hold strong convictions while treating those who disagree with you with respect and dignity. This is perhaps one of the most valuable lessons for our current political and social climate. We should also seek to follow this example in and outside this place. While it's well known that Kevin served in many senior ministerial roles in both the Howard and the Abbott government, I personally got to know him when he was recently returned as a backbencher and he stepped up to the role as chair of the Joint Standing Committee for NDIS. This was one of the first committees that I served on in this place. I learned so much from him there, from procedural issues to dealing respectfully with colleagues from right around the chamber, to dealing sympathetically and professionally with witnesses and contributors, balancing that candour with competence and with kindness. Kevin displayed not just his diligence and his thoroughness, but also a genuine commitment embedded in his deep faith to looking after those who are unable to look after themselves. Kevin will always be remembered as a stalwart of the Conservative side of the Liberal Party, but so often conservatism is easily and, dare I say, lazily seen as a euphemism for hard-heartedness. That was not Kevin Andrews. His advocacy for social services reform and his commitment to supporting vulnerable Australians spoke to a genuine concern for those in need. His Catholic faith, which informs so much of his worldview, was matched with a practical compassion. His legacy is a reminder that while we may differ on policy approaches or ideological perspectives, the desire to improve lives can unite those across the political spectrum. The tributes from across the political divide, from the current Prime Minister, from former Prime Ministers Howard and Abbott and Turnbull, from the former Leader of the Opposition, Bill Shorten, all of those speak to the respect that Kevin earned through his approach to public life. Each acknowledged his unwavering commitment to his principles, even when they disagreed with his positions. For the Liberal Party, Kevin's passing marks the end of an era. His parliamentary career spanned some of our party's most significant moments, from the reforms of the Howard governments to the challenges of recent years. He remained a steady presence, consistently advocating for his vision of Liberal values. To his wife Margie, to his children and his grandchildren, we extend our deepest sympathies. While the nation has lost a dedicated public servant, you have lost a husband, a father and a grandfather. We hope that you find comfort knowing that his legacy of principled public service and civil discourse will continue to influence our national conversation. Kevin Andrews showed us that it is possible to be both principled and respectful, both passionate and measured. In today's political climate, that must be and may be his most enduring lesson. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Senator Hume. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, President. I rise to pay tribute to a great friend, the late Kevin James Andrews AM. Kevin was also a valued colleague. He was the former federal member for Menzies and a minister in both the Howard and Abbott governments. Kevin was principled and he was compassionate. I join my colleagues in conveying my deepest condolences to Margie, his 5 children, and his family following Kevin's very sad passing late last year. Kevin's death is difficult to fathom. He was so full of life, a very young 69-year-old, super fit, and could ride a bike faster than men half his age. So his death did come as an enormous shock. Kevin was born in the country Victorian town of Sale in 1955 and on completing his schooling moved to Melbourne to pursue his law studies. His advocacy skills were first honed as an associate to Sir James Gobbo in the Supreme Court of Victoria and as a barrister at the Victorian Bar. He was always set to go far. From an early age, he also became known for his skills as a race caller, which of course entertained many people over many years. Kevin served his community, the Liberal Party and his country for 31 years, a truly remarkable period of service. Bound by his love of family and his Catholic faith, he was a person of true conviction who lived a life of service, dedicated to the best interests of Australia and Australians. I greatly admired and respected Kevin for his work as an MP, as a minister, and of course, as the highly respected father of the House. Kevin's ministerial appointments reflected the trust and faith which John Howard and Tony Abbott had in Kevin. His appointments included Minister for Ageing, Employment and Workplace Relations, Immigration and Citizenship, Social Services and finally Defence. He made a real difference, increasing access to aged care beds, restoring the rule of law with the establishment of a construction industry watchdog, improving the character test in the Migration Act, reforming access to welfare payments, committing troops to fight the ISIS terrorists in Iraq and Syria. As a backbencher, I worked closely with Kevin as Minister for Defence when he drove such significant investment into Australia's defence industry, and I also worked closely with him as Chair of the Joint Select Committee on the NDIS, which he undertook with such dignity and compassion. In February 2015, I remember vividly joining Kevin in Puckapunyal, where he announced a Land 400 Phase 2 tender. I was hoping he might have just cut to the chase and announced Geelong as the winning location, but that might have circumvented a few of the rules. But I did don a helmet and get by a gun and sort of look and sort of thinking that perhaps if I sort of stayed close to Kevin that someday it would happen. He held a press conference and I was just reflecting on his words. He said, "The first priority of a national government is the safety and security of its citizens. And the first responsibility, therefore, as Defence Minister, is to ensure that our military forces have the capability to be able to maintain that safety and security of this nation and the people of Australia. And where it is consistent with that, we also wish to encourage Australian industry to participate in the requisite capability that we need as a nation." I am proud to say that Geelong eventually secured the Land 400 Phase 3 project along with the Howitzer project, which we committed to in 2019. And throughout that long journey, Kevin provided me with much support and encouragement. Kevin's leadership on opposing euthanasia and providing greater support for palliative care inspired so many Australians, including me. Kevin was a conviction politician. Agree or disagree, but you always knew where you stood with Kevin. He was no fence-sitter, and in politics and public service, that is a trait to be much admired. In everything he did, the fiercest of political battles, the most difficult of decisions, Kevin undertook his work with dignity, decency, and the strongest sense of duty. In paying tribute to Kevin, his former senior advisor, Anthony Mote, was moved to say, "I witnessed firsthand his commitment to serving the most vulnerable in the Australian community, whether it was supporting the aged, the terminally ill, or refugees escaping persecution. Kevin's work was always marked by genuine compassion and an unwavering sense of justice. He also worked tirelessly to promote social cohesion, recognising the value of Australia's multicultural society. He always treated his staff and those he encountered on both sides of politics with the utmost respect and dignity. For Kevin, being a public servant was very much a vocation, not as a member of the public service, but as a servant of the public." And they were the words of one of Kevin's former senior advisors, Anthony Mote. Kevin was a leading light of the Victorian Liberal Party, and his passing has left a very big hole in our lives. Kevin and I enjoyed many wonderful conversations. He was a man of great wisdom, calm reflection, and quiet determination. A state funeral was held for Kevin at St Patrick's Cathedral in East Melbourne on the 23rd of December 2024. Former Prime Minister of Australia, the Honourable Tony Abbott, AC, shared words of remembrance on behalf of the Andrews family, noting most importantly Kevin's love of his family. Tony Abbott said, "For all of his achievements on the national stage, it's the family that Kevin and Margaret have built inside their home with 5 wonderful children and their spouses and 7 adored grandchildren that will stand as his legacy as much as anything he did in Canberra." In the 2025 Australia Day honours, Kevin Andrews was posthumously appointed a member of the Order of Australia for significant service to the people and Parliament of Australia, to the Catholic Church and to the community. This was so well deserved. Kevin provided an example for us all. Vale Kevin Andrews.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President, and I likewise rise to associate myself with the comments of colleagues this afternoon in remembering the former member for Menzies, Kevin Andrews. Kevin was a man who truly displayed courage in his convictions, and I think that the contributions that have been made here this afternoon reflect that. As Senator Cash mentioned in her remarks, that Kevin was elected as the member for Menzies in 1991. Now, that was the year after I was born. So Kevin was one of the few people when I was eventually elected to this place in 2019 that I had a fair few memories of seeing on television in the very lofty ministerial positions that he had held, particularly during the Howard government. And I can remember feeling somewhat intimidated at the prospect of meeting Kevin and working in the same party room as him. But there was no way that I should have been so intimidated because, as other colleagues have alluded to, Kevin did take a very active role in mentoring new members of the party room, in teaching us the mystical and wondrous ways of both how our party room operates and the parliament more broadly, and I did want to reflect on that here this afternoon. I had the pleasure of working with Kevin on the Joint Select Committee into Australia's family law system, which was constituted in the 46th Parliament shortly after I was elected to this place. And I think it was fair to say that I and others who were appointed to that committee knew that it was very serious and difficult subject matter that we were going to be dealing with, and that the reason Kevin would be chairing this committee, as he did so wonderfully, was partly to keep us all cool, calm and collected and focused on that subject matter. There were some incredibly sensitive issues that were presented to this committee, as anyone in this chamber and the other place who served on that committee would know, as we investigated for not the first time in this Parliament's history ways that our Australian family law system can be improved so that outcomes are better for individuals and their own families when they're going through the difficulty of separation. And for a first-term backbencher such as myself, I had a front row seat to the class act that was Kevin in dealing with the issues that that committee examined with his usual calm and understanding demeanour. He also had a difficult job ahead of him in compiling the report for that committee. Again, this such a sensitive issue is one that people on both sides, all sides of this chamber and the other place, have many and varied views on. And speaking as a senator, and we in this chamber pride ourselves on our collegiality, I think Kevin displayed almost senatorial tendencies in how he managed the work of that committee, but also the numerous reports that that committee produced, and endeavouring as much as possible to make the work of the committee as, it wasn't even bipartisan, it was as multi-partisan as possible. And that was a real testament to Kevin's work. Kevin was also a fearless Conservative, and whether it was as a minister, and I can't personally speak for that because obviously he was on the backbench by the time I came to this place, but as a backbencher as well, he truly saw the value in encouraging our party room to embrace policy debate and engage in the exchange of ideas in a fearless way, because he knew that that was not only the great tradition of the Liberal cause, but a way that our cause indeed could be progressed. And I'm sure many of my colleagues were approached by Kevin at various points in time to contribute to his Polity magazine, which he produced once or twice a year, containing his thoughts on the world, and occasionally he would ask colleagues to contribute as well. And I was very humbled that he asked me in my first term to provide an article for that piece as well. My colleague Senator Patterson also referenced the work that Kevin did in developing the report that eventually gave rise to the legislating of Magnitsky-style sanctions. That is an incredible piece of work, and again, as we've heard here today, those sanctions have now been applied by the Australian government in an attempt to hold foreign regimes to account, and that is something that that I'm sure Kevin's family, but Kevin himself was incredibly proud of. I attended Kevin's funeral in Melbourne at the end of last year, and as I'm sure anyone else who was there would attest to, it was a very full cathedral at St Patrick's, and it was very clear from the number of people there that Kevin was a much-loved member of his community, not just the Liberal Party community, but the community of Menzies more broadly, and particularly his local church. And I want to extend my deepest condolences to his community, which I know would be hurting at his loss, but in particular to his lovely wife Margie and his children and grandchildren who have lost a wonderful husband and a loving father, Vale Kevin Andrews.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, President. I rise to honour the life and the legacy of Kevin Andrews. I, like Senator Chandler, only had the privilege of serving in this place for 3 years, a 3-year period of Kevin's long career. That represents 10%, as Senator Cash was speaking about, 30 years, 3 decades of service to this nation. And to have been able to serve for only that short time, I learnt nonetheless so much from him. Like Senator Chandler, I was also appointed onto the Joint Select Committee looking at the family law system. And as someone that was new to this place, we commenced that committee very early in that term of Parliament, to get a masterclass in the way that Senator Chandler and I and other colleagues got in how to deal with very difficult issues, particularly when it comes to the family law system, was a great privilege and an honour, and it's something that I took from watching the way that Kevin managed that and facilitated that inquiry is something that I've actually tried to emulate through any other committee and any other proceeding that I've ever had to do since that time. But that wasn't the first chance that I had to meet Kevin. He wouldn't remember, but I certainly remember meeting Kevin when he was Minister for the Social Services, and he'd commissioned Patrick McClure to do a review of the social services system. And I remember Kevin describing it as, when he lays it all out, like a schematic diagram for an oil rig. That's how complex the social services system was. And he was set in motion a plan to simplify that system so that we were better meeting the needs of Australians that were in need and doing it in a better and more efficient way, so that that money that is provided by taxpayers was able to get to people that really needed it. And that, I think, has been the approach of Kevin Andrews right throughout his career, of taking really complex issues and trying to simplify that so that it can actually make a difference in people's lives. And like Senator Chandler said, and I was speaking only with Senator Blythe today, who her first party room meeting was today, and so walking in and they're just seeing all these famous people. Well, I, like Senator Chandler, as she remarked, walked into the party room and saw Kevin Andrews as someone that I've admired significantly, not just because he was a Conservative and someone that I very much identified with, but as someone that I know served this nation with such commitment and drive, and someone that you just knew was full of integrity. And it's something that I try to emulate and try to follow in any possible way. Kevin Andrews, in his final speech in this place not that long ago, March 2022, said, "This is the great Australian dream, to hand onto the next generation an even better nation than the one we inherited. I have always believed that a successful society is a compact across generations. We prosper because of the wise choices, sacrifices and hard work of previous generations. In turn, our duty is to use our industry and judgment to ensure the best for future generations." Well, this country is a better place for Kevin's contribution, and he made a difference to his community. He leaves behind a legacy of dedicated service to Australians. He was a man of faith, family and service. And I want to extend my condolences to Margie and to his family and all those that were very close to him that, as others have said, are no doubt hurting at this time. His life was lost to all of us and to them far too soon. Kevin, well done, good and faithful servant.
Senator Fawcett.
Thank you, President. I just want to make a few remarks to join with my colleagues in remembering the Honourable Kevin Andrews. I first met Kevin when I came here as a member of the House of Representatives in 2004, when he was a minister in the Howard government. And as my colleagues have said, even then he was somebody who was well known and to be looked up to and respected. What is a point of connection that I had with him, not only being a person of faith, but also the commitment to families. And when the then Attorney General, Philip Ruddock, appointed me to chair the backbench committee overseeing the implementation of family relationship centres, I found I had a very common cause with Kevin around the value of seeking to empower and enable people to hang in there with marriage, as opposed to seeing the rate of marriage breakdown and family breakup. And we built a good relationship over those issues at that time. I then encountered Kevin after I had left this place after the 2007 election and came back as a senator when he became the Defence Minister, and I had a fair bit to do with him. And some of the achievements that he had during that time, I think, were things like the Naval Shipbuilding Plan for Australia, which was putting in place a framework to have an ongoing industry base to build ships in a sustainable manner, which lowered risk and lowered cost. And some of those sorts of achievements, I think, have been overshadowed by subsequent events, but he had a very strategic mind and sought to make those kind of long-term changes as opposed to just the quick political wins that so many people accuse politicians of. It's been mentioned a couple of times that he saw work in the Parliament as a vocation and not a career, and I think it's a mark of the character of the man that when he was not reappointed in the defence portfolio and went to the backbench, rather than becoming bitter, which I have seen in far too many people in this place, he looked for new opportunities to serve. And as the then chair of the Parliament's Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, Kevin indicated that he wished to come and serve in that committee, and particularly to serve on the Human Rights Committee. And in that role, he took on, as members have mentioned here, the inquiry looking into autonomous sanctions known as the Magnitsky sanctions, but he also did a power of work looking at freedom of religion and belief. Kevin understood, as one of our former eminent judges has said, if you don't have freedom of belief and conscience and religion, you don't have freedom at all. And he was diligent to understand the state of freedom of religion and belief in this nation and the steps that we may need to take moving forward, and much of that overlapped with the work that Mr Ruddock and his expert panel did during that time. He also reached out to many of the diaspora communities in Australia who were suffering persecution, even though they were living here, from agencies from their countries of origin, and he did a power of work also supporting women and girls in the Pacific. And I just think it's a mark of the man that while many would have been bitter and decided to move on and do other things, he continued to look for the opportunities to serve not only the constituents of his seat of Menzies, but also to provide leadership in the capacities where he had the opportunity in this Parliament. We have seriously lost a good man in Kevin. I was privileged to have him as a colleague and a friend and a mentor over a couple of decades, and my sincere condolences to Margie and his family, Vale, the Honourable Kevin Andrews.
Thank you, Senator Fawcett. Senator Brockman.
Thank you very much. I too rise to associate myself with the remarks of all my colleagues, particularly our leader in this place. For so many of us, Kevin Andrews was a parliamentarian's parliamentarian. coming into this place in 2017, I did know Kevin through my time here as a staffer, and reflecting on that time, Kevin was always extremely respectful of people who worked in a staffing role in this place. It wasn't at all dismissive. He would talk, he would listen, he would communicate with you. But coming into this place, as you've heard from many of my colleagues actually, I don't think Kevin perhaps realised how much of a mentor he was to so many of us. I believe I probably took Senator Hume's place on the Joint Committee on the NDIS, which at that time Kevin was chairing. And not only did I get a masterclass in how to chair a committee, how to do that very important work of the Parliament, but I also saw someone who was deeply involved in utilising that committee system to get positive outcomes for Australians. It wasn't about political point scoring. Kevin Andrews used his position as chair of the NDIS committee to see a public policy problem or a system that was failing an individual, and to utilise his position as a parliamentarian to address either that systemic problem or to help that individual. And so often in that time in the NDIS committee, we would have a meeting, a problem would become apparent through hearing from a particular witness or set of witnesses. And then the committee would disperse, go back to our home states, and then on reconvening in this place, we would find that Kevin Andrews had worked the problem, that Kevin Andrews had been in touch with the minister, that Kevin Andrews had been in touch with the department, and actually, if not solved the problem, which in many, many cases he did, then at least brought that public policy problem or that issue affecting an individual to the attention of the minister or the bureaucracy. It was an absolute masterclass in being an effective parliamentarian in this place. To Margie, to Kevin's family, to colleagues who knew him much, much better than I do, may he rest in peace.
Thank you, Senator Brockman. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. I too would like to honour the memory of the Honourable Kevin Andrews. I got to know Kevin well first during the gay marriage debate. We were on the losing side. And he, as others have remarked, he was an incredibly courageous, brave, but also very principled advocate for his cause. He was an absolute gentleman and respectful, and he kept us very focused, kept everybody very focused, and if only we could have cloned him and had more of him, maybe we would have done better, but it was an honour to serve next to him during that process and unique process. The first time I suppose noticed Kevin though, from the outside before I was in Parliament, was when he challenged for the Liberal leadership. I'm not sure if anyone else has mentioned it yet, but he's a bit of a trendsetter, I believe. He was the first to challenge Malcolm Turnbull for the Liberal leadership. Many others followed, but I think the interesting thing to remark about that was he clearly didn't do it for himself. He I think, probably understood that he wasn't going to be Liberal leader, but he challenged because he wanted to change a policy. He had a principled position about the policy position of the then Liberal and ultimately Nationals party room and wanted to change that. And it takes a lot of courage to do that. It takes a lot of courage, we all know that. It takes a lot of courage to put yourself out in front of the media, and as I said, he probably expected a loss, so that's obviously somewhat embarrassing. But he had the courage of his convictions and acted on them. He didn't just speak about them, he acted on his convictions, and while he failed in his leadership tilt, he did succeed to change the policy of this nation on that issue. He did turn around, not just the position of his party room on the proposed emissions trading scheme at the time, he turned around the country's attitude on it. Ultimately, within months, the then Prime Minister had dumped that policy, not long after he himself was gone, at least in part because of the efforts of Kevin Andrews to go against a policy which was popular at the time, but he, as I said, thought it wasn't right for the country. So it shows the importance in this place of fighting for what you believe in, that you can make a difference by doing that, that we could all just follow the weather vane of focus groups and opinion polls, but that's not really what we're here for. Anyone can do that. It takes someone of the stature, courage and statesman-like behaviour of Kevin Andrews to make a difference in this place. And look, I just wanted to finish on commenting on the fact that his greatest legacy is his family. He spoke often of his kids, but also probably more often of Margie. He loved his wife, and great testament to him, example. But I also would like to comment that I hope people continue to read his book, Maybe I Do, on marriage. I think it's the greatest Australian book on the importance of marriage, and especially the importance of marriage for children, which, harking back to where I started, I fear we have lost focus a little bit in all of these debates, that ultimately most people get married to have kids, and as Kevin writes eloquently in that book, it makes a big difference if we can keep people married, and kids should be at the centre of everything we do. So to Kevin's family and to Margie, I hope you find some solace in the legacy that Kevin has left for all of us, and Vale Kevin Andrews.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, President, and I too would like to add my voice and associate myself with the comments of my colleagues in relation to the late Honourable Kevin Andrews. I think I probably worked with him a bit longer than most people in this place, with a slight interregnum during the after 2016. But the terminology that all of my colleagues have expressed in respect of Kevin, in the way he conducted himself, the way that he participated in the debate, he certainly was a strong advocate for his values, for the things that he believed in, and was prepared to put himself out there in support of those things. And as Senator Canavan's just said, sometimes that's an extremely difficult thing to do. Sometimes it's a lonely place to be. But to be frank, that's the point of being here. That's why we come here, to represent the people that have elected us to do those things, to express those views, and obviously to represent our communities. Kevin did that in so many ways, but he also always did that with a high level of dignity, respect for this institution, which sadly some people forget, the importance and the significance of the huge privilege that it is to serve in this place, and the good that you can do in representing the values and the principles that you bring to this place. Now, I'm quite happy to say that on a number of occasions I didn't necessarily agree with Kevin and the arguments that he was putting, but I was proud to serve in the same party room as him, and the breadth of values and opinions that are expressed in that party room, I think, are one of the real values of the system that I'm a part of as a member of my party. Because the number of times that I walked into the party room not necessarily certain of the particular stance that I might finally take on a matter, but then participating in the debate in my party room, and then we all walked out together to put forward a position that we had agreed amongst us in the party room, is a very powerful one, and it's one to value. And Kevin was someone who was always prepared to make a contribution in that sense. We as large political parties are often derided for the fact that we are political parties. We're told, and the public are told, that we are told what to say and to do. those of us that are in the room know that we have our conversations. And I've seen individual voices, Senator Canavan's just indicated, change the view of a Prime Minister, of the party room and a position of the party. It's an important process that we should all undertake, and Kevin always did that in a very, very respectful way. Forceful, strong, but respectful. And I think that's a real value that he brought to this Parliament over a very proud career exceeding 30 years, which is something to be extremely proud of for him, but also for Margie and his family. Margie herself was quite a regular visitor here in the building, and I'm very thankful for the friendship that both Kevin and Margie extended to Gail and I, because there was a time when our partners were an important part of this place, and I think the place was better for it, to be honest. Senator Canavan mentioned the importance of his family. I agree. For any single one of us, our greatest legacy is our family, our kids, our grandkids, for those that have them, for those that don't, something to look forward to. But Kevin was exceedingly proud of his family and the important job that he was doing to make this place, this country, a better place for them. And so I'm very happy to add my voice to associate myself with the comments of my colleagues in relation to the extraordinary career of Kevin, the support that he received from Margie and his family to do this job, and express my condolences to Margie and to his family more broadly, and to his broader community of friends who I know were extremely close to Kevin, and I trust that all of those people, particularly Margie and the family, can find comfort in the very warm memories of Kevin that we all hold, and so express my condolences to Kevin, and as others have done, say valet to the Honourable Kevin Andrews.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. I ask senators to join in a moment of silence to signify their assent to the motion. The motion is carried. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. I move that General Business Order of the Day number 63, Human Rights Parliamentary Scrutiny Amendment, consideration of UNDRIP Bill 2023, be considered at the time for private senators' bills on Thursday, the 13th of February 2025.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is, the motion is moved by Minister McAllister, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Postponement notifications have been lodged today as follows. General business number 743, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, from 12 February to 26 March. And business of the Senate, notice of motion number 2, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith, from today to 25 March.
Thank you. If there's no objection, the business is postponed. I'll now proceed to the discovery of formal business. I understand 1 is to be debated, 2's just been postponed. So we will move to business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Lambie. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 3 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the motion.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Lambie be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to General Business 701, standing in the name of Senators Pocock David and Senator Lambie. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice motion number 707 proposing the introduction of a bill be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Pocock.
Thank you. I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to establish the Whistleblower Protection Authority and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and now be read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to establish the Whistleblower Protection Authority and for related purposes.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I move that this bill now be read a second time and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I table an explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Pocock. I'll now move to 765, standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young. Is that you, Senator McKim?
Could you come back to that?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
I'll now move to general business notice for motion number 769, standing in the name of Senator Henderson. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Henderson, I ask that general business notice of motion number 769 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice for motion number 769, standing in the name of Senator Henderson, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll now go back to Senator Hanson-Young. 765, Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 765, proposing in the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Henderson. Beg your pardon, Senator Hanson-Young.
I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to protect the Great Australian Bight and for related purposes.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Hanson-Young be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to protect the Great Australian Bight and for related purposes.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I move that the bill be now read a second time and I seek leave to table the explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I table an explanatory memorandum and seek leave to have my second reading speech incorporated into Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Thorpe on general business 768.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 768 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Thorpe.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 768, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 770, standing in the name of Senator Little. Is that you, Senator Askew?
Yes.
Thank you.
On behalf of Senator Little, I ask that general business notice of motion number 770 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 770, standing in the name of Senator Little and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 771, standing in the name of Senator Dunniam. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Dunniam, I'd like to add Senator Thorpe to this motion as well.
Sorry?
I'd like to add Senator Thorpe's name to that.
Sure.
On behalf of Senator Duniam and Senator Thorpe, I ask that general business notice of motion number 771 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 771, standing in the name of Senators Duniam and Thorpe, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I now move to general business notice of motion number 772, standing in the name of Senator Henderson. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Henderson, I ask that general business notice of motion number 772 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 772, standing in the name of Senator Henderson and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 773, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Mackenzie, I ask that general business notice of motion number 773 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number Senator McAllister, I was moving way too fast.
I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? For 1 minute. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. I thank the Senate. The Minister representing the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government complied with orders for the production of documents 756, 761 and 761 on Monday the 10th of February 2022.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 773, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 774, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. Senator Smith.
Notice of motion number 774 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Smith.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 774, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 775, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you. I ask that general business notice of motion number 775 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? I call Senator Dean Smith.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 775, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Senator Babet.
President, can I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence?
We're not there yet.
Right. Sorry.
I'm going to put the question again. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 775, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 776, standing in the name of Senator Henderson. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Henderson, I ask that general business notice of motion number 776 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 776, standing in the name of Senator Henderson and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator Babet, we have already done absences, but I think if you seek the support of the chamber, so if you seek leave, and we'll see what happens.
Yep, thank you, President. Could I seek leave, please, to move a motion relating to leave of absence?
Is leave granted? A leave is granted, Senator Babet.
I move that leave of absence be granted to myself for the 10th of Feb for personal reasons.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Babet be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. So I believe now... Order! Order! Order, senators. Okay. Senator McKim has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today. It's shown at item 14 on today's order of business. Is the consideration of the proposal supported? With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator McKim.
Did you call me?
Yes, Senator
Oh,
McKim.
I'm sorry, President. I hadn't realised that you called me. Well, as we heard in question time this morning,
Senator McKim, can you move the motion,
Oh,
please?
my apologies, President.
okay.
I do move the motion.
Thank you.
Standing in my name. Australia's billionaires are making off like bandits. There is just 150 of them, and collectively their wealth has doubled in the last 6 or 7 years. And collectively, the 150 billionaires in this country now have hoarded an eye-watering, a staggering $585 billion between them. Now, if you're a nurse or a teacher or a carpenter or a plumber or a cleaner, you go to work and you work hard, but you don't get to keep everything you earn. You pay taxes on what you earn, income tax. Now, that's actually a good thing that people pay tax because it allows governments to provide services. Some of those services are universal, others are in fact deliberately targeted, and rightly so, at the people who most need assistance. But what about the billionaires? What about the billionaires? Why don't billionaires have to pay a tax on their wealth? If billionaires paid just a 10% tax on their wealth over $1 billion, on their net wealth over $1 billion, that would raise about $50 billion over the next decade. Now, that just happens to be exactly what the Parliamentary Budget Office have costed for the Greens, what it would cost to allow every Australian to see their GP for free whenever they needed to. About $50 billion. So if we, as a country, were prepared to make billionaires pay their fair share of tax, that would raise enough revenue for every Australian to be able to see a GP whenever they needed to with no out-of-pocket expenses. Let's weigh this up. I mean, this should not be a difficult calculation. Let's weigh it up. On one hand, 150 people who collectively have hoarded nearly $600 billion in personal wealth, asking them to pay a 10% tax on wealth they own over $1 billion, so that people, every person in this country, could see a GP whenever they needed to with no out-of-pocket expenses at all. No out-of-pocket expenses. Let's think. Every person gets a free GP visit, or we'll just keep looking after the billionaires and keep allowing them to accumulate even more of their already eye-wateringly large hoards of money. The billionaires, or every people getting a GP visit for free with no out-of-pocket expenses. This should not be a difficult choice for our country. Somehow it is a difficult choice for the Labor Party, it's a difficult choice for the Liberal Party, and it's a difficult choice for the Nationals. In fact, you know what? It doesn't seem such a difficult choice for them because they're just going to end up on the side of the billionaires. And in doing so, they're basically saying to Australians in a wealthy country, you should keep having to pay to see your GP.
Senator Canavan.
Mr Acting Deputy President. Well, the Australian people just got a small insight there into why they should be very, very scared of the potential for a Labor-Green minority government in the next few months, because these guys over there, Mr Acting Deputy President, the Greens, don't understand basic economics, they don't understand basic finances, and they don't understand the difference between wealth and income. Because what we just heard there is they are going to put a tax on billionaires. They say, I don't know, I don't even know if their figures are correct exactly, but let's say they're right. I'm going to accept their figures, that somehow there's 150 people with $600 billion in wealth. They're going to tax them at 10% and take $60 billion. That's a wealth tax, right? That's wealth. They get $60 billion or so for that, right? And that's apparently going to fund their dental plan, which has costed over 4 years at $50 billion, I just heard. What do we do at the end of the 4 years? What do we do at the end of the 4 years? Because once you tax the billionaires, you have no billionaires left, or you have much less wealth. This plan is a plan to only fund it for a few years' time. That doesn't provide any income over time. It simply takes the wealth that we have today to fund something very temporary and then leaves the bills for future Australians going forward. This is not a plan. This is a slogan that the Greens specialise in, Mr Acting Deputy President, because they don't really have a sustainable plan for our country. The sustainable plan for our country to deliver public services is to make sure that we continue to create companies, to create businesses that produce much wealth going forward, that produce billions, and we need billions and billions of dollars of wealth to be created every year to fund the public services we do here in this country. We have just been through this experience of the National Disability Insurance Scheme, where it was costed originally at just $16 billion, and that was gross, in gross terms. There was some state funding included in that figure. And today, it's costing the budget almost $50 billion. It's projected to go over $80 billion at the end of this decade. That was an example where we haven't planned very well for it, and it's putting enormous strain on our budget, on our economy, on our labour market, because we haven't planned for it correctly. We made some mistakes there, clearly, that have to be fixed up. And so it is easy, of course, to promise everybody better public services, new public services, free public services. But I don't take the costings of the Greens with any grain of salt. I don't care who's done them, because lots of those bodies costed the NDIS and got those wrong. Need to be very careful about that. And so if we're going to fund something like this, we also need to make sure that on the other side of the ledger we have a sustainable revenue stream that can fund it. Otherwise, we are going to bankrupt this nation. We are going to bankrupt it, because we've been riding high the last couple of years, and it's easy to be lulled into a sense of complacency with a couple of years of budget surpluses, almost exclusively on the back of a massive mining boom, bigger than what we experienced in the late 2000s, early 2010s. It's the biggest in terms of trade boom in our history, what we've had since the Ukraine war. That has delivered a temporary, illusionary surplus for the Commonwealth budget. But in the years to come, starting this year and the years to come, the deficits are going to grow bigger and bigger every year. Our debt is already at very high levels post-COVID, and we need to be very, very careful with what we spend. So I hope, God willing, let's pray that the Greens political party do not get control of the finance benches in a few months' time, because this is a small window. This is just one of their policies. They've got a lot of even more crazy stuff out there, but this is just a small window into how they would destroy this nation's finances. And the only way they'll get anywhere close to doing that, is if the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, is in a position to form a minority government. There's no way, of course, the Greens will agree to form government with us or with Mr Peter Dutton. They could very well, I know they're licking their lips, at forming government with the Labor Party. And they're getting these little asks here they're just the precursor for the negotiations that are to come with the Australian Labor Party. And whatever Labor senators say right now, you can totally discount, because whatever they say now before an election, they will completely change their tune if it's an alliance with the Greens is the difference between them staying over there or coming over here. If they need to agree with the Australian Greens to stay over there on the government benches, they'll sign away their mother-in-law, maybe even their mum, to sign away to the Greens, because they want to stay in government. They'll be desperate to stay in government. So you can't trust them right now. The only way to avoid a Labor-Green government is to not vote for the Labor Party. That's it. If you don't want that chaos, if you don't want that destruction of our finances, do not vote for the federal Labor Party at the next federal election.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And I rise after two contributions, one from those who have no sense of managing a budget in any possible way, where money comes from nowhere and everything can be provided for immediately, to the negativity that we just heard from the senator opposite, who is from the party that wants to cut and cut and cut. $350
billion, the party that said Medicare was an impossible thing to deliver, the party that said superannuation was an impossibility to deliver. And in between those two gross extremes, which have no responsible vision for the nation, there sits the Labor Party, governing with integrity, creating not simplistic solutions to complex challenges as proposed by Senator McKim in this urgency motion, but solutions that will involve the hard work of the kind that the Albanese Labor government has undertaken to ease the cost of living pressures that are a real thing for Australians. Now, let's be clear, we in Labor don't just talk about fairness, we deliver it. We believe in making multinationals pay, and we delivered that in legislation in November 2024. We believe in ensuring that every taxpayer gets a tax cut. So we delivered stage 3 tax cuts to every working Australian, whereas Senator Canavan would have only given them to a much smaller number of people and certainly left those who were in the lower end of the income band stranded, ignored, and without any increase in their tax return. We believe in strengthening Medicare so that every Australian can access quality and affordable healthcare. So here we are in government, as we've done now for 5 decades. After delivering Medicare, we've had to rebuild it time and time and time again after that miserly, penny-pinching, cost of everything, value of nothing kind of contribution we had from Senator Canavan that leads us to nowhere good for our nation. The Greens want to claim that they're the only party that's concerned with the cost of living, but the reality is, while they grandstand here in the Parliament and make demands without a plan, the Albanese government is delivering real relief. For millions of Australians, being able to see a GP without an out-of-pocket cost is the difference between getting the care that they need or delaying an appointment until things have got much worse. And then, people end up at hospital. And it costs even more. It's a ridiculous proposition. So that's why we had to fix it once again, and we tripled the bulk billing incentive. That is the single biggest investment in bulk billing in Medicare's history. Because when Labor returns to government after a period of attack on that fundamental need of Australians, Labor is the only party that will deliver for Medicare and for the health of Australians. So we introduced this policy this time in the last 3 years, and more than 6 million Australians have had additional GP visits that have been bulk billed. And that's really a massive change for pensioners and for parents and for low-income Australians who are no longer forced to pay to see a doctor. And it means fewer people having to make the difficult choice between medical care and paying their bills. We need healthy Australians who can afford care, who are able to continue to contribute to our society. This isn't theory to us as Labor people. We are making sure that Medicare holds up. Bulk billing rates, which were in free fall after the 9 years of Liberal cuts, are now rising again. And that's just one part of our $2.8 billion of investment of your Australian taxpayer dollars to strengthen what we know you value. Medicare, that little card in your wallet that you wouldn't have except for the Labor Party delivering the whole policy and rebuilding Medicare after the vandal attacks, the vandal-like attacks of those opposite. We're investing in urgent care centres. Millions of Australians have already had the benefit of that since we came to government in 2022 and brought that into being. More free mental health services, higher rebates for essential tests and treatments. This is real relief for Australians who need it most. Now, the Greens demand a whole raft of new taxes. This government has ethically and in a principled way taken deliberate action to ensure multinationals pay their fair share, and we will make sure Australians get the benefit of that investment.
Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair, and I rise to speak to this motion today. And while I agree with the sentiment that we do need tax reform in this country, I think the idea of taxing billionaires is oversimplistic. But we do need tax reform. I disagree with the former speaker that the Labor government has done enough about taxing foreign multinationals. You're not serious about taxing foreign multinationals until you lift the rate of withholding tax on profits sent offshore. I've spoken many times recently about the fact that the tax treaty with Ireland hasn't been updated since 1983. So given that Ireland's company tax rate dropped down to 12.5 cents when they entered the EU 20 years ago, there really is no excuse as to why successive Australian governments haven't dealt with the rort that is the shifting profits to Ireland. So rather than start taxing billionaires that live here in Australia, what we really need to start doing is taxing profits that get sent offshore, and we need to lift the withholding tax rate to a rate that's actually higher than the onshore tax rate. The other thing, of course, we need to do, and this is one of the policies of People First, and as a matter of fact, it's our first policy, is to actually lift the tax-free threshold to $40,000 because we believe that people shouldn't be taxed below the cost of living. It's an absolute outrage that we have people on low incomes paying 16 cents in a dollar plus 12% superannuation plus 2 cents Medicare, when 30 cents in a dollar up to 45,000 and over 45,000 they pay 30 cents in a dollar, 12 cents superannuation and 2 cents Medicare. So they're losing, once you start earning more than $45,000, 44 cents in the dollar. Now, it is an absolute outrage. Income tax is way too high in this country. But it's not just tax reform we need in this country. We need to reform our entire monetary policy. And yet again, People First is the only party that actually understands global capital markets. We're the only ones that understand the way Australia's balance sheet works. For too many years, thanks to Paul Keating lifting capital controls in 1985, we have become too dependent on foreign debt, and we need to start relying on equity. And just like companies issue new shares on the stock exchange, Australian governments can issue new shares to build vital infrastructure that will generate recurring revenue to help pay for things like dental services, GP services, schools and hospitals. Because we shouldn't just be taxing people, we can generate profits from the untapped wealth in this country in a way that not only delivers essential services, but gives state governments another way of generating income that they've lost since they've privatised way too many assets throughout the 1990s and early 2000s.
Senator Mariel Smith.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. We've got half an hour this evening to discuss the latest proposal of the Greens. I'm not sure we call it a policy, and I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one confused here, because whilst it's pretty consistent from the Greens to be going after the billionaires on tax, I get them doing that, but aren't they lining up with them on electoral reform? A genuine matter of urgency to get the billionaires out of our electoral system, which we could be debating today. So I'm not sure. Greens are the billionaires' besties one day, they're the bad guys the next. Frenemies might be the best way to describe the relationship. But on the serious matters contained within the motion, the Albanese Labor government has been delivering cost of living relief, and it's the Albanese Labor government that has been ensuring multinationals pay their fair share of tax. Two things we do because they're consistent with Labor values, they're consistent with the values of every Labor member on this side, they're consistent with the values of a Labor Prime Minister and consistent with the values of a Labor government who is elected to govern. Under our government, we've passed legislation to set a global minimum tax and domestic minimum tax for multinational enterprise groups with an annual global revenue of at least $1.2 billion from January 2024. We've worked with our partners in the OECD to coordinate this approach for a fairer domestic and international tax system, because we believe that multinationals making a profit in Australia should be paying tax on those profits. And of course, cost of living remains our focus. It's our focus in this chamber, it's the focus in the other chamber, it's the focus of every single minister in our government, because it's the focus of the Australian people at the moment. It is our focus, and particularly it's our focus in health. And you can see that with the measures that we've taken recently to triple the bulk billing incentive, which is the largest ever investment in bulk billing in the history of Medicare. And we've reversed the decline in bulk billing because of it. And I'll remind the Senate why bulk billing was in decline, was in freefall. It was because the former Health Minister, Mr Peter Dutton, froze the Medicare rebate, which started this freefall. And he claimed at the time there were too many free Medicare services. We're also, as a government, investing significantly in Medicare urgent care clinics across the country, including 6 in my home state of South Australia. And 1.1 million Australians know the value of these clinics, know just how important they are, how valuable they've been when they've visited them. They've got treatment for conditions and injuries which are urgent but not life-threatening. This is taking pressure off our hospitals and getting more people treatment sooner. And we're also working tirelessly to bring down the costs of medicines for the Australian public, freezing the maximum cost of PBS prescriptions to $31.60 and making nearly 200 medicines available for 60-day prescriptions. And on the weekend, of course, we announced the largest ever investment in women's health, $500 million, including the first PBS listing for new oral contraceptive pills in more than 30 years, with Yaz and Yasmin finally being listed on the PBS, and the first PBS listing for new menopausal hormone therapies in over 20 years. This will save hundreds of dollars a year for more than 200,000 women. And it also includes larger Medicare payments and more bulk billing for the costs women experience, the tax on womanhood in our medical system, for IUDs, for birth control implants, and around 300,000 women will save up to $400 in out-of-pocket costs on these items. These measures come into effect immediately, a real cost of living measure making a real difference in the lives of Australian women, building on our work on cheaper medicines, building on our work on Medicare, building on our development of urgent care clinics. And of course, our work also continues as we deliver cheaper childcare across the country. We're expanding access to the single parent payment. We've boosted paid parental leave, increased income support, delivered free TAFE. We're fully funding public schools, including a massive investment in my home state of South Australia to fix the black hole left by the former Liberal government when they gutted those school funding agreements. We're investing $32 billion in our Homes for Australia plan to build 1.2 million homes by the end of the decade. We're providing energy bill relief directly to families, and we have delivered a tax cut to every single Australian taxpayer. I joined the Labor Party because I believe in the power of good public policy delivered through government to deliver good outcomes for people. These things have happened because there's a Labor government led by a Labor Prime Minister implementing Labor values, meaningful reforms which help with the cost of living, which have a positive impact on people's lives.
Senator Steele-John. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Last year, Australia's 150 billionaires made some $67,000 per hour, each one of them. While everyday families struggled with basic cost of living, billionaires made some 1,300 times the national wage of an Australian. Our growing wealth inequality and underfunded systems are leaving our communities without access to the medical and mental health care that they urgently need. In the electorate of Perth in Western Australia, only 1 out of 46 GP clinics is a bulk billing clinic. Outside of this, the community is paying on average almost $50 for a consultation. That is on top of soaring rents and grocery prices. Meanwhile, 500,000 Australians are living in so-called GP deserts, receiving 40% fewer GP services than the national average. What this means is that people have less access to checkups, less access to screenings, less medication management support. WA leads the country in these GP deserts. People in these areas have a rate of passing away 1.5 times higher than the average due to preventable causes. Now, the Greens are the only party with a plan to genuinely tackle the inequality that is rampant in our society and to fund the healthcare and other systems that our community needs. This will mean that you will be able to go to the GP for free again. You will be able to get the healthcare you need where and when you need it once again. Our hospitals will be funded properly once again. These are the changes the community is demanding. Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Senator Hodgins-May.
Well, what a time to be alive in Australia. While ordinary people across the country struggle with skyrocketing prices, unlimited rent increases and can't afford to see the dentist or send their kids to childcare, the total wealth of Australia's billionaires, 150 billionaires, has more than doubled between 2018 and 2024. The Labor and Liberal parties have created and continue to uphold an economic system that allows Gina Rinehart to have $40.6 billion in wealth, while others have to choose between paying the rent and getting enough food on the table. I can tell you why the two-party system is dying in this country. It's because both Labor and the Liberals are under the thumb of billionaires and their big corporations, taking millions in dodgy donations, private jet flights and prime ministerial photo ops without even an ounce of shame or self-awareness, propping up a system that allows the richest 150 billionaires to increase their wealth faster than they can count while leaving thousands in poverty. It's disgraceful, and I'm not surprised that this could happen under the Liberals, but the Labor Party? Come on, comrades. Your forefathers would be embarrassed to be sitting over there on the government benches, responsible for such a grotesquely unfair economic system that doesn't work for people. It works for the top end of town and the major parties' donors. Billionaires should pay their fair share of tax. How on earth is this a position that the major parties can oppose? The revenue should be used to make sure that everyone can access the services and essentials that they need: affordable housing, healthcare and early childhood education. The Greens will make billionaires pay their fair share of tax by imposing a 10% annual tax on the net wealth of Australia's 150 billionaires, with a 10% limit on capital flight in any year. We'll make Gina and Clive pay their fair share of tax so you can fix your teeth, but you're going to have to vote for it.
Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Acting Deputy. Right across this country, people are skipping doctors because they can't afford the copay. They're literally not going to the dentist because they're frightened about the bill, struggling to put good food on the table after they've paid the last two bills that are literally smashing their bank accounts. And rent is going up $100 a time. People leaving the places they love because they literally can't afford to live there. And it's not a coincidence that that's happening while the rich are getting richer. And their wealth isn't just growing. For billionaires, it's skyrocketing. Last year alone, Australian billionaires pocketed an extra $28 billion. That's $3.2 million an hour to all of them, or each of them getting $67,000 an hour every hour for the entire year. The richest are hoarding wealth, influence and power, while everyday people are told to tighten their belts. You know, we have fossil fuel magnates who take in ever more public money while telling young people that they've got to stop eating avocados to be able to afford a house. And people won't be able to afford a house unless something serious changes. Politicians often talk big in this place, but they act small. They fight over crumbs while their billionaire donors feast, and they're selling ordinary Australians out. The answer isn't more excuses or empty promises or taking money from these billionaires. It's simple. Tax billionaires and fund a decent life for everyone. Tax them. That means real investment in things that will make a difference, like investment in public mental health, public dental into Medicare, and making it free to see the GP. And it means cutting off the handouts for the ultra-rich. Billionaires didn't get there by working 1,000,000 times harder than the rest of us. They got there because the system is rigged, and it's time to unrig it. It's time to tax billionaires back to earth.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. All billionaires should pay their fair share of tax. That should be uncontroversial. But the reality is that neither major party actually believes that. The total wealth of Australia's 150 billionaires more than doubled in the last 6 years alone. That's under both Liberal and Labor governments. While so many Australians are struggling, skyrocketing prices that mean they can't afford to get to the dentist, struggling to pay for childcare, can't get to the doctor, while 2/3 of retirees in private rentals are living in poverty. Meanwhile, billionaire Gina Rinehart has wealth that's exploded to $40.6 billion, making her one of the richest people on the planet. $10 billion increase under Labor in the last couple of years. The Greens will make billionaires pay their fair share of tax by imposing a 10% tax each year on the net wealth of the 150 billionaires. We need to calm down about what that'll cost, because we've got strong costings, clear costings from the Parliamentary Budget Office. It's expected to raise $50 billion over the next decade, and this could fund dental and mental into Medicare, free education from early childhood through to university. We're a wealthy country. We can afford this, and the Greens have a plan to pay for it, and it doesn't involve taxing everyday Australians. Our plan targets the 1 in 3 corporations who pay zero tax in this country and the 150 billionaires who doubled their wealth through a pandemic. If the major parties can't support the Greens' plan to tax billionaires, don't be surprised if on election night, when everyday Australians who want to see access to the services and essential things they need, housing, healthcare, education, vote for the party who is ready and willing to tax Clive and Gina to make it happen.
The question is that the motion moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the noes have it. Is division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Yes. The result of the division is ayes 12, noes 25. The question is resolved in the negative. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator McGrath, which is shown at item 14 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? I need to see people standing. Yes, it is. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And what we're debating here today is a matter of public importance. And indeed, I'll read it out to those who are listening at home on the wireless, and that is...
Sorry, Senator McGrath, I'll just get you to pause for one moment. Colleagues, if you're not participating in the debate, can you either leave or sit quietly so I can hear the good senator speak?
Thank you. I'm not surprised that Labor senators are chattering like chooks in the hen house because they might learn something. Acting Deputy President, they might learn the damage that the Labor Party have done to Australia, because what we're debating here today, Acting Deputy President, is that hard-working households, families and small businesses are suffering under an Albanese Labor government, and things will only get worse under an Albanese-bent minority government. So come on down, spinner, because we've got to realise that when you go into coalition, which Labor and the Greens could do after the election, obviously I think Peter Dutton is going to be Prime Minister and David Littleproud will be Deputy Prime Minister, is the Labor Party and the Greens have got to work out who's going to take the portfolios. But we know that Adam Bent is going to be Deputy Prime Minister. The question is, and I'm sorry to the Green senators over there, I'm sure that some of you might have the ability to touch ministerial leather, but of course we could have Senator McKim being Minister for Education, because he did such a bang-on job when he was Minister for Education in Tasmania when he was busily closing schools. Of course, we've got some of those other noted senators, such as Senator Faruqi. She could be the Minister for Planning or Development, because I think she would do a good job.
Sorry, Senator McGrath. Senator Payne.
To Senator McKim were impugning his character, and I would ask that Senator McGrath withdraw.
Look, I don't believe they were, but the senator may wish to assist the chamber.
Actually, Deputy President, I'm actually not going to, because I wasn't impugning his character. I actually said he would be, he possibly could be Education Minister based on his track record in Tasmania, which is where he did propose the closure of lots of schools. So I don't think that's impugning someone's character. I think that's setting the facts on the record. But back to Senator Faruqi and her well-known love of koalas and natural bushland. I think perhaps Senator Faruqi could be the Minister for bush and koalas. Having said that, it's actually quite serious here, Because the Albanese Labor government have absolutely destroyed Australians economically. Australians are living in a cost of living crisis caused by this Labor Party government, caused by a weak Prime Minister who is unable to make decisions, a weak Prime Minister who, let's face it, he went to North Queensland last week. He left Parliament early, went to North Queensland as a Queensland senator. I am pleased that the Prime Minister of this country visited Townsville and the flood centres where they've been absolutely destroyed by the floods. But this Labor Party Prime Minister left North Queensland early to attend a Labor Party fundraiser in Brisbane. This Labor Party Prime Minister spent more time attending Labor Party events in Brisbane, including a fundraiser, than he did meeting with victims of the floods in Ingham and Townsville. So if that shows you the mentality, the character of the Prime Minister of this country. But then, this is a Prime Minister who's clearly not trusted by the security services of this country. This is a Prime Minister who's not trusted by the Labor Premier of New South Wales, because this country came very close to a mass casualty event, a caravan full of explosives that was to be placed outside either a Jewish synagogue or a Jewish church. Yet this Prime Minister cannot tell Australians if he was told or when he was told. So what is the use of this Prime Minister? There is no use of this Prime Minister but to show to the Australian people the danger of a Labor government and the extreme danger of a Labor Greens government, because we know that the Labor Party will do a preference deal with the Greens Party who are a racist, anti-Semitic party, a Greens Party who refuse to accept the situation that is happening in the Middle East, a Greens Party who are apologists for what has happened over there, a Greens Party who do not acknowledge the anti-Semitism that has grown in Australia because of some of the actions of Green politicians. So you can just imagine what would happen to this country with a minority Labor Greens government. You would have people who dislike modern Australia trying to govern modern Australia. Vote LNP.
I beg your pardon, Senator. You can withdraw, please, Senator Shoebridge.
Withdraw. Given the findings against him, he was sacked. He was sacked by the UK Prime Minister for being that.
Senator Shoebridge.
Literally
I'm not
sacked
entering
for that
into
reason.
a debate with you. I'm asking you to withdraw.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Senator Sheldon.
Well, we've just had 5 minutes from the opposition talking about anything but cost of living. So they've put in an MPI to talk about hard-working households, families and small businesses, which I'll actually talk about, because those on the opposite side have no plan except to take $350 billion out of services in this country to hard-working Australians. They have no plan except to get rid of 36,000 people that provide services to hard-working Australians who live and work all over this country and through our regions. That's what they've got organised. And when you start thinking about the things that they haven't done, you've got to think about what they are doing. Because what they've done is that they've said if we had a Dutton government, we would be $7,200 worse off on cost of living because of the things that they've opposed. $7,200 every Australian would be worse off on the basis of what Dutton has been putting, the opposition leader, Mr Dutton, has been saying in the battles about what should be done about cost of living. Because their strategy about the battle of cost of living is do nothing, take more out, rip off services, damage the community. That's their strategy. No strategy at all except cause harm and more harm and more harm. Now we see that the cuts that they continue to put forward. Now in the press release, Mr Dutton described the 36,000 public servants across this country that provide services to essential services right across our community, whether it be in the childcare area, whether it be in the NDIS, whether it be in Veteran Affairs and Centrelink. We know how long people were waiting to get their cases even touched in Veterans Affairs. And they want to go back to that. 12 months people were waiting for it even to be first, the file to be opened up. These are people who actually fought for the country and protect the country. That's their service. That's what they think about fellow Australians. That's why they think about people that deserve to have a government that acts for them. Cut it further. Cut it back. And of course, when you look at all the cuts they're making and the ones that they've said they're going to make, you have to talk about the ones that they won't tell us about, because they're going to have a meeting after the election to talk about where the other billions of dollars are going to be cut out. Because that's why they come here and call it an MPI, a matter of public importance, to talk about small business and households and cost of living, but not for 1 second talk about it in the debate in here, on their own MPI, their own matter of public importance. And of course, then you start looking at the sorts of things that they want to do to the Australian workforce and community. And when they want to do the Australian workforce, like the right to disconnect, when people have a reasonable opportunity to say to somebody, ringing me at 2 in the morning is not an appropriate time to be ringing me and waking me up unless it's something matter of absolute urgency. Unreasonable times and arrangements are unreasonable times and arrangements. But what they've said that they're going to get rid of that because they actually want people to work harder and longer for less. That's the party that actually believes that we're all getting paid too much, that everyone in the country is getting paid too much. Time and time again, in the strategies and the policies that have been put forward by this government to turn around and make sure that we can lift wages, they want to bring it back to where they crushed the middle class in this country. Wages and the middle class declined under 10 years under the Conservatives. And they want to do it worse. Because when you talk about, the right to disconnect, think about the Police Officers Association in Victoria when they talked about the right to disconnect. They're saying about the culture of being constantly contactable after hours, and I quote, from the Police Association of Victoria, causes undue stress for people and that not necessarily necessary when the job is stressful enough. Police Federation of Australia, Scott Webber, said these very similar things and described the unpaid time as otherwise as simply wage theft. And when you've seen that there have been proposals put in place to make sure that the right to disconnect takes place, you've seen that people have been able to turn around and manage it. Managers manage. The system still works. But people just aren't having their time feed for them for nothing. But they want to go back to that because they want people to work longer and harder for nothing. That's their strategy. That's their plan. And whether it be same job, same pay, they're against that as well. They want tens of thousands of dollars taken off hard-working Australians around this country.
Senator Payne.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. With all the signs pointing towards a minority government, this election provides voters with a unique opportunity to keep Mr Dutton out and to push Labor harder to take meaningful action on the things that matter. In a wealthy country like ours, a very wealthy country like ours, everyone should be able to afford the basics: food on the table, a roof over their head, and a world-class health and education system. But while millions of people are struggling to get by, Australian billionaires are raking in $67,000 an hour. Let me say that again, $67,000 an hour. That is 1,300 times more than the average worker. It is time for voters to turn the tables. If we tax Australia's 150 billionaires, we would raise $50 billion over the decade. And we could use it to fund services like getting dental into Medicare for everyone, everybody seeing the GP for free, or fully funding our education system this year. 1 in 3 big corporations pays no tax. I'll say that again. 1 in 3 big corporations pays 0 tax. The Greens will make those corporations pay their fair share of tax so you can see the GP for free or go and see the dentist without your credit card. If you are worried about the cost of seeing a doctor, a dentist or a psychologist, you are not alone. Despite being a wealthy country and despite people getting access to the healthcare that they need, we know that more and more people are putting off healthcare appointments because they can't afford it. And let's not even talk about those people on income support who haven't seen a meaningful increase in this term of government. Those people are choosing between getting their health attended to or putting food on the table or paying the rent. We cannot keep voting for the same two parties and expect a different result. If you want to see the GP for free, if you want your local public school to be fully resourced and free, the first step is to fight for someone who will vote for you. When the Greens were in balance of power in 2010, we got dental into Medicare for kids. And if you put us in balance of power in the next government, we will work to push Labor to get it done for everyone. 43 million services have been provided to more than 3 million children since the Greens secured that change. Change is possible, and this election you can vote for it.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Well, I don't know about anyone else, but I just feel a bit queasy now. I mean, the fact that we could be staring down a minority government with those opposite and the unicorn farmers in charge, I mean, it really does make me fear for the future of this country. And the reality is, I mean, we live in the greatest nation on earth. However, the last 3 years have seen poor decisions by this government mean that all Australians are worse off, a little bit less safe, and our nation has been divided. And every Australian knows that they are worse off than when this government came into office. And I think what also has become really quite unsettling about this government is their constant need to gaslight Australians. And they do it every day in this chamber, when they're one step off saying Australians have never had it so good. And you only need to go out and talk to the mums who actually pay the childcare bills to know that the childcare isn't cheaper. You can say it as much as you like, but it's not true. And every time you tell a mum that you've developed, you know, you're so good because you've delivered cheaper childcare, when the reality is it's up over 12%, and for a lot of families more than that, you are just gaslighting these Australian women by saying to them, no, you're wrong. We have delivered cheaper childcare. You don't understand. We have. And it just, it can't be that more money is coming out of your wallet each week. But they know it is. You are gaslighting Australians with this renewable-only push, and we can imagine how that's going to go when you're in partnership with the unicorn farmers. The only time you'll get a bend in a transmission power line under this lot is when Marine Faruqi's building another house and the koala can get out of the way of that.
Senator Faruqi.
Sorry,
please,
Senator Faruqi, my apologies. The potential member for Housing and Development, because let's face it, she's built more houses than the Housing Australia Fund. 4 times as many. 4 times as many. She's been much more successful. She could maybe run the half. But, you know, it is gaslighting Australians. It's treating them like mugs, and they can see it. They know they're worse off. They know their power bills are going up because they pay them. So when you stand there and say, but renewables are the cheapest form of energy, energy is free from the sun and the wind, they know you're making it up. Because renewable energy isn't the cheapest form of energy when you put the cost of the transmission lines in. When you work out, and we know the unicorn farmers can't quite figure it out because they never quite passed economics, too busy in gender studies and basket weaving, but the volume of materials required, the volume of concrete required for one wind turbine, let alone its limited lifespan and then how it is then well, it's not recycled, it goes to land fund, and that critical minerals that are mined by slave labour, that the Uyghurs in China are making their solar panels, but they know that if your power bill is 50% transmission, and the transmission costs up, your power bill's going up. But this gaslighting of Australians is continuing to occur. Now, the opposition leader, Peter Dutton, does have a plan to get Australia back on track. And whilst we're going to see scare campaigns from those opposite, because we know that's all they've got in the campaign drawer, Australians aren't believing them. And they're not believing them because they didn't believe them in Victoria last weekend. They're not believing them in outer metropolitan areas. They're not believing them actually anywhere. They've never believed them in rural and regional Australia. But Australians know you are gaslighting them, you are turning us into a poorer nation, you are dividing this nation, and that you are lining yourself up. We saw it this week as the Greens jumped into bed with you again to put the guillotine through. I think we're up to 200 bills we've now seen guillotine through this parliament, the parliament that was going to be full of transparency. What a joke. But it is the fact that you are treating Australians, that you'd be up for coercive control with the volume of gaslighting that's going on and the way that you're conducting yourself at the moment.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator Rennick.
Acting Deputy Chair, and while I agree with the sentiment of this motion, it is true that Australians are suffering under an Albanese government and things would get worse under an Albanese banned government. The fact of the matter is this motion doesn't have any solutions, and it's typical of the Liberal Party to actually be throwing mud at the other side, saying, well, you know, we're bad but they're worse. I'm sorry, but it's about time the Liberal Party actually comes up with some solutions of their own. And yes, the $20,000 tax deduction for entertainment, if that's the best you've got, then heaven help us, because we know that 9 years under the coalition government, and I was there for a number of them, there was very little tax reform, very little genuine structural reform of the economy. And in fact, I know I've spoken to Angus Taylor many times, the current opposition shadow treasurer, about structural reform. And I spoke to him one day about the need for an infrastructure bank, and he said, well, that sounds like MMT to me. Well, I'm sorry, Shadow Treasurer, but the fact of the matter is MMT is when you expand the volume of credit without actually securing it against infrastructure or an asset. And what we are doing is proposing people first to actually build infrastructure by issuing new shares. We don't intend to use foreign debt. We're going to use domestic equity. And there's been a lot of talk today by the coalition about the dangers of a Labor-Greens government, and I totally agree with that. But you cannot trust the Liberal government to actually implement economic reform in this country. I know that because I was Secretary of the Backbench Finance Committee for 5 years, and despite repeated attempts at introducing new reform, we got diddly squat. So I know that the best coalition you should have is actually a coalition People First government, because People First, yours truly here, is the only one that actually understands the Tax Act, the only one that understands global finance markets, and it is the only one that has solutions to fix the economy.
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Senator Polley.
Oh, thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, I can't believe that I'm actually going to agree with some of the comments that Senator Rennick has just made in this debate. And he's right. The Coalition have not done their work when it comes to policy. What we do know, though, is when we won the last election, we inherited interest rates going up, cost of living was going up, and we know inflation was high. It had a 6 in front of it. And what we have done in almost 3 years that we've been here is work every single day to bring that inflation down, at the same time lowering unemployment to figures that we haven't seen in this country, with low inflation, low unemployment, which is benefiting the Australian community. Now, yes, we know the cost of living has had a huge impact, but we know that's been felt around the globe. But those people on the other side who want to try and rewrite history, and they live in fantasia where they're the only ones that are ever right. They come in here and try and grandstand with these MPIs, but when it comes to the reality that the Australian people, they know who Mr Dutton is. They remember him in his portfolios of the past. And yes, I do recall there was an organisation in health when he was a health minister, the AMA, prestigious AMA, who voted him as the worst health minister in Australia's history. Why? Because he gutted it. He used health and aged care as an ATM machine. That's what he did when he was minister. They will not want to go back to him. But the beauty of it is that they're so consistent on that side. They've had 3 years almost in opposition, no policies except for nuclear energy that's going to cost every mum and dad and business in this country, if it ever happened, more when it comes to energy and power prices. And then the other major policy they have is bringing back long lunches for bosses on the taxpayer. That's their priority, because every single measure that we brought into this chamber and the other place to give relief to the Australian community, to families, to reduce the cost of medicine, to bring in 60-day scripts, to actually have the opportunity for people to see a GP when they needed urgent care. We developed the urgent care clinics, which are so successful, and I can't speak highly enough of the contribution that the urgent care clinic has delivered to my community in Launceston and northern Tasmania, taken the pressure off the hospital and accident and emergency. That's delivering for the community. Now, we know when they were in government, their great claim to fame was that their policy was to keep wages low, for Australian workers to have their wages low. Then they've come up with, we are going to have cuts, but we're not going to tell you until after the election. Well, no one is going to trust Mr Dutton because we know his track record. Because what my community members are asking me is, how much is this going to cost me if there is a change of government? And I remind them that if they vote for Bridget Archer, who is a really nice person, she will deliver Peter Dutton into the lodge. And that's not going to be good for the Australian community. So be careful what you wish for when you're voting for your local Liberal member of who would then be the Prime Minister. Every single message, as I said, that we have brought in with lower power prices, we have delivered energy relief, tax cuts twice as large as what they promised when they were in government. Then they came out and said they were going to scrap them when they got into government. We've introduced fee-free TAFE. We're rebuilding the skills of the Australian workers in this country, and they voted against every single one of those. Every single one of them. And they come in here and cry crocodile tears about the cost of living and the impact that it's having. Well, if you were generally concerned, you wouldn't have joined forces with the Greens.
The time has expired. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, despite all the bluff and bluster of those opposite, the facts are this, that 2.5 years ago, Anthony Albanese, our Prime Minister, promised all Australians that life would be cheaper under Labor. They would have cheaper mortgages, they'd have cheaper electricity, and everybody would be better off. Well, those opposite can call black is white and sit there and talk about everything else but the cost of living. But far from being Australia's saviour, I think the best analogy, Acting Deputy President, is he is the emperor with new clothes. And in fact, everybody on that side of the chamber, including the Greens, haven't got the courage to tell him that he has no clothes on. And the tragedy for all Australians and for West Australians is, the reality is that as hard-working families, hard-working households, small businesses are doing it incredibly tough. They know that, and no matter how much those opposite refuse to tell the Prime Minister that that is actually the truth, Australians are not stupid. They know exactly what has happened after 2.5 years to their household budgets. Everything that they spend, every bill they have has gone up around about 10% or in some cases more. And it never had to be this way. It hasn't just happened. It has happened because of the deliberate policies that those opposite have implemented. So, for example, what are some of the facts? Small businesses, which are the backbone of this economy, in just 2.5 years, 27,000 have been forced to shut up shop. And in Western Australia, small businesses make up 97% of all businesses, but over 1,000 went to the wall because they could no longer afford the cost of doing business. And for average Western Australians, in fact for all West Australians, whether it's a trip to the supermarket, opening up their power bills, seeing the mortgage rise and rise and rise, their insurance, the cost of going to the supermarket, everything has been going up. Now, we've also learnt today that Western Australia has endured the biggest fall in bulk billing of GPs across the country under those opposite. So all of the rhetoric that it's all roses for those who need to access their GP. We have the biggest fall in bulk bills. And in fact, in WA, only 6.2% of clinics are bulk billing patients, meaning that that's one clinic per 46,500 West Australians that bulk bill. And West Australians are paying the most for a visit to a GP. Now, the out-of-pocket expenses for one visit to a GP in Western Australia is now $42.66, and that is just for a standard GP's appointment, which is putting even further pressure on Western Australia's household budgets. So no matter what those opposites say, no matter how much they deny it, no matter how much they do not want to tell the Prime Minister that his new clothes are transparent, that he thinks he's the great emperor coming into this country to save Australians, but he's a bit like George Costanza. Because, George Costanza learnt that he was actually had to do everything that he said he wasn't going to do. So all his instincts were wrong. So he had to go against his instincts. And this Prime Minister, his instincts for managing the economy, for health, for education, for disability, for mortgages, for housing. We heard today that those opposite have not built a single house under their housing policy. Not a single one has been delivered, and that is to the detriment of all West Australians. So shame on you, but West Australians and Australians have woken up to you.
Thank you, Senator Reynolds. The time for the debate has expired. Now, there are no documents for consideration today, so we're going to proceed to the consideration of reports. I'll come to you in a moment, Senator Thorpe. I'm just going to go down the red in terms of which ones I come to. Senator Thorpe, do you want the call, or Senator Thorpe?
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I do have a document to table. Is that under that consideration of documents?
I think. Are you seeking leave to table a document?
I do. I am seeking leave to table a document.
Okay, so is leave... leave's not granted, sorry.
Well, under... Pursuant to... What's the words? Pursuant to contingent...
I think, Senator Thorpe, you wish to move a motion that pursuant to the the contingent order in your name that you wish to, I'll read it out properly for you.
Thank you.
To move that contingent, because leave has been refused to you to table a document, that so much the standing orders be suspended as would prevent you from moving a document to be tabled. So you wish to speak to that?
That's correct.
Excellent. So Senator Thorpe, you have the call.
Thank you. I've been given some documents that are very important for this Parliament to have on record from a number of traditional owners across the country. I think it is relevant to this Parliament going forward, given we know that we've got the totem of the kangaroo in this room, we have the totem of the emu in this room, and I'm unaware of any consent given to use totems of our people to utilise in the colonial project. And I've been asked by these elders to provide this to the government, to the Parliament, to have on record official law notice from grandmothers of law, the superior law of the land and the continent known as Terra Australis and Australia, the senior tribal law man, Uncle Juma of the Larrakia, has served notices that are now in silent acquiescence by Australian corporation, the government, which is a corporation, which we know is registered in the US through a ABN. So this whole Parliament has an ABN and the government has an ABN, and it's somewhere overseas, and that's how the colonial project does their illegal occupation in this country, basically. This document has fingerprints and it has customary law notice, and it also comes from the United Tribal Countries Land Alliance. It's a custodial tribal law council made up of self-governing original tribal countries from this continent, known as Terra Australis or Australia, that have reconvened their ancient pactums through their shared languages, dreaming and songlines, which connect all tribes on this continent and beyond. And they've re-established the original tribal councils and made public announcements. They are trading with international counterparts and countries as they are recognised as kings and queens of their own tribes, rather than the colonial king that this Parliament refers to all the time. So there's been a number of High Court proceedings in relation to the Custodial Tribal Law Council, and this is putting this on the record to be an official account. It's been sent to the Director General of the World Intellectual Property Organisation. It's been acknowledged by that organisation. And I think that for the opposition or the Libs to not allow this important information to be tabled is very disrespectful when it's part of the truth-telling in this country. And I seek the Senate's support for these elders and these true custodians of this country to have the respect of providing this information to the Senate and to the Parliament for your information, because it's a statement of truths and it's a notice to principal in notice to agent that you need to know about the emu, you need to know about the kangaroo that you wear on your lapels and where they come from and the stories that they belong to and the country that they belong to, because they certainly don't belong in this place, otherwise it's an act of treason and theft.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. If no one else... Oh, Senator Cadell.
Thank you. Interesting on this thing. I know that a lot of this is available online on some government sites. The provenance of the document and documents may have some valid points, and I don't take that away. Overall, as a document, it contains many claims that are not fully tested. It maintains all sorts of things. It belongs in the, if this is America, to be in the sovereign citizen movement. Some of the claims in this, and is not an entire document is fully coherent, whilst it does maintain some of the things there as a single document. It looks to be the purpose of some of the contributors to this more say it is served on the Parliament of Australia than to have any deliberative process or thoughts. So that is why we will be not supporting the tabling of this document.
Thank you. If no one else wishes to speak, so the question before the chair is that the standing orders be suspended as per the motion moved by Senator Thorpe. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. Thank you, Senator Thorpe. I'm very capable of doing this. I appreciate the help as much as I've tried to help you. I believe a division is required, so please ring the bells. For two voices. Good point. I called it for the ayes. No, the noes have it. I called, just so everyone playing along at home knows what's going on. The division was called for the ayes. A division has now been called on as contested. So please ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. So the question is the motion to suspend as moved by Senator Thorpe be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. Senator Thorpe, are you happy if Senator Ciccone does the call? Okay. I appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Yeah. Order. There being 35 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, President. I move to table the following documents relating to the trademarking of the sacred emblems of the First Peoples of this continent.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Thorpe be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it.
So, the tabling and consideration of committee reports and government responses. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on the National Capital and External Territories, I present the report of the Committee on Australia's national interests in Antarctica. Acting Deputy President, on behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the 87th annual report of the committee and the 9th report of 2024. And lastly, Acting Deputy President, on behalf of the Rural and Regional Affairs Transport Legislation Committee, I present the report of the Committee on the National Organic Standard Bill 2024 with accompanying documents.
Thank you. Minister.
I present 2 government responses to committee reports as listed on today's order of business. In accordance with the usual practice, I seek leave to have the documents incorporated in Hansard.
Leave given? Yes, leave is given. Are there any... Oh, Senator Waters.
Yes, could I seek leave to take note of those government responses and to continue my remarks?
Yes. Senator Sharma.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I present the report of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee on Australia's sanctions regime, together with accompanying documents, and I move that the Senate take note of the report.
You wanting to speak to it, or?
If I could speak briefly to it, Acting Deputy President. I just wanted to, being relatively new to this committee myself, I wanted to acknowledge the work of the previous Chair of the committee, Senator Chandler, in compiling this report, as well as other senators no longer present on the committee who helped in the preparation of this report, including Senators Birmingham and Senator Green.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Could I take note of the same report and seek leave to continue my remarks?
Is leave granted? Yes. Senator Shoebridge, were you seeking the call? No, that's it. Okay. So we'll move on to any delegation reports. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Migration, I present the report of the committee on its delegation to New Zealand and Vanuatu, which took place from the 26th to the 31st of August last year.
Senator Polley.
Thank you. I seek leave to present a delegation report.
Is leave granted? Yes, leave is granted. Senator Polley.
I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to Belgium and Norway, which took place from the 1st of December to the 6th of December 2024, and I seek leave to move a motion to take note of the document.
Is leave granted? Yes, leave is granted.
I move that the Senate take note of the document and seek leave to incorporate tabling statement into Hansard.
Leave granted? Yes. Thank you. Leave is granted. Are there any ministerial statements? Minister.
I table documents relating to orders for the production of documents concerning upgrades to Erindale Road and the Reed Highway, native title, Rex Airlines, Bruce Highway upgrade funding, Australian content quotas, the Stronger Communities program, the Federation funding agreement for land transport infrastructure projects, and the Tax Laws Amendment incentivising food donations to charitable organisations Bill 2024. Thanks.
The President has received a letter requesting changes in the membership of a committee. I call the Minister.
I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of a committee.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that Senator Hodgins-May replace Senator Faruqi on the Education and Employment Legislation Committee for its inquiry into the provisions of the Early Childhood Education and Care 3-Day Guarantee Bill 2025, and Senator Faruqi be appointed as a participating member.
So I put the question. All in favour say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Scams Prevention Framework Bill 2025 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
All those the affirmative say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to provide a framework for preventing and responding to scams and for related purposes.
Minister.
I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the bill and move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is now that the debate be adjourned. All in favour say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. The President has received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to the Criminal Code Amendment Hate Crimes Act 2025. I call the clerk.
Business of the Senate, notice of motion number 1, standing in the name of Senator Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee in relation to Hells Gate Dam.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I move that the following matter be referred. I move that the following matter be referred to the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee for inquiry and report by 3rd of November 2025. The reasons for the Albanese government's cancellation of the Hells Gate Dam and any missed opportunities for flood mitigation, drought proofing and economic development in Queensland. I've just run downstairs.
Senator Roberts, do you need a sip of water? And just...
No, I'm fine. I've just
sure?
got to get my breath. It came upon me very suddenly. One Nation is proposing an inquiry into the cancellation of Hells Gate Dam, west of Townsville, which this Labor government cancelled for reasons that are still secret today. Some in the Canberra bubble might not be aware that North Queensland is currently very wet. It's underwater. Hells Gate Dam was proposed on the Burdekin River, north of Charters Towers and west of Townsville. Right now, downriver of the Hells Gate proposal, the Burdekin Falls Dam is at 217% capacity, 3 times what it holds. Right now, what it's designed to hold. Right now, it's overflowing a torrent of water over its spillway. Right now, just under 1,600,000 megalitres is overflowing out of the dam and straight into the ocean. Do you want to know how much is a megalitre? 1 million litres. 1,500,000 megalitres of rainwater flowing into the ocean. 1,600 gigalitres. This is a lot of water. Using a common cliche, that's the equivalent of 3 Sydney harbours every day flowing over that dam wall right now into the ocean. Before all the climate scaremongers start to call this unprecedented and blame it all on cow farts, let's be clear. This is not unprecedented. It's happened before, many, many times, and worse. The dam still hasn't broken its record capacity set in 1991. And the Burdekin is seemingly receding after thankfully failing to hit the peak levels recorded in 2009, 1998, 1991, and many more in the hundreds of years before those records began. This is common. What's unprecedented, though, is this government's incompetence in cancelling the Hells Gate Dam. One of the first things it did, despite former Climate Chief Tim Flannery's claim in 2005 that drought conditions would become permanent in Eastern Australia, and that, quote, the rain that comes won't fill our dams because of climate change caused by man's use of hydrocarbon fuels, Australia continues to be a country of flooding rains. Inevitably, in the iconic Australian drought-flood cycle, another drought will come. That's why we build dams. Well, that's why we should build dams. At least any responsible government who takes their duty to Australia seriously would build dams. But the Greens have stopped that, and you're afraid to counter them. There will come a season, and Australians will think, with envy, about the time when an equivalent of 3 Sydney harbours flowed out to sea every day from that river, the Burdekin. Those people will condemn the politicians of today who have done nothing to try and capture a bit more of that liquid gold called water. We know flooding rains will come again. We know seasons of drought will come again. Why is this government failing to build dams that will help us get through both droughts and floods, and will help us protect people? Seem to be forgetting that. In cancelling Hells Gate Dam, how many North Queensland homes and farms has the Albanese government condemned to flooding in the future? Every decade? Less. How much blame does the Coalition take for failing to start a single nation-building dam in their 10 years of government before Labor? How much? Under the supercharged immigration policy being inflicted on the country, Australia is going to need much more water, much more water. And then I think of the irrigation areas, rich farmlands, potential irrigation areas that can be used and developed. That's why water is like liquid gold to our agricultural sector. When the next drought comes, our existing water reserves will be sucked dry far more quickly because no government has built water storage to keep up with the massively increased population. Mark my words. The next drought will be a man-made disaster. It will be the fault of more than a decade of politicians who were scared of the woke foreign organisations that told them not to build dams. Many politicians seem more scared of being called unpopular than of their grandchildren dying of thirst. That's why we need this inquiry, to get to the bottom of why Labor killed the Hell's Gate Dam. The Labor Party has given no compelling justification. None. No justification to the people of North Queensland. No justification to the people of Queensland. No justification to the people of Australia. It's the Australian economy that will be affected. All the Labor's saying is, it's gone, good luck in the next flood and the next drought. What happened in the department? What happened in the Minister's office? What possible reason was there for ditching such an important piece of infrastructure for an area that receives so much rain so often? This is what I hope an inquiry would be able to peek on behind the curtain. We would send a strong message that potentially life-saving infrastructure cannot just be subject to government whim without a proper explanation. Lives are at stake, livelihoods are at stake, a whole region's at stake, a whole state is at stake. The people of North Queensland deserve better. The people of Queensland and Australia deserve better. As a servant to the people, One Nation will continue to push for Australia to exit the worldwide organisations that try to dictate that we can't build life-saving infrastructure like dams. To protect people from floods, droughts and famines, One Nation will continue to push for dams, work for dams that capture our flooding rains and sustain us through the unprecedented droughts to come. Without plentiful resources, Australia could be unbeaten on the world stage. But we can only make a start on more productively using our resources for the people's wealth once our life source, water, is secured for future generations. Thank you.
So I'll put the motion that Senator Roberts' reference to the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee on Hell's Gate Dam. All in favour say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Now, since we're past 6:30, a division will have to be rolled over to tomorrow. Is the division required? Yes. Yeah. No, I think we did that. All right. I did. That's all right. So we're back into committee. Just need to call first. Oh, I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 1, Administrative Review Tribunal Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2024, in committee.
It is considering the Administrative Review Tribunal Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2024. The question is that the bill as amended be agreed to. Oh no, sorry, more questions. Senator Scarr.
Thank you very much, and I'm sure the Minister is gratified that he has the opportunity to participate in a committee process in relation to the Administrative Review Tribunal Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025. And just by way of recommencement of the matters that we were discussing when we were previously in committee, we were looking at a number of matters. First, we were looking at the performance of the ART since it was stood up in October last year, and in particular we were looking at how the case backlog has actually worsened. It's actually worsened, it's gone backwards rather than being improved under the new legislation. Another matter which we were looking at was deeply concerning issues relating to the operation of Section 25 of the Administrative Review Tribunal, where under public servants doing their job faithfully in the Department of Social Services who are involved in child custody, child support payments, I should say, were having to redact hundreds and hundreds of pages of material because the way the legislation operated, Section 25 operated under the Act, all new documents had to be provided to the ART within 28 days, and there was no exception. There was no exception. And this was causing major issues for the Department of Social Services, in particular in relation to material where the department was concerned. The public servants performing this very important task were concerned that unredacted material may actually cause or have the danger of causing issues in relation to family matters. And I note that issue had been ventilated, and we heard from the Minister who was participating in the committee process at the time that the government actually became aware of this in July, August last year. July and August last year, the government became aware of the fact that public servants in the Department of Social Services were actually having to redact hundreds and hundreds of pages of material because the section that was included, Section 25, that was included in the Administrative Review Tribunal Act, wasn't fit for purpose. It wasn't fit for purpose because there are additional documents being added to those files on a regular basis, and all of that material had to be provided to the tribunal within 28 days. And this was causing huge issues, huge logistical issues. But this was not a matter which was explained by the government, which was referred to by the government, which founded the basis, express basis for this amendment contained in the bill. This was a matter which was brought to the opposition's attention by certain parties who were concerned by what they were seeing. So when we sat as a Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee to review this legislation, we had absolutely no idea. We had no idea that this issue was occurring and that Section 25 was causing these problems. And we heard from the Minister, and as I said previously, I respect the fact that this matter doesn't fall within the usual portfolio responsibilities of the Minister, and he needs to rely on the advice of the attorney in this regard, and I do respect that fact, and I also respect the fact that he's in good faith sought further information during the course of this committee process and provided that further information to us during the course of the committee process, and I thank the Minister, through Acting Deputy President, I thank the Minister for that cooperation in that regard. But it is deeply disturbing, that such an important issue was left to linger from July, August last year to now we're in February 2025. And I say with due respect, through you, Acting Deputy President, to the Minister, that it is no answer to say that the opposition is causing further delay because we're simply taking advantage of the appropriate scrutiny processes of this chamber to properly scrutinise the bill. We've been in committee for perhaps maybe 1.5 hours, 2 hours, but you had 8 months, 7 months to fix this matter and bring it before the Senate so we could fix it. And the Albanese Labor government failed miserably to do that. I'd like to, Minister, refer to some discussion we had previously in the committee process and to some answers which you gave during the committee process. And for the benefit of the Hansard record, I'd like to start by following up on some of the points that were made previously about the massive blowout in timeframes for the protection caseload in the AAT. And that blowout in case times was one of the many instances I referred to where the actual current performance of the ART has materially deteriorated compared to the performance of the AAT on an objective consideration of the data. And for those who weren't in the chamber, one example I gave was in relation to this, and I quote my previous comment. Quote, I move on to another indicator with respect to dealing with whether or not the new ART is dealing quickly and fairly with cases that are coming before it, which was one of the aspirations of the attorney when he introduced this reform. Quickly and fairly, I think the Minister rightly referred to. Continue my quote. If we look into the migration and protection caseloads in particular, when the Coalition left office, the median time to finalise a refugee matter was 113 weeks. The median time to finalise the protection matter under the Administrative Review Tribunal has now blown out to 232 weeks. And the question I put to the Minister, I quote, "Again, Minister, I ask you what went wrong? Why has the timeline doubled?" And Minister, you responded, and this is, feel free to correct the record if I've in any way misquote you, but the record I have in terms of your response was as follows. Quote, "I disagree again with your assessment on this, Senator Scarr. The work that the tribunal is doing is important. The Liberals left the ART critically underfunded. We're still getting through the backlog that you left us. There is all cases that we inherited, and indeed thousands of these cases that we're dealing with are more than 5 years old," end quote. Minister, what you failed, through you, Acting Deputy President, what the Minister failed to mention, of course, was that the rushed and sloppy legislation that was pushed through by the Attorney through this place affected the repeal of the Immigration Assessment Authority, the IAA, which was specifically designed as a fast-track process to deal with refugee cases. So when the Coalition left office, the median time for resolving a refugee case was 113 weeks. But under the reforms, under the Albanese Labor government reforms, that time frame has now blown out to more than 4 years. In light of the evidence, do you now concede, Minister, the important role that the Immigration Assessment Authority played in bringing down timeframes for resolving refugee issues?
Minister. I've called you.
Oh, sorry. Thanks, Acting Deputy President. That was a matter that was dealt with in the bill that was passed last year, Senator Scarr. We're obviously dealing with changes that are put forward in this legislation now, which are different matters.
Senator Scarr.
Minister, given that improving tribunal performance, given that improving the performance of the then AAT with the new tribunal, the ART, was one of the core objectives of the bill, let me ask you about a comparison between the performance of the ART with the Immigration Assessment Authority. The Immigration Assessment Authority, the IAA, was tasked with the fast-track review of what is called fast-track reviewable decisions. As I understand it, these were generally decisions made by a delegate of the Minister to refuse to grant a protection visa to a, quote, fast-track applicant, end quote. And a fast-track applicant is, and I quote, an unauthorised maritime arrival who entered Australia between 13 August 2012 and 31 December 2013, who has not been taken to an offshore processing country and has been permitted by the Minister to make a protection visa application, end quote. In short, they were the legacy caseload that resulted from Labor's disastrous mismanagement of our borders under the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd government. Fast-track applicants who previously might have gone to the IAA are the cohort who would now fall in the protection caseload of the ART. Is that correct, Minister, that those matters which previously went to the IAA would now fall within the province of the ART?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr. That's my understanding. Yep.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Minister. And in terms of the functions of the Immigration Assessment Authority, that was the body specifically tasked to deal with that massive blowout in protection visa claims that arose under the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd government when the Labor Party was previously in government. Based on the evidence I ran through earlier, we're now in almost exactly the same scenario in terms of backlogs, in terms of the backlog of cases before now the ART, but without the Immigration Assessment Authority to actually assist to process that backlog. Is that correct, Minister?
Minister.
Sorry, I missed the point of the question there. Senator Scarr, sorry.
Senator Scarr.
I'll repeat the question. In terms of the functions of the IAA, that was the body that was specifically tasked to deal with the massive blowout in protection visa claims that arose during the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd government. Based on the evidence I ran through earlier, we're now in almost exactly the same scenario in terms of case backlog, but we don't now have the IAA to assist to process those claims. The IAA no longer exists to assist to process that backlog of claims. Is that correct?
Minister.
Thanks. Sorry, Senator Scarr. It is correct that the Senate voted to abolish the IAA last year when they voted for the establishment of the new ART.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Minister. I also wanted to refer to the objectives of the Immigration Assessment Authority, which was set out in section 473FA of the Migration Act until the ART bills were rushed through this chamber. That legislation made clear that in carrying out its review functions, the Immigration Assessment Authority was required to provide a mechanism of limited review that is efficient, quick, free of bias and consistent with the procedural requirements set out in the Migration Act and independent of the Minister and the Department of Home Affairs. And I'll just repeat that. The purpose of that limited review undertaken by the IAA, the objectives as set out in that legislation, was that that limited review was to be efficient, quick, free of bias and consistent with the procedural requirements set out in the Migration Act and to be independent of the government. Given that the wait times, for the protection visa caseload have doubled, the wait times for those matters to be processed by the ART have doubled since you took office. Minister, do you accept that that kind of quick, unbiased and independent process, which was previously offered before it was abolished, offered by the Immigration Assessment Authority, could help the government address with the unsustainable growth in its caseload? That now is the particular time where we needed the assistance of an IAA to assist with that backload of cases.
Minister. Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr. As I've already answered Senator Scarr, obviously I said that the Senate voted to abolish the IAA last year. This bill before the Senate is dealing with other issues. You have other opportunities if you want to pursue those questions on the IAA.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I note through Acting Deputy President that the Minister is almost referring to the Senate as some sort of autonomous body independent of government. The fact is that the government actually introduced the legislation, supported by the Greens. The government actually introduced the legislation to abolish the Immigration Assessment Authority, and it was because the government had the numbers in the Senate that the Immigration Assessment Authority was actually abolished. So this wasn't some passive act of the Senate. This was an act of the Albanese Labor government to introduce legislation into this place to actually abolish the Immigration Assessment Authority. And again, for the benefit of the Senate, I refer to the fact that the current medium time to finalise a protection matter in the ART is 233 weeks, or more than 4 years. More than 4 years to finalise a protection matter now in the ART. What was the medium time, Minister, to finalise a protection matter in the IAA's jurisdiction before it was abolished? What was the average medium time, I should say, at the end of 2023-24 financial year?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr. Look, it's not something that I've been briefed on in the IAA. Obviously, we've established that it was abolished last year when the original ART legislation went through. I dispute the facts that you're attempting to put on here as cherry-picking numbers. I've detailed some of the reasons behind that in terms of the complexity of the cases that we're dealing with now and the increase in cases that we're dealing with as well. and those points you are making have nothing to do with the bill that is before us tonight.
Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Acting Deputy. Minister, isn't it true that just some of the reasons why a majority in this place voted to abolish the Coalition's fast-track system, the IAA, was because it was not required to observe even minimum standards of procedural fairness, that people didn't have a right to a hearing to present their protection claims, that fast-track decisions were generally based on a paper review only of the information the department held, that most people were only allowed to provide a maximum of a 5-page submission, despite having voluminous materials which they were prohibited from presenting, that in most cases they were required to provide that submission within 3 weeks from the date their case was referred from to fast track from the department, despite the fact that fast track often then took 2 years to make the decision, and that people were generally prohibited from providing any new information to the Coalition's unfair fast track proposal about their protection claims, again, despite the fact that the so-called fast track often took up to 2 years. And isn't it also true, Minister, that one of the reasons fast track was shambolic and worked against many of its perceived efficiency benefits was because it was so riddled with legal error that in the period from 2020 to the middle of 24, there had been over 460 fast-track decisions that have been overturned by the federal court because of legal error. Isn't it true that they were just some of the reasons why the Coalition's pretend solution of fast-track was not supported by a majority of members in this chamber?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President, and thanks, Senator Shoebridge, for that contribution. As I said, I don't believe we're here to talk about the IAA, but the fact of the matter is that the Senate voted to abolish it last year upon the establishment of the new ART, and we believe that that was the correct decision.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Minister, I note that for the 2023 to 24 financial year, the median time to finalise a protection matter in the Immigration Assessment Authority's jurisdiction before it was abolished, and you refer to the fact it was abolished by the Senate after the Albanese Labor government introduced the relevant legislation, the median time to resolve a matter was 6 weeks. 6 weeks for the IAA to resolve a matter, and that was as at the end of 2023-24 financial year. Minister, do you know what the median time was to finalise a protection matter in the IAA during the 2022 to 23 financial year?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scarr. I haven't been briefed on the IAA and their operations, Senator Scarr, because they're not relevant to this legislation.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, the answer is 9 weeks. Let's go back further. So we have all this on the record. So at the end of 2023-24 financial year was 6 weeks, the median time for the IAA to finalise a matter. At the end of the 2022-23 financial year, it was 9 weeks. Are you aware, Minister, of what the median time, the average time to finalise a protection matter in the IAA was during the 2021 to 2022 financial year?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. No, as I said, I haven't been briefed on the operations of the IAA because they're not relevant to this legislation.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. In that case, for the Hansard, if I can put on the record that the answer is 7 weeks. And again, that's from the Administrative Appeals Tribunal annual report. So we had a 6-week average, 2023 to 24 financial year, a 9-week average, 2022 to 23, a 7-week average, 2021-23, and we now have a situation where the current median time to finalise a protection matter in the ART is 233 weeks, or more than 4 years. That's the current state of affairs which we're facing at the moment. under the ART. Minister, the issue I have is this. When the Coalition was in power, we'd set up an IAA as an independent authority of just one senior reviewer and 26 reviewers. That small team reviewed 1,077 protection cases in a single year, with a median time to finalise of just 7 weeks. Under your current arrangements, the protection caseload has increased massively before the ART, and the median time to finalise is now more than 4 years. 4 years. The proof of concept is there. Did you consider re-establishing? Did the government consider re-establishing fast-track review processes, which are obviously sorely needed, given the blowout in the processing times under the ART? Did you consider re-establishing fast-track review processes either in the development of the ART legislation or in developing this amendment bill, which is currently before the Senate?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Scott. Not to my knowledge.
So I'll pass the call to Senator Shoebridge, unless you're on a line of questioning. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Oh, thanks, Minister. Have you been briefed on the cost to the Commonwealth of defending, just in 2 years, 2021-22 and 22-23, the more than 460 IAA decisions under the Coalition's unfair fast track that were challenged in the federal court, found to be unlawful and overturned? Do you know how many endless millions of dollars of Commonwealth money was wasted defending unlawful decisions from the unfair fast-track proposal put forward by the Coalition? As I said, in just those 2 years, there were more than 460 decisions of the Coalition's fast-track IAA process found to be unlawful and overturned. And if you have any idea about the millions of dollars the Coalition wasted on legal costs defending the indefensible, do you also know how long it took, the median time was, for the Coalition to drag those cases through the federal court unsuccessfully? How many years the median time was for the Coalition to defend the indefensible in the federal court?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Thanks, Senator Shoebridge, for that contribution. As I mentioned earlier, I haven't been briefed on the operations of the IAA, but I accept the points you're making about the legal challenges that resulted in it. If there's further information I can provide, I will.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, Minister, there's some further information, if you're able to provide, I'd be interested in having. You made a comment in relation to my previous question, and just for the record, I'll restate the previous question. Did the government consider re-establishing a fast-track review process, which is obviously sorely needed, on the basis of the backlog, either in the development of the ART legislation or in developing the bill currently before the Senate? That was the question I asked. And Minister, you said, and I respect the answer you gave, that you weren't aware of any such matter being considered. Minister, can I ask you during the course of this committee process if you can make inquiry through the advisors who are here and the relevant minister as to whether or not there was any such consideration of the implementation of that fast-track review process?
Minister.
Happy to.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Minister. Greatly appreciated. Minister, let's look at performance. There were 880 appeals from an IAA decision lodged in 2021 to 2022. So there were 880 appeals from those decisions. In 159 of those matters, the matter was remitted. The matter was remitted. So out of 880 appeals, 159, the matter was remitted. Now that means that the decision doesn't necessarily change. It's remitted back for further consideration. And there were just 2 cases in which the decision was actually set aside. So I just want to repeat those figures. Senator Shoebridge has made some comments in relation to the performance of the IAA, and I think it is important to get this on the record. 880 appeals from an IAA matter decision lodged in 2021-2022, in 159 of those matters, the matter was remitted, sent back for further consideration. It doesn't mean the initial decision, the first decision, was incorrect. It just means it's sent back for further consideration. It's remitted. And there were just two cases out of the 880 appeals, 2 out of 880 in which the decision was set aside. 2 out of 880. This means that in 880 different cases, a solicitor was prepared to certify to the court that their appeal had reasonable prospects of success, but the decision of the Immigration Assessment Authority was upheld by a court in over 80% of those cases. In over 80% of the cases coming before the IAA, the decision of the IAA was upheld by the court. And that is just the cases that solicitors chose to challenge. No doubt there were many other cases where a solicitor, acting ethically, as they have to do, could not give that certification. They weren't able to give that certification. And in case the question arises, that is directly comparable. That performance of over 80% of the cases, the decision of the IAA was upheld by the court. That performance is directly comparable to the performance of the AAT during a similar period. In 2021, the AAT, decisions of the AAT were overturned in 14% of cases. In the same year, the IAA decision rate of overturn was 18%, 14%, 18%, materially consistent in terms of the rate of overturn of cases determined by the IAA as opposed to the AAT. In fact, it's an extraordinary testament to the quality of the decision-making of the IAA, given that it was so quick, it was so efficient, and we've talked about timeframes of 6 weeks, 7 weeks, 9 weeks. It's a testament to the quality of the decision-making in the IAA, particularly given the decisions were handed down, during that period at least, in 7 weeks. So I ask again, Minister, why hasn't the government considered, during the course of this legislation, during the course of preparing this amendment bill, and given the huge backlog of cases, why hasn't the government considered a fast-track option like the IAA?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I've got nothing further to add on the IAA. The legislation before us deals with some important amendments. You talked earlier about the administrative burden that's been placed on Services Australia staff, which this bill seeks to address. If you've got other questions about the IAA, I encourage you to put them at the appropriate time, but we should get on with passing this bill.
Senator Scarr.
Well, thank you, Acting Deputy President. And again, through you, we're in a situation here where we're seeking to scrutinise appropriately an amendment bill. And the reason we're here going through this process of scrutiny was, or is, because there was inadequate scrutiny in relation to the Administrative Review Tribunal Bill. And I previously read onto the record the issues with respect to the lack of scrutiny that were raised by the Law Council of Australia during the scrutiny process. And I've also previously referred to the fact that the committee report of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee, which was due to report in relation to the ART bill, was originally due to report in early July, and that was, at the behest of the Executive, brought forward by a period of approximately 2 months, so that opposition members, at least, on the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee had barely one clear day to consider the government report in relation to that bill. And as I've previously put on the record in relation to the bill, we're talking about a bill that had over 500 pages of detailed and complex sections and concepts, with explanatory material also of over 500 pages. So it is my desire, and certainly the opposition's desire, that we undertake an appropriate scrutiny process with respect to this amendment bill to make sure that we're not back here again in another 6 months or another 12 months to try and fix some other error. So we in the opposition make no apology for the fact that we're actually engaging and implementing the scrutiny processes of the Senate to make sure there is appropriate scrutiny of this legislation. Because if we'd had appropriate scrutiny of the legislation in the first place, we wouldn't be in a position where we had to consider this bill. But that's where we are. That's where we are. We have to try and fix a rushed bill, a bill that was rushed through a shambolic legislative process which was heavily criticised by a number of the key stakeholders. So the opposition makes no apology for engaging the scrutiny processes of the Senate. In relation to High Court decisions, Minister Senator Shoebridge referred in his contribution before to the way that the amendments to sections 347 and 348 of the Migration Act responded to a High Court decision. Can I please take you back to that discussion, because I want to make sure that that evidence is, or query whether or not that evidence is consistent with what we heard during the committee process. Specifically, as I understand it, some inquiry participants commented or raised the question as to whether or not the bill related to a then recent High Court decision in Miller and Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs, and the relevant citation is 2024 HCA 13. And that is what Senator Shoebridge, as I talk, with all due respect to Senator Shoebridge, that's how I interpreted the comment which he made, and I'm sure if I'm in any way not giving justice to his comment or contribution, he'll quickly correct the record. But as I understand it, and it was certainly the case during the inquiry process, that there was reference to a recent High Court decision in Miller and the Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs. But the Attorney-General's Department explained in its submission that the bill did not actually respond to that decision or didn't link the bill to that decision. And that was specifically interrogated of the Attorney-General's Department. They were referred to that decision and they were asked as to whether or not the relevant changes in the bill were being proposed because of that decision. So for the benefit of the chamber today, Minister, I'd like us to be able to clear that up for the record. Could you please explain how the measures in this bill relate to the Miller decision, or is it the case that the measures in this bill do not in any way relate to the Miller decision?
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. My understanding, Senator Scarr, is that those sections have been already taken out by the amendment that was passed earlier today.
Senator Scarr.
I want to run through some of the points about the problems we're now dealing with in this bill, which is all about fixing the caseload blowouts, which I've referred to previously during this committee stage on this bill, and the backlogs that have been created through the rushed and sloppy introduction of the Administrative Review Tribunal Bill. And I just want to quickly run through these points again for the record, because I think they're very important. The last annual report published before the Attorney decided to abolish the AAT was the 2021-2022 annual report. And Minister, I've raised this actually during estimates on previous occasions. So before the Attorney announced that the Attorney was going to abolish the AAT, the last annual report which had been published by the AAT was for the financial year ending 30 June 2022. From my perspective, and I think from the perspective of any reasonable analysis of that report, that annual report indicated that the Administrative Appeals Tribunal was working hard to either meet or exceed its benchmarks. And I referred earlier in the debate to user satisfaction. And that isn't just the user satisfaction of the parties appearing, but also the user satisfaction of their representatives. In relation to user satisfaction, the user satisfaction rate to 30 June 2022 was 74%. 74% user satisfaction rate, above the target of 70%. And that is quite an extraordinary figure when you think about it, because the users we're talking about here are those everyday Australians who are seeking review of decisions that have great consequence in relation to their lives, decisions in relation to NDIS, Veterans Affairs, child support payments, all sorts of extremely important decisions that have an impact on their lives, and 74% of users were actually satisfied with the performance of the AAT. Yet the AAT outperformed its target on that user satisfaction of 70%. So 74% satisfaction against a target of 70%. And it continued to outperform the target in the 2022 to 23 financial year. So it continued to perform positively in that respect. And I should say the user satisfaction, as I recollect it, in relation to practitioners who were supporting users of the system was even higher than the users themselves. So those who had more experience dealing with matters before tribunals had an even greater user satisfaction rate. So the AAT outperformed the target for the 21-22 year. It continued to outperform the target in the 22 to 23 financial year. And in that financial year, in that same year, just 1.3% of appeals were allowed from all appealable decisions. Only 1.3% of decisions, of appeals I should say, were allowed from all appealable decisions from the AAT. Now, if one were to accept the narrative of the Labor government, that figure should not have been 1.3%. It should have been much higher, much higher, but it was only 1.3% of appeals were allowed. In other words, of the cases that went to the AAT in that year, in 98.7% of cases, the matter was resolved in the way the AAT said it should be resolved. 98.7%. To me, that is not a hallmark of an institution or a tribunal which is not fit for purpose. From my perspective, it's the hallmark of an institution which is fit for purpose and is performing well. Let's look at some of the other performance measures. In relation to transparency, in the financial year to 30 June 2022, the AAT exceeded its performance benchmark of 5,000 decisions published. It exceeded that benchmark of 5,000 decisions published. So there was transparency with respect to the decision-making processes of the AAT, and it continued to exceed those benchmarks in the 2022 to 23 financial year. In relation to decision-making quality, in 2021-22, proportion of appeals allowed by the courts was below that benchmark of 5%, and the AAT continued to meet that threshold in the 2022-23 financial year. In terms of clearance ratios, in terms of efficiency, and we've spoken about backlog, and we've spoken about the need for there to be efficiency. So let's look at clearance ratios. In 2021 to 2022, the AAT fell just short of its target, due primarily to the sudden jump in post-COVID lodgements. Having been at 119% clearance ratio the year before, in 2021-2022, it dropped to 95% in the face of a sudden surge in lodgements. The number of lodgements dropped off significantly in 2022 to 23, and the AAT was then back to the position of finalising more cases than were in fact lodged. So it was actually turning over more cases than were being lodged. The quite opposite that is occurring today under the ART, where the backlog is growing by thousands and thousands and thousands of cases. In terms of sheer output, the number of AAT applications and referrals finalised in the year to 2021-2022, the AAT reached 90% of its target. 90% of its target in terms of cases finalised. And again, this was despite continued disruptions associated with the COVID-19 pandemic, such as lockdowns and other restrictions affecting operations in various locations during the reporting year. And I must say, as a member of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee, we were, at least I was, consistently impressed by the workarounds that were adopted by the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, by the Registry, by the members of the Tribunal. They worked very, very effectively during that COVID-19 period. In 2020, 2022, 23, after the pandemic, the output target was reduced and the AAT met that target. It met the target. We on this side of the chamber do not say the AAT was a perfect body, but which is? Which is? Have a look at annual reports for any government agency, any tribunal. Have a look at user satisfaction rates and find me a perfect body. You won't. You won't be able to find one. But the timeliness of decision making remains a concern under the ART. This is driven by a range of factors, including complex legacy migration cases from the many thousands of unlawful arrivals during the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd Labor years of government. These are not performance measures of a body so badly underperforming that the only possible option was to wipe the slate clean and start again. I believe there was a case for appropriate amendments to be made with respect to, and reforms made with respect to the operation of the AAT, but it was not a case where the slate needed to be wiped clean. Fast forward from May 2023 to today, we have increased delays. So, Minister, I ask you again, how does this bill, which is meant to fix your rushed and sloppy legislation, how does this bill specifically address any of these concerns, in particular with respect to increased delays?
Order. The time being 7:30 p.m, I shall report to the Senate. The committee reports progress, and I propose that the Senate do adjourn and call Senator Polley.
Thank you. I rise to speak on the bill Future Made in Australia, Production Tax Credits and Other Measures Bill 2024, because I wasn't able to earlier this week. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Minister Ed Husic, we have produced a visionary plan that underscores the significance of revitalising and strengthening our domestic manufacturing sector, and under Minister Chris Bowen, creating a renewable energy sector all Australians can prosper under. Manufacturing has long been the backbone of economies worldwide, and Australia is no exception. The country that was built off the back of the country that was built off the sheep's back. However, over the past few decades, and particularly under the previous Liberal government, we have seen manufacturing leaving Australian shores, increasing the reliance of imports. This shift has not only affected our economy's stability, but also compromised our self-sufficiency and national security. The Future Made in Australia policy aims to reverse this trend by fostering a robust and competitive manufacturing industry that can meet the needs of the present and future generations. One of the key pillars of this policy is job creation. Local manufacturing is a powerful engine for employment, offering diverse opportunities across various skill levels. By investing in manufacturing, we can generate thousands of quality jobs from research and development to production and logistics. These jobs are not only pathways to economic stability for individuals and families, but also contribute to the broader economic health of our communities. Moreover, the policy emphasises the importance of innovation and advanced manufacturing technologies in an era of rapid technological change. It's imperative that our manufacturing sector evolves to remain competitive on the global stage. The Albanese Labor government is committed to supporting research and development in cutting-edge fields such as renewable energy, biotechnology and advanced materials. By fostering a culture of innovation, we can ensure that Australian-made products are synonymous with quality, reliability and technology prowess. But we know under those opposite, they allowed the running down of manufacturing in this country. I just want to mention just a few of the great local manufacturers in my home state of Tasmania, in particular in northern Tasmania, which include ACL Bearings Company, Waverley Mills, Rio Tinto, Bell Bay Aluminium and Definium Technologies, all leading local manufacturers which are key to the production and the prosperity and the stronger economy of the Tasmanian community. We have been and will continue to be at the forefront. For instance, Waverley Woolen Mill actually can track the wool from the farms to the production through to blankets and other products, making Tasmania very important, not only from a manufacturing point of view, but as a destination for our tourists. These are companies worth supporting, but I would also like to acknowledge and shout out to the amazing historic women's health package that was announced on Sunday, which is in stark contrast to Mr Dutton's No Plan for Australia, a historic $573 million for collective health reforms, including first PBS listings for new oral contraceptive pills and more choice and lower cost. More Medicare support for women experiencing menopause, the first PS listing of new menopause hormone therapies in over 20 years. More support for endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics treating more conditions. Labor backs women and women's health. Mr Dutton was voted the worst ever health minister, not by people on this side, although we agree, but that was the Australian Medical Association. Do you want to trust Mr Dutton with your health? Because I know Australian women have waited too long for a package like this and they won't trust him either.
Your time has expired. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Late last year, following the firebombing of the Adas Israel Synagogue in Melbourne, the member for Tangney, Sam Lim, became the centre of controversy. A WhatsApp message from Mr Lim to a local community group contained comments attributed to the Prime Minister. The message read, "Mr Netanyahu should consider that the bombing of a synagogue in Australia is likely the manifestation of a few despondent radicals who have had enough of the continued aerial bombing of thousands of innocent children and women in Gaza by his single-minded troops. Australia is a robust democracy. We do not encourage violence to those whom we do not warm to. If he continues to blame me and other world leaders, he might well be remembered in history as another hegemon who blamed everyone else for his crime against innocent civilians." These disgraceful, divisive and apologist remarks sparked outrage among community leaders, and rightly so. The Prime Minister's office categorically denied the quote was genuine, and Mr Lim's office later claimed the quote was fake. But that raises even more questions. Who authored the message? How was it sent under Mr Lim's name? And if his phone was truly compromised, as Mr Lim has claimed, how has it been reported to the Australian Federal Police and the Department of Parliamentary Services? As reported by the West Australian, a letter sent to Mr Lim's office by the Australian Jewish Association Chief Executive Robert Gregory said, "Your explanation, first blaming someone in Brisbane and then claiming your phone was compromised, raises serious questions. Both propositions cannot be simultaneously true," he says. "Since discrepancies demand clarification, as they erode trust in your ability to take responsibility for your own communications. As a federal member of Parliament, you have taxpayer-funded staff and resources to manage your public communications. Despite this, these hateful words have made their way into the public domain under your name, and the consequences have been damaging." Even more troubling is the Prime Minister's silence. No explanation for how a parliamentarian's secure, government-issued phone was supposedly compromised. If true, this raises serious national security concerns. If false, it's an attempt by an elected representative to mislead the public. No action to investigate if this was a case of misinformation or deliberate disinformation. This is coming from this very same government who wants sweeping misinformation laws, but when it comes to one of their own, it doesn't seem to care. No accountability for a Labor MP spreading inflammatory and hurtful rhetoric. If the Prime Minister won't even apologise for such horrendous comments, it's clear this government sees the Jewish community as second-class citizens. There's no leadership in addressing the Jewish community's concerns and no response to my letter asking for answers. If there's nothing to hide, why the silence? At the very least, regardless of who sent the message or how they were sent, the fact remains that a deeply offensive and dangerous message was sent from Mr Lim's phone or his WhatsApp account. The right thing to do here is clear. Mr Lim and Mr Albanese must apologise. Regardless of the origin of the text, and doubts remain over the origin of these, and they should be addressed by Mr Lim's transparency, a very hurtful message was sent under his name at a time when the Jewish community and the nation at whole were still reeling from the attack on the Adass Israel synagogue. He should have the courage to apologise for the pain caused. The Jewish community, Tangney residents and Western Australia deserve it. In any other state, this kind of dodgy behaviour by an elected official wouldn't be ignored. But this is classic Labor when it comes to Western Australia. They systemically ignore concerns, dodge accountability, promise change at election time and hope no one notices their incompetence. This is not an isolated incident. It's a pattern. Every Western Australian represented, including Labor, has a duty to hold the Prime Minister accountable for WA's fair treatment and for honesty and transparency in government. In Mr Lim's first speech, he said, "It's my dream to unite people in harmony and peace regardless of race, language or religion." Well, by his actions, he tells a very different story.
Your time has expired. Senator Hodgins-May.
3 years ago, Labor was elected into government on the promise of progressive change, of leaving no one behind and holding no one back. But 3 years later, emissions are higher, the cost of living is soaring and housing is less affordable than ever. Labor has failed to deliver on their promise, particularly to the people of Victoria. In the electorate of Cooper, renters are being gouged, some hit with rent hikes of $300 a month. Meanwhile, public housing in Northcote is being demolished to serve developers, not communities. In Wills, bulk billing clinics are disappearing and GP visits now cost $89 on average. Public schools are underfunded by $30 million a year, and Coburg rents have jumped 41%. To the west of Melbourne, in the electorate of Fraser, toxic truck pollution is endangering people's health, yet Labor representatives are doing nothing. In my home of Macnamara, people are struggling to keep up with their ever-increasing home insurance premiums due to climate risks. Meanwhile, Labor continue to hand millions of taxpayer dollars to coal and gas corporations. But it's not just Labor failing Victorians. The Coalition continues to prioritise corporations over the needs of the people. In Casey, where the risk of bushfires grows every single year, their late Liberal representative continues to vote in favour of coal and gas. It's clear, we cannot keep voting for the same two parties and expecting a different result. Now, with the election around the corner, Victoria, here is your chance for change. Vote Green in Wills for Samantha Ratnam, Macnamara for Sonia Semmons, Cooper for Tara Burnett, Fraser for Hung Trong and Casey for Merrin Blair. If you want your voice heard in Parliament, and if you want progressive women to represent your electorate, and if you want Labor to be held accountable and the Coalition kept out of government, vote Green at the next election. Because nothing changes if nothing changes. In solidarity with Jewish Australians, I condemn anti-Semitism in the most absolute terms. The Greens are utterly appalled by rising violence towards the Jewish community. There is no place for racism in our society. Attacks on the Jewish community in recent months, on schools, childcare centres and places of worship are a disturbing escalation to the activity of neo-Nazi and far-right groups in this country. The Adass Israel Synagogue in my home electorate of Macnamara was firebombed in December, destroying sacred Torah scrolls and injuring community members. I condemn this act of cowardice and share my sincere condolences with the Adass congregation as they continue to rebuild and recover. The increase in anti-Semitic violence here in Australia has not occurred in a vacuum. All of us witnessed Elon Musk perform a Nazi salute at the Trump inauguration. Extreme right populists and their divisive rhetoric have emboldened hate groups the world over. As a result, we are witnessing a rise in hate and violence against our multicultural communities. Australians deserve to feel safe, and they deserve to be safe. Anti-Semitism, Islamophobia and all types of racism and vilification must be condemned and opposed in unequivocal terms. We are calling on the government to do more. Australians need a coordinated national strategy to combat far-right extremism and address all forms of racial and religious discrimination. The Greens fought to establish a national anti-racism framework. Now the government must ensure that this body and the Race Discrimination Commissioner are fully resourced. Racism is not a partisan issue. It is a threat to the integrity of our nation, and we must all work together to address it.
Senator Askew.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Tasmania is well known for its beautiful wilderness, its friendly people and its world-class agricultural products. Our whisky and wine consistently receive global accolades, keeping pace with the best from Scotland and France, and our internationally recognised Wagyu beef is on the menu at many high-end restaurants. Our cherries and crayfish are sought-after products, especially for international events like the recent celebration of the Chinese New Year. And our cheese and dairy products are consistently awarded Fine Food Awards as among the best in Australia. Tasmania's farmers have had the good fortune of living and working in areas that have abundant resources like good soil, moderate weather conditions and availability of water that makes most of the state ideal for agriculture. But more recently, our farmers have experienced drought, flood, famine and fires in more regular frequency than ever before. To secure our food bowl for generations to come and support our farmers with the tools they need to thrive, now is the time to act. Which is why I was proud to join Leader of the Opposition, Peter Dutton, and Liberal Lions candidate Susie Bauer in Southern Lions last November for their announcement that a coalition government would fund $150 million for the Greater South East Irrigation Scheme. Tasmania is home to 13 irrigation schemes that have been developed through a tried and true strategy of a public-private partnership between the Commonwealth Government, the Tasmanian Liberal Government, Tasmanian Irrigation and local farmers. As a Senator for Tasmania, I have been pleased to witness the progress of several of these initiatives, including Scottsdale, Wesleyvale Sassafras and Don, all of which were proudly supported by coalition governments. Unfortunately, the latest tranche has not received the same support from the Albanese Labor government, who failed to provide critical funding for the Greater South East Irrigation Scheme in the 2024-25 budget. It marked a milestone for the Commonwealth as the first Tasmanian scheme to be denied funding after its business case was lodged, a business case that was modelled on the previous 12 schemes before it. The Greater South East Irrigation Scheme is the largest proposed scheme and will augment 3 existing schemes into one to provide reliable and affordable water for more than 250 farmers. It will support up to 300 full-time jobs and enable on-farm investment of $120 million during construction, increasing to $183 million with water entitlements. For the Labor member for Lyons to say he was blindsided by this project's absence from the budget demonstrates a complete disregard for the needs of farmers in our community. It was also telling that within 48 hours of the opposition leader making the announcement, Prime Minister Albanese was in Tasmania announcing matching funding for the Greater South East Irrigation Scheme, accompanied by his celebrity candidate, Rebecca White. The same Miss White who was, during the critical stage of the development of the Greater South East Irrigation Scheme business case, she was the Tasmanian opposition leader. And the same one who had ample opportunity to pick up the phone and advocate for this project when it did not receive funding in the budget to her federal Labor colleagues, but failed to do so. In complete contrast, Lyons Liberal candidate Susie Bauer's advocacy has resulted in bipartisanship funding for this critical project. Ms Bauer travelled to Canberra privately to seek an audience with Shadow Water Minister Perrin Davey to advocate and secure funding for this vital project for farmers in southern Lyons. These communities, which include Gretna, Jordan River Valley, Brighton, Richmond, Dalkett, Cambridge, Colebrook, Campania, Tea Tree, Oralton, Paulina, Penna, Sorrel, Fawcett, Elderslie and Broadmarsh, now have surety, thanks to Susie Bauer, that this irrigation project will proceed. This federal election, these farmers and other people across Tasmania and Australia will have a choice. Another 3 years of ignorance and apathy from Labor towards our regional communities, or a coalition government that will restore our standard of living, reinvigorate our regions and get Australia back on track.
Senator McLaughlin.
For the faith and in the service of humanity is the call to action for every brother and sister of St John Ambulance across the world. As a volunteer myself, I know firsthand that the mission of St John is one founded on love, which drives our compassion and in turn our commitment to assist those in need. As the sun sets on the 47th Parliament, I wish to express my thanks for all the volunteers of St John that have supported the Parliamentary Friendship Group. The co-chair, Senator Brown, and I, and every parliamentary member greatly appreciate the support everyone has provided us, and we especially appreciate the enthusiasm of the St John community in their engagement with the Parliament. St John Ambulance is blessed with exceptional leadership. I wish to particularly extend my thanks to the Lord Prior, Mark Compton, who leads us globally. It is fantastic that we have an Australian at the head of our organisation. On the home front, I extend my appreciation to the Chancellor Cameron Oxley and National CEO Brendan Mayer. St John's impact is global. There are 3 leaders I wish to pay special tribute to. The first is Dr. Ahmad Mali, the CEO of the St John Eye Hospital, headquartered in Jerusalem, which provides health care into the West Bank and Gaza. I acknowledge his incredible leadership throughout the conflict in Gaza. His resolve and that of the hospital staff to continue to provide care to those in need in the most desperate of circumstances, in spite of adversity, remains undiminished. The hospital is doing incredible work in the finest traditions of the Venerable Order. My thoughts and prayers are with all my St John sisters and brothers in the Middle East. You are never far from my thoughts. Closer to home, St John Ambulance provides tremendous support to its sisters and brothers in the Pacific. I wish to acknowledge 2 exceptional Australians who are leading incredible endeavours in the Pacific. The first is the Chief Executive Officer of St John Ambulance in Solomon Islands, Michael Andrews. St John provides Solomon Islands primary emergency ambulance services. Michael's vision has ensured that healthcare is no longer limited to the capital, but now reaches out to the islands. With the assistance of St John Ambulance Australia and the Australian Government, St John opened a new headquarters at Point Cruz late last year. This vital facility will improve the coverage of the ambulance service and facilitate the training of a volunteer network of first responders across the islands. The second great Australian serving the Pacific is Matt Cannon, the Chief Executive of St John in Papua New Guinea. PNG St John provides the nation's primary emergency ambulance service, as well as pre-hospital care, air ambulance services and disaster relief. Matt's leadership has been instrumental in providing vital emergency services to the remote regions of PNG, where geographical challenges often make access to healthcare incredibly difficult. Thanks to Matt's efforts, St John has strengthened its capacity to respond, especially in times of crisis, including a rapid deployment of Australian health professionals when needed. On behalf of all the members of the Friendship Group, I thank these leaders and every volunteer of St John across the nation. Thank you for your dedication and service.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Acting President. The state of our healthcare system in Western Australia and across the country is dire. So many are going without the healthcare supports that they need. So many healthcare workers are being pushed to the brink, are burning out. GP services and mental health services have become unaffordable and inaccessible. Emergency rooms are overwhelmed and understaffed. And vital sections of healthcare, like dental, aren't even covered under Medicare at all. 500,000 people across our community live in so-called GP deserts, areas which are so lacking in GP services that people in the community literally cannot get the healthcare supports that they need, whether they could afford it or not. My home state of WA has more GP deserts than any other state or territory. East Pilbara, West Pilbara, Kimberley, Esperance. These are among these communities. Now, they aren't just statistics. The reality of this is real for people. It has real effects on their lives. People in these areas are unable to access services like regular checkups, like screenings, like seeing specialists when they need them. Western Australians living in GP deserts tend to have much worse health outcomes. People living in these areas in my state, areas where you just cannot get those GP services, are 1.5 times more likely to die from preventable causes, like infections and heart disease. Medical services in these areas also tend to be some of the most expensive. East Pilbara, for example, has the second highest average of out-of-pocket cost per GP visits, with patients paying on average over $60. This means that even if you are able to find a doctor, you have to pay them more for the same services. This isn't just a problem in the regions either. A report by Clean Bill showed that an adult without a concession would not be able to find a bulk billing GP in 10% of our electorates, including the federal division of Swan. Also in WA, the electorate of Burt experienced the greatest decrease in bulk billing rates, going from 61% in 2022-23 to 6.5% in 2024-25. It is no wonder then that so many people aren't seeking medical support until it is an emergency. This then has a knock-on effect, where staff desperately trying to make things work in emergency rooms become overwhelmed. And our frontline medical staff all across the country struggle against the reality of being not only under-resourced, but also chronically underpaid. This is one of the biggest challenges we are facing as a community in WA. It is also why I am so proud to be part of a movement that is focusing on listening to the community and on taking action. Over the past months, the Greens have announced plans that would see billions invested into our public hospitals. Cutting wait times and ensuring high-quality healthcare is available to all Australians. We've announced a plan that would see access to free GP appointments greatly expanded by the opening of over 1,000 free local healthcare clinics where people can access GPs, dentists, psychologists, nurse practitioners. We want to see Medicare not just defended, but fully expanded to cover dental and mental health care. It is ridiculous in 2025 that these are not considered areas of primary health care.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, Labor's school funding war is continuing to wreak havoc. More than half of Australia's public schools are without additional funding, with the Prime Minister failing to secure funding agreements with New South Wales and Queensland public schools. This is a disgrace. This is an effective multi-billion-dollar funding cut over 10 years. This is despite the Minister for Education, Jason Clare, setting a deadline of September last year to have these agreements signed with all states and territories. And now even the New South Wales Labor government has called out the Prime Minister for not showing the leadership needed to lock in a long-term school funding agreement. In an interview on Sky News on Sunday, Minister Prue Carr said, "We need you to come to the table because our kids are behind the starting block to begin with." This lack of leadership from the Prime Minister and the Education Minister on school funding is an absolute disgrace. And it's compounded by the fact that this minister, the Education Minister, has not met with state and territory education ministers since April 2024. Ordinarily, education ministers meet every quarter. And so that goes to show that there has been a significant deterioration in relationships between state, territory and the Commonwealth education ministers. And it's no wonder that state Labor education ministers came to Canberra last year to protest against the Albanese government, with the Victorian Education Minister, Ben Carroll, declaring that when the coalition was in government, they did a better job funding public schools than the Albanese government. Now, I do acknowledge, of course, that a deal has now been concluded with Victoria, but we sought and have obtained an order for all of the draft agreements of these school funding deals, and that has not been disclosed. So why is the minister keeping these agreements a secret, including the renegotiation of these agreements, and what other secret deals are being done behind closed doors? The Australian people deserve full transparency when it comes to what's going on, not just with the dollars being spent, not just about why more than half of all Australian public school students have been deserted by this government, and we're talking more than 1.3 million students, but what has happened to the reforms that the government promised? It is critical to get back to basics in the classroom. It is critical to focus on the fundamentals. That is the Coalition's mission. Explicit instruction in every classroom, the teaching of phonics, evidence-based teaching methods. And it is really concerning that the draft agreements that we have seen and the heads of agreement that has been concluded, and who knows what's going to happen now because there's a non-discrimination clause, so they could be further changed, but it is very concerning that the requirement on the states and territories is so light on, it's so weak, and it does reflect a real weakness of leadership by this government. The government should be requiring explicit instruction in every classroom, because the fact of the matter is that 1 in 3 children in this country are failing to meet minimum levels of proficiency in numeracy and literacy. We are going backwards, and that decline has accelerated under this government, particularly when you look at the attendance rates. 2 decades ago, the average Year 10 student was 1 year ahead in his or her learning compared to now. So this is urgent. We do have a real crisis in classrooms across this country, and unlike the former coalition government, which nearly doubled annual school funding from $13 billion in 2013 to $25.3 billion in 2022, despite the untruths being told by the Albanese government in relation to the coalition's record. We want to see this government get on with it. But most importantly, we demand to see the school reforms that are so critical to ensure that every young Australian can achieve his or her best potential in the classroom, no matter where they learn in this great country. Thank you.
Senator Smith. Thank you very much. As the 47th Parliament draws to a close, I wanted to take the opportunity this evening to reflect on the important but often understated work of the Joint Standing Committee on the Implementation of the National Redress Scheme, whose final report for this Parliament was tabled a little time ago. The committee has been crucial in overseeing the performance of the National Redress Scheme, ensuring it provides justice and support to survivors of institutional child sexual abuse. From the start, our role has been to identify ways to improve the scheme's accessibility and fairness, to make the best possible experience out of what is often an incredibly confronting one. As Chair and now Deputy Chair, I've seen firsthand the commitment of its members who've worked tirelessly to listen to survivors, advocate for their needs and push for reform. Their dedication has been instrumental in identifying areas that work well and those that require improvement. Established in 2019, the committee comprises 8 members from both the Senate and the House of Representatives, ensuring a diversity of perspectives. Our mission has always been clear: scrutinise the scheme, gather feedback from survivors and stakeholders, and make recommendations on how to better serve those affected by institutional abuse. Over the years, we gathered information from a very wide range of sources. Written submissions from survivors, legal experts, support organisations and academics have provided invaluable insights into the scheme's strengths and shortcomings. Public hearings across the country offered a platform for survivors and advocates to share their experiences directly with the committee. These testimonies were delivered with great courage and, while often confronting, were very, very necessary. They revealed the very real challenges faced by those seeking redress. Throughout this process, it has been clear that the work of organisations on the ground remains indispensable. One such organisation is Fremantle-based Tuart Place, which provides vital counselling and support services to West Australians who've experienced out-of-home care during childhood. Now its patron, I've seen again and again its positive impact on survivors' lives and its unwavering commitment to supporting those who need it the most. The National Redress Scheme relies on organisations like Tuart Place, and there are many, to ensure survivors have the assistance they need as they navigate the process of healing and recovery. In order to improve the administrative process, the committee focused its recent inquiry on several key and important areas: simplifying the application process to reduce stress and trauma for survivors, ensuring decisions by independent decision-makers are consistent, transparent and fair, expanding access to counselling and support services for survivors, addressing the unique challenges faced by Australia's First Nations communities and ensuring culturally safe and appropriate support. The National Redress Scheme, despite its flaws, has provided an avenue for many survivors. It has acknowledged past wrongs, offered financial compensation and provided access to counselling and psychological services. The direct personal response component has allowed some survivors to seek an apology or explanation directly from the institutions responsible for their abuse. These measures, of course, will never be perfect, but they have validated survivors' experiences and helped many step towards recovery. However, our work as a committee has also uncovered significant shortcomings in the scheme that must be addressed. The most glaring is probably the inequity accessing the scheme for First Nations survivors who continue to encounter major barriers. Many, especially in remote areas like remote Western Australia, remain unaware of the scheme and how to access it. The application process doesn't sufficiently account for cultural practices, forcing survivors to recount trauma in ways that can be re-traumatising. Discrimination over generations has also fostered mistrust of government institutions, deterring many from seeking redress in the first place. Additionally, there is a severe lack of culturally appropriate services, leaving survivors without the tailored support they need and deserve. To address these issues, the committee has made several recommendations in its most recent report. We've proposed establishing a First Nation advisory panel comprised of community leaders and cultural experts, which would guide improvements in cultural safety and accessibility. We also recommended targeted education campaigns for First Nations communities to raise awareness about the scheme and the possibilities that it offers. Furthermore, we've called for the expansion of culturally safe support services, ensuring Aboriginal-controlled organisations are properly resourced to provide trauma-informed assistance. Access to services must be improved in regional remote areas to ensure support for all survivors. Finally, we advocate for culturally aware legal advice. Failing to address these inequities risks undermining the scheme's goals, as well as denying people the redress they very deservedly deserve. Beyond these issues faced by First Nation survivors, we identified other weak points worthy of improvement. The application process, while improved in recent years, is still too complex for many survivors. We've recommended further simplification and the introduction of alternative application methods, such as video submissions to accommodate different preferences. Inconsistent decisions by independent decision makers have also been a persistent issue, creating frustration, confusion and unfairness. We've called for better training of IDMs and stronger quality assurance measures to ensure decisions are fair and reliable, because survivors deserve clarity and confidence in the redress system. Equally concerning are the recalcitrant institutions that continue to refuse to participate in the scheme. As of this year, a small number of organisations named in the Royal Commission have yet to join, delaying or even denying justice for survivors. This is unacceptable. The committee has urged the government to take stronger action, including legislative changes if necessary, to compel these institutions to meet their obligations. As the scheme approaches its scheduled closure in June 2028, there's a pressing need to evaluate its impact and consider whether extensions or modifications are required and justified. Survivors must have sufficient time and support to access redress, and the government must remain flexible in responding to their needs. Beyond the scheme's closure, a long-term strategy is needed to ensure survivors continue to receive the support they need and deserve. This may include ongoing counselling services, public awareness campaigns and absolutely critical initiatives aimed at preventing future abuse. The work of the Joint Standing Committee has been pivotal in highlighting both of the successes and the failings of the National Redress Scheme. As the committee winds up its work in this Parliament, the responsibility now lies with the government and the next government to act on these findings and implement the changes that are needed without delay. I'd like to take a moment to thank my fellow committee members for their dedication and cooperation, who have approached these issues with the utmost diligence, courtesy, respect and professionalism. And I'd like to particularly acknowledge this Parliament's chair, my colleague Senator Katrina Billick, for her leadership, commitment and unswerving pursuit of justice, and for her work in ensuring the voices of survivors have always been heard in this, the 47th Parliament. This has truly been a team effort, and each member has played an invaluable role, and I'm sure we can all thank them for it. And finally, to the survivors, as I noted, they displayed remarkable bravery throughout this process. I acknowledge your experiences and I thank you for your contributions, as we all thank you for the constant courage you display in every day of your living life. We appreciate your support and your courage. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Right now, many good Australians who care about our planet, tackling climate change, healthy democracies, solving economic inequalities, are feeling increasingly anxious, fearful and cynical about politics right now. They have watched confused, shocking recent developments with the election of the Trump administration. Their fears increasingly mirrored here in our own divisive polity. So many people I talk to tell me they are feeling increasingly helpless, caught up and swept away by it all, akin to swimming in a political riptide. It's overwhelming. Yale University Professor Snyder has called the first weeks of the Trump administration a coup, and we should understand it precisely as that. A far right-wing coup, a fossil fascist coup against the democratic and constitutional order of the United States that has followed very, very closely to a pre-planned strategy published and announced by shady, long-established and well-funded third-party interests and organisations. Many people are wondering why democracy seems so broken today. Why do we now have a government for elites, billionaires, oligarchs and big corporations? How did it get to this, and what happens now? Tonight I wish to shine a light on and warn the Australian people of the International Atlas Network, an unnamed but powerful global network of political actors operating in Australia, the United States, New Zealand, indeed 100 other countries, producing disinformation on a vast scale through its 580 partner organisations, working to infiltrate and take key roles in public institutions to achieve discipline and control of government policy, legislation, the media and the courts and the public service. A many-headed hydra, constantly changing its shape, its tentacles firmly clutch Australia. The forces at work creating this torrent of divisive, dishonest and dangerous politics are indeed deep, dangerous and murky, and you won't see them looking at the surface. Staying afloat against such a toxic tide firstly requires a much better understanding of the forces shaping these dangerous undercurrents and where they want to lead us. We need to see with clear eyes what we are truly up against. The election and brazen madness of this Trump administration and the political ascension in the polls of Mr Dutton didn't happen overnight. It's happened over many, many decades. Let me explain. As was once declared on the website of the US-based Atlas Network, the Australian Atlas partners include the Institute of Public Affairs in Melbourne, the Centre for Independent Studies and the Australian Taxpayers Alliance in Sydney. The Australian Institute of Progress in Brisbane, which in the last Queensland election was funded directly by coal money, and the Mankell Institute in Perth, which trains interns for so-called scholarships working on political campaigns all around the world. Well, we all remember the cynical and dishonest recent campaign against the Voice to Parliament in Australia. Professor Marsha Langdon recently described this campaign as vicious disinformation. Evidence is emerging of the role played by third-party think tanks in this travesty, all affiliated with the Atlas Network, such as the Institute of Public Affairs, the Centre for Independent Studies, fossil fuel interests, and of course the astroturfing group Advance. Astroturfing is the intentional creation and fostering of ostensibly grassroots political action groups by strategic communications experts. And the far right uses this tactic to build superficial authenticity to what are in fact highly elaborate, professional and socially and environmentally damaging PR and disinformation campaigns. Advance launders far right ideologies through fake grassroots organisation and Facebook pages, and Advance has no problems using its resources and millionaires' money to sow division and doubt. We saw this firsthand during The Voice. We're seeing it manifesting itself in many other ways now. Now, many Australians don't know it, but this Voice campaign wasn't led by Peter Dutton. The Voice campaign was led by two individuals who had their entire political careers generated from the Australian arm of the global Atlas network of so-called free market think tanks and their spin-off campaign units. Little information or media attention was ever provided to the Australian people or voters on the organisation Advance, who they were, who they represented, and who was paying for it. To better understand Advance, we need to understand where Advance comes from. We need to understand who is behind Advance's mission to destroy climate action, stop progressive social policy, and line the pockets of billionaires and multinational fossil fuel corporations at the expense of working Australians. Advance was spun out of two existing Atlas think tanks in Australia, the Centre for Independent Studies and the Institute of Public Affairs. Its donors include Sam Kennard, a multimillionaire on the board of Centre for Independent Studies, Simon Fenwick, another multimillionaire on the board of Institute of Public Affairs, Brian McPhee, a life member of the Institute of Public Affairs, and a coal baron made rich by the privatisation of New South Wales coal assets, Trevor St Baker. Advance campaigns pretending that it represents ordinary Australians, rather than a small handful of multimillionaires and coal barons funding and working through Atlas think tanks in Australia. Advance claims to be financed and powered by grassroots donations, but AEC donation data shows this is far from the case. Some of the wealthiest Australians are recorded as Advance backers, having funneled hundreds of thousands of dollars through shady holding companies to fund Advance's campaigns to destroy climate action, defeat progressive social policy and stop First Nations justice. The ultimate goal of the Advance campaign in sabotaging the Voice referendum, as Warren Mundan candidly told us all on the website for the Centre for Independent Studies, was to prevent traditional owners from speaking against the seemingly unstoppable rash of new coal and gas project approvals. Projects that, if approved, would destroy country at the site of extraction and through ever-escalating catastrophic climate change. Advance has let it be known that its purpose in sabotaging the Voice referendum is to roll out an all-out assault on the accelerating clean energy rollout. Flush with $500,000 from the Liberal Party's Cormac Foundation and another $14 million from unknown sources, propaganda vehicle Advance is now spending huge sums directly attacking the Greens, attacking Labor, attacking climate and integrity and independence, attacking moderates inside the Liberal Party and national parties, anyone with the courage, integrity and loyalty to this country to defend our common interests against global fossil fuel multinationals. Advance and a proliferation of other dodgy groups have campaigned against offshore wind farms, supposedly saying they kill whales, an entirely false claim that's been at the centre of exactly the same campaign against clean energy, mounted by, guess who, Atlas units in the United States, by the Texas Public Policy Foundation, funded by the oil, fossil fuel interests and climate denial specialists, the Heartland Institute, once again funded by big oil. This is particularly acute to us now, and I ask people who are interested in this subject to go onto the Senate Environment Communication Reference Committee's public page and its inquiry into offshore wind, where there's some very telling evidence there from Professor Jeremy Walker about how this all works and how the extraordinary lengths and resources that have been committed in the United States and here in Australia to undermine the offshore rollout of wind and other renewable energies. The entire pro-nuclear campaign that is now dominating the headlines, also Advance, also linked to the Atlas network. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit more about the news today. It was reported that Advance is now under investigation by the Victorian Election Commission for potential violations in campaign finance law after receiving $500,000 from the Cormac Foundation, the same funding entity that donated $1 million to the Victorian Liberal Party in 2022, 23, 24. The elite billionaire rich list is backing Advance, play as dirty as the coal they so desperately want to keep digging out of the ground. These people have no interest in progressing policy that would materially benefit working Australians, bring down the cost of living or make people's life easier. Advance is not a mainstream voice for Australians. It is a Liberal Party-aligned campaign group funded by coal barons and multi-millionaire investment managers. It is using the divisive language and campaign strategies perfected by conservative American think tanks to do the Liberal Party's dirty work. Have no doubt, Advance wants to turn Australia into America. Is that what we want? Advance are terrified because analysts are predicting a shared power parliamentary arrangement after the next election, where Greens would push to put dental and mental health into Medicare, build more affordable homes, stop new coal and gas projects paid for by Advance's billionaire donors. This election, the Greens are within reach of winning seats across the country, and Advance are desperately trying to stop that. Well, we wear that as a badge of honour. But we know that when the Atlas Network and Advance's mask is ripped off, people will see right through them and their wealthy elites and the way the LNP couples themselves to them and their donors.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. What an extraordinary spray that was. My goodness. I've just gone onto the website of Atlas Network, and this is their vision. I'll just quote this for the record. The Atlas Network vision is of a free, prosperous and peaceful world where the principles of individual liberty, property rights, limited government and free markets are secured by the rule of law." End quote. What an outrageous proposition, Senator Whish-Wilson. And as part of the general blurb you gave there, can I just say to my friends at the Institute of Public Affairs and the Centre for Independent Studies, what you're doing must be working. It must be working if you've got a Green senator get up in this place and give you such a spray, because keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing, because when the people of Australia go to vote at the next federal election, they have every right to know the detail of the radical extreme Greens' economic and social policies, because they'd have a devastating impact upon the Australian people. So more strength to your arm, I say. Madam Acting Deputy President, last week I stood up for the people of the Somerset region and I called for an additional $20 million of federal funding for the Brisbane Valley Highway. And it appears as if I've inserted a stick into a hornet's nest. I want to be very, very clear, Madam Acting Deputy President. I am calling for an additional $20 million of federal government funding for the Brisbane Valley Highway. On 5 September 2024, Somerset Regional Council put out an announcement where they called upon the state government to invest $84 million over the next 4 years to fix the notorious Brisbane Valley Highway. And I just want to quote from that press release from the Mayor, Councillor Wendt. This is what he said. "Somerset is economically dependent on the Brisbane Valley Highway, a majority one-star safety rated road that carries up to 11,000 vehicles per day. The condition of this highway is deplorable." End quote. The condition of this highway is deplorable. And I said in this place last week that I'd personally travelled the highway during a rainy day and felt quite vulnerable, very uncomfortable at certain sections of the highway. It needs to be fixed, and I called for an extra $20 million of funding. Now, when I call for an extra $20 million of funding, I'm referring to matching the additional $20 million of funding that was secured with the election of an LNP Queensland government. And in that context, I tip my hat to the MP for Nanango, Deb Frecklington MP, and also the MP for Lockyer, Jim McDonald, who secured that extra $20 million of funding from the Queensland government. After that election, on 1 November 2024, the Somerset Council said this, and I quote from their release: "We recognise and appreciate the promise from the LNP to commit a further $20 million towards fixing the Brisbane Valley Highway and welcome this funding with the hope of more funding as time progresses," Councillor Wendt said. "We have already secured $40 million through the SEQ City deal to fix this notorious highway, and this additional $20 million will be very welcome." End quote. Well, Madam Acting Deputy President, I am calling in the next budget for the Albanese Labor government to commit to match that additional amount of $20 million. Match it. Match the additional $20 million. I'm not talking about past funding under the SEQ City deal. I'm talking about matching the additional $20 million of funding, which the LNP state government put on the record and is committed to. Match it. Match the additional funding. Somerset Regional Council has said they need $84 million invested into this highway over the next 4 years. And we're only going to get there, we're only going to approximate that figure if the federal government matches the additional $20 million of funding, which the LNP state government has promised. So that's what I'm calling upon the federal Labor government to do, match the additional $20 million of funding. Don't go to your drawer and pick out past pledges and commitments, etc. Match the additional funding. Give them an extra $20 million to the council to invest in the Brisbane Valley Highway and fix that deplorable road. The people of the Somerset region are good people. They deserve the Brisbane Valley Highway to be fixed. Fix this road. Madam Acting Deputy President, On the 27th of January 2025, the Courier Mail published a story which revealed that Infrastructure Australia had written to the Queensland Government with a proposed amendment to its infrastructure priority list. And what did this proposed amendment to the infrastructure priority list indicate? It indicated that a number of projects absolutely central, absolutely integral to the development of the Ipswich region, in which my office is located, were to be cut from the infrastructure priority list. And that included the Cunningham Highway upgrades between Warwick Road at Yamanto and Ebenezer Creek, and I'll say more about that in a moment. Ipswich City Centre Cross River project, Ipswich motorway upgrade between Rockley and Darra, Ipswich to Springfield Centenary Highway upgrades. These are all major infrastructure projects which the people of Ipswich deserve. The people of Ipswich deserve their fair share, and they need these projects built as a priority to accommodate the increase in population. Now, the Queensland Government wrote to Infrastructure Australia and said this: as you know, Queensland is the most decentralised mainland state, the most disaster impacted state, and has the fastest growing population out of all Australian states. These factors mean significant infrastructure investment is required to meet the needs of our growing state to connect and service our regional communities. Australian government investment will be critical to achieving these outcomes. Infrastructure Australia said, Infrastructure Australia is currently consulting on its infrastructure priority list and has worked closely with states and territories throughout this process, etc. Well, I say, Madam Acting Deputy President, that the people of Ipswich deserve their fair share of infrastructure. The people of Ipswich are sick and tired of infrastructure spending going down to Melbourne, to Victoria, to New South Wales. The people of Ipswich deserve their fair share of infrastructure. The people of Ipswich are being asked to accommodate huge population growth, but they are not being provided with the infrastructure spending to accommodate that growth. I salute Ipswich Mayor Teresa Harding, who said in relation to this, the removal of these key projects from the draft infrastructure priority list, she said, "This is an incredible ask of council and our community, one made even harder without the support of the Australian government." End quote. I salute the Mayor for standing up for Ipswich. And I say to the people of Ipswich, I'm looking here, Madam Acting Deputy President, of a photo which was taken at 9:11 a.m, 12 May 2018. And it shows Scotty Buckholz MP, it shows the then Deputy Prime Minister Michael McCormack, the now Deputy Opposition Leader David Littleproud MP, my friend and colleague Senator Stoker, who now serves in the Queensland Parliament, and John Krause MP, member for Scenic Rim. This photo was taken in 2018 and it's showing that the then coalition government put $170 million on the table back in 2018 to fix the Amberley interchange. And I asked the people of Ipswich, has the Amberley interchange been fixed? Has it been fixed? A coalition government put the money on the table. The people of Ipswich have had a Labor MP since 2007. For 14 out of the last 18 years, there's been a Labor state government. The coalition government put $170 million on the table back in 2018 to fix the Amberley interchange. Has it been fixed? No, it hasn't been fixed. Just as the Mount Crosby interchange hasn't been fixed. Just as the Brisbane Valley Highway hasn't been fixed. All of these infrastructure projects of key priority to the people of Ipswich and the people of the Somerset region have not been fixed. The people of Ipswich and the people of Somerset have had a Labor MP since 2007. It might be time, Madam Acting Deputy President, that they exercise their right at the next election to elect Mr Carl Motzelberg as their newly elected LNP member and see if Carl can deliver the projects the sitting member has not.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I'd be rich if I had $1 for every time someone asks, why can't Conservatives all get on with each other? The last few days remind me these are just 9 simple words. made meaningless due to the actions of the very parties calling for Conservative unity. These events remind that social media is often used as a form of coercive control through lies. It need not be. Social media can instead inform, inspire and save lives, to the ability of social media to offer a community to those who feel life doesn't care about them, Australians who feel abandoned, vulnerable, alone. These may be divorced men, detransitioners, traditional wives, farming families, vaccine injured, and so many being abandoned in the rush to a woke society that degenerates with each day. I'm concerned that social media may be the baby thrown out with the bathwater unless reason and self-control returns to public discourse. Encouraging blatantly false statements for political objectives is disgraceful, and after personally pointing out the lie, leaving false posts in public shows it's willful. I ask those in this debate to consider Proverbs 15:4. Gentle words are a tree of life. However, a deceitful tongue crushes the spirit. We have an obligation to lead through example, to inspire the best outcomes possible, and I will remain focused on doing exactly that. One Nation understands that while human rights are immutable, these are always tempered with common sense. As the saying goes, just because one can does not mean one should. This is the essence of conservatism, to consider we are part of a community composed of other human beings who we have an obligation to treat with honesty, respect, courtesy and consideration. Not because the government makes us, but because it is the Conservative way. As a Conservative party, One Nation stands opposed to any restriction on free speech except one. Free speech stops where incitement to violence starts. That has been my position since coming into the Senate, and it remains my position. It matters not who the parties are. Violence has no place in a civil society, no place in a conservative society, and no place on social media. I want to pay my compliments and extend my appreciation to Senator Babet, John Ruddock and Topher Field, who have in the last few days demonstrated decency and leadership and honesty, and I thank them for that. Representing the state of Queensland in this Senate is a rare honour, shared with only 107 other Queenslanders since Federation. I am proud to be contributing to Queensland and to Australia. I am proud that in 7 years in the Senate I've only missed one day of sitting, and that was spent in hospital. I am proud of how I have decided my vote on the 378 bills that have come before the Senate in that time. Positions I decided on the basis of data and empirical evidence, on the basis of what is best for our beautiful country, and I will continue to do so. You may not agree with every position I've taken. Then again, if votes were cast only for politicians with whom one is in perfect agreement, no one would be elected. I am proud of the work One Nation has advanced in the last 6 years. These include, amongst many others, wage justice for casuals in the coal mining industry, my bill which shamed the Labor government into passing their own bill after years of delay. Yet the Labor bill deliberately hid and failed to recover more than $5 billion stolen over the years from casual workers, something we're remedying. A bill to downschedule medicinal cannabis so that every Australian with a medical need can access natural Australian whole plant medicinal cannabis on prescription available in the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme. Defeating and removing the cash ban bill. Defeating the misinformation and disinformation laws, because such laws will never work, since one person's misinformation is another person's missing information. Tabling legislation to prevent discrimination on the basis of vaccine status, a bill to which we will return in the next Parliament. Securing a committee inquiry into terms of reference for a Royal Commission into the COVID pandemic. I promise to hound down those responsible, and I will honour that promise. A bill to end child labour in the supply chain of products imported into Australia. Blocking the Morrison government's so-called Ensuring Integrity Bill, which unfairly targeted unions. Campaigned for and secured a dairy industry code of conduct. Senator Hanson's personal representation resulted in the addition of Zolgensma to the PBS, a drug to treat spinal muscular dystrophy and atrophy in children. Senator Hanson secured an inquiry into family law and the family law which resulted in the family court, which resulted in substantial improvements to the family law system. One Nation secured $500 million for regional road reconstruction projects in Queensland, Rockhampton Stadium, Ipswich Raceway, Yeppoon Aquatic Centre, $5 million for Driver Training Centre in Townsville, $12 million for community radio, and campaigned successfully to extend community television licences on 2 occasions. And leading the pushback against child mutilation as a so-called treatment for gender dysphoria. This is just a sample of our work, much of it successful outcomes of working with the government of the day. I look forward to continuing my work, if voters so choose, in the 48th Parliament as a senator for Queensland, a senator with One Nation. a party with a leader who has fought tirelessly for the rights of everyday Australians at tremendous personal cost. So-called Liberal Party Conservatives colluded with senior Labor Party members to send Pauline Hanson to jail on trumped-up corruption charges to shut her up. She was released on appeal, charges for which her protagonist, Tony Abbott, has now apologised. Pauline Hanson was Australia's first political prisoner, and here she is now, after 28 years, still casting a formidable shadow over those who advance themselves as alternatives. I look forward to engaging the Libertarians, the United Australia Party, the Liberal, National, Greens and Teals in a battle of ideas, and may the best team win. The preferences of our voters will, of course, go wherever each of our voters place them on their individual ballot papers. In a federal election, parties do not allocate preferences. Voters do. Preference whoever you want. Personally, I will be preferencing third parties ahead of the majors, with the Greens and Teals, of course, last. In the last few weeks, I have set out One Nation's plan to put more money back in the pockets of all Australians, while restoring wealth and opportunity for all. This is our entry in the battle of ideas. It's clearly gone over well because our political rivals have panicked and engaged in a classic strawman play for almost a week. Don't look at this amazing plan to restore wealth and opportunity to this beautiful country. Instead, look over here at outrage confected with a bill that was decided before it came to the Senate in a Liberal, Labor, Greens and Teal party stitch-up. I've yet to see any criticism of those parties who actually voted for the bill, because this isn't about the bill, it's about the outrage and the distraction. I'm pleased to see so many of our supporters saw straight through it, as did our new members. In the last week, One Nation membership has risen. Thank you. So what is One Nation's election platform that has our competition running scared? Let me go over what we've released so far, and can I say the best is yet to come. One Nation's election platform starts with allowing Australians to keep an extra $40 billion of your money. This includes these costed policies: joint tax returns for couples with a child to save as much as $9,500 for a couple with one child and one wage earner on the average wage. A reduction in electricity prices of 20% immediately and more than 50% in the longer term once new zero-emission coal plants come online. A 26 cents a litre reduction in the fuel excise. Cuts to the alcohol excise to be announced shortly. Allowing pensioners who meet the assets test to earn an income without losing the pension. Adding as many as 600,000 experienced and motivated and dedicated older Australians to the workforce. Allowing self-funded retirees to earn more before paying tax. To encourage further self-funding of retirement. One Nation's basic policy here is simple: less welfare, more wealth. Ending mass migration to take the pressure off inflation, especially in housing. Deporting 75,000 illegal immigrants. Deporting 75,000 illegal immigrants. Removing GST on building products for 5 years and eliminating the NDIS building code and the 6-star energy code as a requirement for new homes, saving as much as $75,000 on the construction cost of a new home. The truth on these building codes is that in an attempt to be inclusive, we are excluding many young Australians from the housing market. Letting Australians keep more of their own money will be paid for through cutting government spending $90 billion, all costed, and adding $13 billion in additional gas excise from gas exports. I'll explain this in more detail closer to the election. Hell's Gate Dam on the Burdekin River finally One Nation will build, baby, build. We will build, baby, build, including Hell's Gate Dam on the Burdekin River for irrigation and flood mitigation to protect coastal Queensland. Emu Swamp Dam to provide water security to Stanthorpe. The Urana water project to provide water security, irrigation and flood mitigation to the Broken River in North Queensland, while supplying Moranbah with the water necessary for an expansion in employment and development in the area. Watch for that announcement soon. Inland Rail extended along the forestry route to Wandoan, Banana and then the Port of Gladstone, along with an $8 billion container facility to turn Gladstone into Australia's premier container port. With a multimodal just west of Gladstone. Public Works in New South Wales. That will bring logistics benefits to all Australians. Cheaper, quicker goods in and out of the country through Gladstone Port. Public Works in New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland and Western Australia to be announced shortly. Finally, with the cut in government spending, using that paying an additional $30 billion a year off our national debt, the annual interest on which will hit $50 billion a year in 2026-27, making it the single largest item in the budget, interest payments. One Nation will put more money in your pocket and restore wealth and opportunity for our whole beautiful country.
Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy.
You know, this is the perfect time to talk about the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme because in case you didn't know, there's an election on the way. And if Labor or the Liberals want to show that they give a damn about Tasmania, it's time for them to take action. My inquiry into the TFES made one thing crystal clear. The TFES is broken. It's a clunky scheme that doesn't work. The TFES began in 1976 to compensate Tasmanian businesses with no access to the mainland's national highway and rail networks. We have to get our produce across the ocean. That costs way more than highway freight. The scheme is supposed to make sure Tassie businesses aren't disadvantaged compared to their mainland counterparts. But for many businesses, the scheme is more trouble than it's worth. TFES is supposed to be a rebate. And that's the thing about rebates. They happen after the purchase. You get some money back after you spend it. The value of the rebate is growing, but slowly, very slowly. Except that shipping costs are racing ahead, like they've got a rocket behind them. So if your costs are going up twice as fast as your rebates, you're getting poorer every time. You're going backwards. Economist Saul Eastlake said he can only hope this snail's pace adjustment to the TFES rebate rate was not deliberate discrimination against Tasmania. Fruit Growers Tasmania gave us some hard numbers on it. They told us the cost difference for using sea freight over road travel has gone up by 2.5 times in recent years, from $389 to $918 per container. Doesn't that sound like a scheme that's working? And here's the kicker. Not only are businesses getting a tiny rebate back, we're making it impossible for them to claim the rebate in the first place. Poor people in business simply want to get stuff done. They don't have time to work with stupid levels of red tape for little or no return. Wine Tasmania told us that 40% of its members don't claim a rebate from TFES because it's so hard to do for such a tiny rebate. A scheme that works doesn't make things so hard to navigate that you need a PhD to make heads or tails of the claims process. For big businesses, this isn't such a big problem. They have in-house accounts teams whose job it is to make sure these paperwork struggles get handled. For small players running their business from a kitchen table, between dropping the kids off and picking them up from school, there aren't enough hours in a day to find your way through the maze of bureaucracy being imposed on them. And if they do, they get less now than they did 2 years ago. And when they do make a claim, they have to wait as long as 3 months for the rebate to finally hit their bank account. What small business can afford to wait 3 months? It's a scheme that does nothing to help small businesses or make things fairer for them. So here's what the committee recommended to fix. The first is to review the whole thing and how it can be made to work properly. It doesn't work as it should. We can make a flying start with this. Witnesses and stakeholders have already told us what needs to be put right and how to do it. Next is for the Tasmanian Government to look at Tasports and its part in the TFES and how it can change in the best interest of Tasmanian businesses. The future of Tasports is already in question. A perfect time to look at the needs of its stakeholders and not to its corporate dreams. The third is for the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission to review how trade works across the Bass Strait and its islands. It must look at both sea and air freight routes and commodity pricing for the fresh produce sector. There are 2 recommendations for Service Australia to fix the clunky and complex system for rebates. One, to set up a helpline and resources to help claimants understand how the system can work for them and what they can claim. The second, to build an online tool for businesses to check if they can make a claim and for how much. We saw layers of complication emerge in what should have been a simple problem to solve. The problem is where politics and red tape collide with people in business wanting to get on with the job they do so well. All but one of us on the committee were Tasmanians, and it was interesting to watch the eyes of my fellow committee members open up with the evidence given to us. Senator Anne Urquhart, Senator Richard Colback, Senator Claire Chandler, Senator Glenn Sterle from WA, and myself and Senator Nick McKim. These recommendations are fine and will probably lead to improvements with the scheme. But from where I sat as chair, I know we could have done far more. The recommendations are the product of consensus from all parties. The recommendations are the product of consensus from all parties. After all, major parties don't want to agree to strong reform written on paper for the world to see. They might actually be asked to implement it. I wanted us to take a giant leap for Tasmanian businesses, not small and timid steps. That's why I put forward my additional thoughts as an independent voice. Making payments to businesses must be simpler and straightforward. Every claim should be done with no delay. Systems can change to meet this need. Payments can be automated with an account system for regular shippers of regular consignments. Add a digital infrastructure that can integrate with a shipping application program interface for shipping providers. And the admin burden almost disappears for businesses and bureaucracy alike. We need to include air freight in the scheme to get high-value, time-sensitive produce to get to its markets as quickly as possible, not stuck on a dockside waiting to be loaded onto a ship. Yeah, it'll add additional costs, but it'll lift our export profile to more higher-value products, bring better jobs and new industry to Tasmania, and it would be a game-changer for Flinders Island and King Island. Look, I've worked on farms in all weathers and I know just how hard it is. Farmers and producers pour their heart into their work just to get smacked in the face with a bad system that costs them time and money, not to mention how high freight prices mean we are spending even more money on food and essentials. We've all noticed how little we're getting in our baskets for a higher price at the checkout. Just ask the residents of King Island. They're paying $16 for 2 litres of milk. The supermarket owners don't have a choice. It costs that much money to get the products to the island in the first place. The same is true on the mainland too. The failure of the TFES is what makes it so costly to ship Tasmania's fresh produce to your mainland markets. It's like a cost of living tariff on your communities, how to pay to enjoy the best of Tasmania's food and drink. And as you know, it's really good. It's only fair to our mainland families can enjoy it too, and at the price it should be. We know the TFES is broken, but the question is now, will anyone step up to fix it? We need brave politicians that will step up and fully support these businesses so they can support the jobs they've made and the people they employ. If Labor gives a damn about Tasmania, they'd give the recommendations into play right now. There's no reason they can't announce it today. The TFES operates under ministerial direction. The Minister could and can deliver most of the report's recommendations, and include mine as well, and much faster than going through Parliament, where it can be bogged down in process and procedure. And if the Coalition were smart, they'd commit to the TFES recommendations before Labor does. Show Tassie businesses and producers that you're on their side, because make no mistake, Tasmania is expecting the government to take action on this. I've put TFES on the agenda and it's time to get it done. The work the committee and its staff have put into the inquiry and its report is extraordinary, and I thank them for it. Chairing this inquiry, my very first, was an amazing experience. It gave me the chance to talk to Tasmanians about their businesses and how they think the TFES can be better. Between us all, we can bring lasting change to the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme, bring new jobs to Tasmania, and bring more fresh produce to the rest of Australia. If we can get the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme right, it will bring better food at a better price to everyone in Australia. It might even bring Aldi to Tasmania, and that'd be a win for us all.
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you. That was informative. I learned a lot about the Tasmanian. Thank you, Senator Urquhart, for being you.